Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics, back with the amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Had Musical Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Aw, sorry for scaring you earlier. My little canary, fawned Midnight, pulling Midoriya into a very constricting hug. It's okay, he managed, desperate to pull away from her. That was when the door to the studio slammed open to reveal Azura, still smiling like a shark. Canary, she exclaimed, I need to take a picture with you and Siren. Why? Midoriya stammered, rather confused. Because when the sports festival's over, Put Your Hands Up Radio has to update their website with pictures of you, and your social media account will need to too, and Siren's got to be there, because she's my new favorite thing. Azura insisted, a camera already in hand as she pulled Midoriya away from Midnight into his feet. Siren chirped very happily at Azura. At least she was enjoying all this company. Midoriya just felt rather petrified. Azura led him out of the room, leaving Midnight to continue to rave about how sweet he was to present Mike. She positioned him in front of a clear, white wall and stood back to take a picture. Midoriya had never felt so awkward in front of her, and that was saying something. Aw, Canary, Azura sighed. It's a camera, not a gun. Come on, Siren, help me get his act together, she said jokingly, not expecting Siren to take action. She leapt off his head and hovered before him, tweeting frantically. Midoriya laughed and smiled at the bird. She really was strange. Perfect, Azura exclaimed. Wait, what? Now, back into the studio. We'll take another photo in a minute, once you have the thing. What thing? What? I don't. But Midoriya couldn't finish his sentence because Azura had already hurried out of the room and shut the door in his face. Midnight grinned. I told you that girl would be a good hire. Present MIC, and we're back. Canary, why yay. Present MIC, now, before we get to that thing. Canary, what thing? I'm so confused. Guest, just wait, it'll be adorable, you'll see. Canary, should I be scared? Guest, no. Present Mike, moving on. We still have some questions to answer, Canary. Canary, oh, right. Present MIC, pick a question, any question. Canary, oh okay. This is from Thoughtfully Beautiful Witch. And they ask, do you have any hobbies that doesn't have to do with heroics? Guest, oh, they also asked if you were single. Canary, yes. Midnight squeals. Canary, you why yes, I do have hobbies. As we said earlier, I, play a lot of instruments and stuff. Present MIC. And he dances. Guest, you dance. Present MIC. We've broken him again. Midnight. Tap him and he might uncurl from his ball. Siren tweets aggressively. Guest. Aw, I love Siren. She's all protective and adorable. Look at those fluffed up little feathers. Present Mike. One more question before Siren kills somebody. Guest. Oh, let me choose one. Canary. Oh no. Guest. Don't worry. I won't choose a bad one. Oh, this one's good. It's from Several Wombats in a Trench Coat. Canary snickers. Present MIC. Is there a joke here that's going over our heads or is that just a funny concept? Canary. Oh, the collective noun for wombats is wisdom. Present MIC. No, it's not. Canary. It is. Guest. I would just trust him on this one. Present MIC. That I am. Anyways, what do they ask? Guest. Hey there, Canary. Who's your favorite teacher at UA? A brief moment of silence, promptly filled with a whistle from Siren. Canary. Guest. Me. It's me. Present MIC. No, it's definitely me. Guest. I'll give you extra marks on your next homework. Present MIC. You can't bribe him. Guest. You're only saying that because you can't bribe him. Present MIC. Only because he's fluent in English and there's nothing I can do. Canary. Present Mike. Present Mike. Correct answer. Guest. No, he doesn't even teach you anything. Present MIC. Canary. But you're close to the top. Guest. It's okay, I forgive you. Because I'm that good a teacher, I forgive my students when they give a wrong answer to give them the chance to try again. Canary. Present Mike. I think that's enough questions for one day. Canary. Good idea. Present Mike. Now we can give you the thing. Midnight gasps and claps her hands excitably. Canary. I am terrified. Something slams on the table. Canary. A B-box. Present MIC. A box to be opened. Canary. Oh okay. The sound of Canary opening the cardboard box can be heard. Canary. Wait, is this? Midnight squeals in delight. Present MIC. Canary. Is this like yours? Guest. Oh, you match. Present Mike. Try it on and describe it. The sound of Canary moving the box and standing out of his chair is heard. Canary. It's a black leather jacket. Like Present Mike's. But, wait, oh that's so cool. It has canary wings on the back, green like sirens. Present MIC. And yours, but that's super confusing for our listeners. Canary. wings are part of my cute quirk. Guest. I'm very confused about your quirk. Present MIC. Well, you'll have to find out next week in the UA Sports Festival. So, we better see you all there. Guest, you know I'm going to be there. Canary, this is so cool. T, thank you so much. Guest, I'm taking a picture. This is too cute. Present mic, cue the music. Azora threw the door open again as soon as present mic clicked play on the next track. Yes, she cried for the second time that evening. As the prophecy foretold, matching leather jackets, Azora shot a look at present mic. How dare you decide not to wear your hero costume today? Now I can't take a picture of the two of you. I'll wear it on Thursday, I promise. Present mic exclaimed. Please forgive me, he added mockingly, following the wise words of midnight. That I shall, Azora said solemnly as she dragged Midoriya from the studio to take another picture, stumbling in front of the white wall again. Midoriya didn't find it as hard to smile this time. Angle yourself so I can see the wings, Azora instructed. So, he did just that. With Siren perched on his open palm, she was better at photo shoots than Midoriya was, it seemed. Azora squealed again in the utmost delight as she got the picture she wanted. She turned to Midoriya. I just thought I'd warn you. The sports festival's on a Wednesday, so you'll have Canary's hour the day after and the day before. Are you okay with that? Midoriya nodded happily. Are you sure? You might be really worn out after the sports festival's finished, she acknowledged. Well, we get the day off school after the festival, Midoriya recalled, so I'll have all morning to recover if I need to. Well then, 2 more shows until the day. I'll be in the stands, cheering you on. Gee, thank you. I'm sure you'll do great, she smiled, a little less terrifyingly as she ushered him back into the studio. I really hope so. Midoriya was sitting in the corner of the changing room just outside the sports festival arena, his head in his hands. Oh my god, this is actually happening. His head screamed over and over again. Hey, Midoriya. He parted his fingers to catch a glimpse at Shinszo's face. It'll be fine. Don't worry, he signed. Everyone, we've got to head into the arena now. Ochai sighed, unknowingly interrupting Midoriya's and Shinszo's conversation. Midoriya gulped. You might want to take off those headphones then. Midoriya, she pointed out. Midoriya is allowed to wear them during the competition, Shinszo snapped. It's to block out other sounds to make him less nervous, he explained, repeating the semi-lie that Hatsune had suggested. In reality, the headphones did far more than noise canceling. Most of it was Hatsune's idea, really. But Midoriya was the one who put the pieces together, so Mr. Power Loader had counted the support item as Midoriya's own. The green headphones connected to a wire then ran under his shirt to a small device tied around his upper arm. Out of sight for now. It was a simple MP3 player, with Canary's arsenal downloaded onto it. All he needed to do was choose a track and the music would play from speakers attached to the headphones. There was a little microphone too, currently concealed within the right side of the support item. It would turn on if he pulled it out, so his voice could be amplified across the stadium. The very thought terrified him. Fine, whatever, let's just get this out of the way, their class president sighed, and the rest of the class began to file out of the room after her. Shinszo held out his hand to pull Midoriya to his feet. He gladly accepted. His legs were shaking so much that he very much doubted he would be able to get up alone. Midoriya, Shinszo repeated sternly. He realized he had been hyperventilating, his vision blurry and his body trembling like there had been an earthquake. His friend put his hands on his shoulders, gripping on the cloth of his UA sports uniform. A touch was all that was holding Midoriya together. Keep your headphones on, he whispered, and you're in the radio station. Midoriya blinked at him, his breathing steadily slowing to a normal pace. Close your eyes, and you're in the studio. You hear present mic, right? No one else. You're in that booth with him, and I'm the only one who's tuned in. Got it? A wobbly smile spread across his face, and he nodded. Right, let's. Oh my god. Midoriya turned around. Siren. Sure enough, there was the little green bird, perched on top of his bag, looking quite pleased with herself. Stay here, he ordered. Siren simply chirped at him. Shouldn't we? Started Shinszo. She'll be fine, Midoriya insisted. Shinszo grinned, then let's go. Hey, present mic yelled. Make some noise, all you rabid sports fans. Get those cameras prepped, media hordes. This year we're bringing you some of the hottest performances in sports festival history, guaranteed. I've only got one question before we start this show. Are you ready? Let me hear you scream as our students make their way to the big stage. Shinszo and Midoriya stood at the back of their class, waiting by their entrance to the stadium impatiently. This first group are no strangers to the spotlight, continued present mic. You know them for withstanding a villain attack. The dazzling students lining up your TVs with solid gold skills. The hero course students of Class 1A. The crowd roared as Kaken's class made their way into the arena. Midoriya had been thinking hard about them. This was the class he and Shinszo would join if they did well. But to do that, Midoriya might end up having to face his childhood tormentor once again. They haven't been getting nearly as much screen time, but this next group is still chock full of talent. Welcome, Hero Course Class 1B. That was the cue for the other Hero Course to make their way out into the open. Midoriya caught a glimpse of some of the students that had found his key card not that long ago. That'll be another issue he'd have to confront. Next up, General Studies classes C, D, and E, Support classes F, G, and H, and finally, Business classes I, J, and K. Midoriya almost stumbled as he followed Shinszo out into the stadium. His eyes rested on the crowd and oh god, that's an awful lot of people. But they're not just here to make up the numbers. Amongst these students are potential stars desperate to catch your eye and make it onto the hero course. That includes a little someone who goes by the name of Canary. But who could he be? Oh god, oh god, oh god. Give it up for all of UAS first-year contestants. Midoriya signed frantically to Shinszo. Shinszo didn't reply, only grinning at him. Midoriya protested. I'm going to die. Now you're just being dramatic, Shinszo sighed. I don't care what President Mike says. I get the feeling we're just here to make the hero students look better, groaned Matsumoto. I can't wait for this to be over with, added Ochai with her usual, grumpy flair. Midoriya noticed how Shinszo narrowed his eyes at the back of their heads. He hoped President Mike wasn't only referring to Canary when he spoke about others wishing to get into the hero course. Now the introductory speech. It was midnight, standing on the stage before the students in her erotic hero costume. There was a lot of murmur about that, prompting her to demand the crowd's silence before announcing that Katsuki Bakugo would be performing the student pledge. Midoriya signed to Shinszo, who nodded in agreement. He's the first-year rep, gaped Mina, who wasn't standing far from them. Class 1 degrees Celsius had ended up pretty close to 1 in the crowd of students. I guess that hothead did finish first in the entrance tests, sighed another hero student. Ugh, only for the hero course exams, Ochai rudely interjected, pointing at Midoriya with her thumb. Midoriya waved feebly at them. Hey, wait, you came first for the general studies exams. Mina gaped. That girl obviously hates us, whispered the other student. If Ochai had heard him say that, she didn't make any indication. Midoriya was glad he had his headphones hanging around his neck rather than over his ears, or else he really wouldn't be able to hear anything at all. Yeah, and we've got Bakugo to thank for them not liking our class, groaned a third one, a student. His childhood friend waltzed up to the stage, his hands in his pockets. He leaned into the microphone and said, I just want to say, I'm gonna win. Midoriya jumped as the crowd broke out into hisses and boos. What did he say? Class 1A are so full of themselves. Get of the stage. Midoriya just sighed. Trust Kakin to say something like that. He saw Ida leap forwards, berating him whilst chopping the air furiously. Why would you be so disrespectful? You're representing us all, he exclaimed. Kakin just turned and gave him a thumbs down. Not my fault, the rest of you are just stepping stones to my victory. I can't wait to crush this overconfident jerk, yelled that kid from Class 1B, the one who had shouted at him before, when they were all crowding outside 1A's classroom. It's about time someone knocked him down to size. Kakin wandered down of the stage, looking as unbothered as before as the rest of the year continued to shriek at him angrily. The two caught glances for a moment as he walked past, purposely knocking Midoriya's shoulder as he went. He seemed different from before. The Kakin that Midoriya once knew would have laughed, making it all a joke. Something had changed in him. Perhaps he'd realized that he wasn't necessarily the best. Not until he proved himself here at the sports festival. This was him pushing his limits and making the rest of his class targets in the process. But that was good for Midoriya and Shinszo. The world would take little notice of them. They could stay quiet, slip through the ranks until they were right near the top. Yeah, that just might work. Without further ado, it's time for us to get started, announced Midnight, her amplified voice booming over the disgruntled crowd of students. That was when they finally learned the nature of their fate, an obstacle course. Midoriya pulled his headphones over his ears, deep in thought, a race around the outside of the arena. With wings, he could win that easily, just fly over the obstacles, ahead of everyone else. But then he'd draw attention to himself. They'd know he was Canary immediately, and the focus of the sports festival would shift from Class 1 to him. Would that really be a wise decision to make this early on in the competition? Or would it be safer to save wings for a little later? True, he did have a second song ready in order to use flight twice, but it was far weaker. Now then, take your places, contestants. Midoriya's legs were shaking as the crowd swept him towards the gate to the outside of the arena. When he finally came to a standstill, his eyes widened in panic as he glanced around. He couldn't see Shinszo. Where did he go? No, focus, focus. This is a competition. You're against Shinszo too. He'll be okay. You'll see him on the other side. Right now, focus on your own abilities, he told himself, clutching his headphones and pressing them close to his ears in hopes to block out the roar of the crowd. I can do this Quirkless, save my power for later. That way I won't tire myself out before the tournament round, if I can get that far. Begin. Oh shoot, the doorway. The student body rammed past Midoriya's shoulders, desperate to push themselves through the gateway as fast as possible. It was just like when the press invaded campus and that alarm went off. No one could get anywhere at all. Midoriya hung back, panicked as his mind raced over what he could possibly do to pass this without his quirk. He heard Present Mike's voice ring out across the stadium. There was someone else with him. Was that Eraserhead? Focus, focus, he told himself, and Midoriya hurried forwards to the back of the mob of competitors, all pushing and shoving as they desperately fought through. There was no way Midoriya would be able to get past on time. He shouldn't have hesitated. They were all packed together so tightly, enough to almost walk across. Oh, everyone's going to hate me. Whilst the cameras turned their focus to the students at the front, where one of which had just covered half the floor in ice, Midoriya took a few steps back and then charged at the back of the group. He silently thanked those, once unnecessary, flips and leaps he'd learnt during dance as he did a running jump. He twisted around, his hands grasping the shoulders of the closest competitor, and flipping backwards over the heads of the students. Midoriya was light, but the force of him landing on someone's shoulders was still more than enough to knock them to the ground if they weren't prepared. People cried out in surprise as the small, green-haired nobody from General Studies ran over the crowd, pushing himself off the wall and landing on top of person after person, expertly keeping his balance as the others did not. The crowd thinned as the road widened at the end of the doorway. Midoriya leapt towards the ground but immediately slipped on the ice, which he had completely forgot about in the heat of the moment, knocking his headphones off as the side of his face connected painfully with the floor. Watch where you step, Midoriya. He scrambled to his feet as he looked for the origin of the voice. Shinszo gave him a mock salute as he was carried like a king by several brainwashed strangers over the thick layer of ice. He turned towards the front, where a large group of hero students disappeared off into the distance. So, they are good at using their quirks, he realized, before turning back to Midoriya, who was now skating uncertainly by his side. He signed with a frown. Midoriya barely managed. Maintaining his balance was now proving to be a little more of a challenge. Interesting tactic, he replied as numerous students shrieked in fright, sliding between them on the rapidly melting ice rink. Well, I'll see you at the end of this. No point in sticking together here. Midoriya nodded, readjusting his headphones once more and sliding away on the last of the ice. With firmer footing, Midoriya broke out at a run, dodging other competitors as he tried to get as far ahead as possible. If there had been anything Midoriya had learnt from being quirkless, it was how to dodge and how to run. But he skidded to a halt as Present Mike's voice rang out across the racetrack. The speaker was right next to him, enough for the sound to get through his headphones. He's never even fought those robots before, but they didn't stand a chance against his jaw-dropping moves. Present Mike exclaimed, "Wait, robots!" Midoriya gaped at the towering figures up ahead. One of the giant monstrosities had collapsed in a cloud of dust and ice. What a show! Shadow Todoroki from Class 1 has taken the lead. Todoroki, he must be the one with the ice quirk. Midoriya had more pressing matters than thinking about the hero course students. But he couldn't stop his mind from going on a tangent as he saw quirk after quirk. And it's Kirishima from Class 1A. What a hardcore debut from this rookie. Midoriya heard Present Mike continued as the red-headed boy pushed his way out from under the fallen robot, quickly followed by that Class 1B boy, whose name appeared to be Tetsu, who appeared to have a similar quirk, hardening and steel. Midoriya frowned as Present Mike announced the basics of their quirks over the speakers. They'd be tough opponents. Then there was the boy who grew scales on his arms. Midoriya wondered what he could do, and then, Bakugo, yelled another hero student as Kakin rocketed over the next robot with ease. Midoriya shook his head. He couldn't just keep standing around. He'd have to get through there somehow. Best do it when the robots are distracted. He let his headphones slide down to his shoulders to register the details Present Mike was reading out as he ran. Someone with a tape quirk, another with something called Dark Shadow. Other students began to follow his lead, running through the robot obstacle as quickly as they could to catch up with the leaders. Class 1A's learned not to hesitate, boomed an unfamiliar voice, one which Midoriya quickly realized belonged to Eraserhead. His eyes connected with that of Gyro, who smirked at him as she easily disabled two small robots. Midoriya had to sidestep to avoid the falling debris that Uraraka left in her wake, and the electric shock of another, blonde classmate of hers. All these quirks are too distracting. He panicked internally as he took off at a run again, dodging and evading the best he could. That was when another hero student stole the spotlight with a massive explosion. She'd somehow materialized an entire cannon. Midoriya gaped at her as the robot she'd faced crumpled to the ground. Oh my god, that was so cool. With a path made through the obstacle, Midoriya somersaulted to avoid another robot and then charged past. This round is obviously designed to give the hero students a chance to show their stuff and to get ahead in the competition, so most of the other classes should be eliminated. With around 20 students per class in 11 classes, that's a maximum of 220 students in this race. They need 16 students for the tournament round, and a decent number for the round before. Probably enough to involve all of the hero students plus the tops of the other departments, so 40, maybe 50 students will advance, so maybe I should aim for the top 40 at least. Midoriya froze, wobbling over the edge of a sheer drop and stumbling backwards. Everyone, observe what my brilliant gadgets can do. Midoriya blinked and turned to see Hatsune, giggling manically before the gathering crowd, headed by Uraraka and Mina. Hey, Mina exclaimed, how come you got to bring all that stuff? Students in the hero course get all kinds of combat training for their quirks, Hatsune leered, in order to keep things fair and give us a fighting chance. We're allowed to bring whatever gadgets and costumes we want into the game so long as we develop them ourselves. Ain't that right, Midoriya? Mina and Uraraka turned to see Midoriya, who was now standing with crossed arms and narrowed eyes by one of the ropes, which was connected at the cliff edge to the next rock across the terrifyingly high obstacle. Midoriya, Mina frowned, likely not at all expecting him to be there. He sighed, twisted his headphones around his neck, using a mechanism that Hatsune had designed so it wouldn't fall off, and carefully lowered himself down to the rope to start pulling himself over the drop. My super cute little babies are sure to make a splash, he heard Hatsune proclaim as she whizzed past him with her bundles of gadgets, laughing hysterically as she went. Watch out, Midoriya. He looked back to see Shinszo standing at the edge of his rope. If Midoriya wasn't still trying to keep his voice a secret, he would have yelled, how the heck did you catch up with me so quickly? Instead, he kept his thoughts inside his head and simply pouted, pulling his angry little bird face as Shinszo followed his lead and grasped onto the rope himself. The hero students are widening the gap between us, Shinszo murmured to Midoriya as he helped him up off the first rope, and the two of them made their way to the second. Midoriya signed whilst his hands were free. Really? What makes you think that? I'm not 100% sure, Midoriya whispered in reply. It's only an assumption. Are you sure you don't want to use your quirk yet? You could just use your wings and finish this race without any trouble. I'm positive we can get through this without it. Soon enough, the two of them were at the other side, panting as they both started running once more, the muscles in their arms aching from the effort. The rest of the competitors are catching up too, Present Mike yelled over the racecourse. Midoriya and Shinszo froze once more as their eyes came to rest over the final obstacle. A minefield. Shinszo gaped. Seriously? What is wrong with this school? And what's this? Can our two leaders fight each other and stay in front of the competition? Present Mike continued as the two general studies students carefully began to hop over the buried mines. Go ahead, Shinszo insisted. Midoriya almost fell on a mine in surprise. I'll use my quirk to get through this. I know you're faster than me, he grinned. See you at the finish line. Midoriya nodded, and then charged ahead of his friend, using the same fancy footwork that he'd put into action at the very beginning of the obstacle course in order to evade the various explosions and lumps of the hidden mines. Todoroki and Bakugo are neck and neck for the lead and knocking on the finish line, Present Mike announced. Midoriya vaguely wondered if the hero was looking for him over the mass of students reaching the end of the minefield. He gritted his teeth as he finally rolled out of the minefield, running alongside the vaguely familiar faces of the hero course as he charged back towards the stadium where the screaming audience awaited. The first to make it back to the arena is the first place winner. Shouto Todoroki is our champion. Midoriya fell to his knees, sweating and panting by the gate. He couldn't have been that far behind. Surely he was in the clear. The contestants are now pouring in, one after the other. Midoriya raised his head, staring at the booth he knew his mentor was sitting in. He could see the tip of his outrageous hairdo. He smiled. Let's hear some applause for all our competitors as we prepare the results. Midoriya, you made it, Shinszo panted as he hurried over to him. Still a shame. You could have left all those hero wannabes in your dust if you used your quirk. Midoriya smiled meekly. And they had. 22nd place wasn't bad at all for Midoriya, and Shinszo seemed satisfied enough with 27. We beat so many of the hero course students, Shinszo breathed. Midoriya realized. Who else? Us. Oh, there's Hatsune, and over there, I don't know who that is. That purple midget. No wonder he was kicked out. He looks more interested in the girls than actual heroics, Shinszo sneered as the boy in question was levered away from a girl's back. He seemed to have stuck himself there, forcing her to carry him over the finishing line. Now the real fun is about to begin. The chance to fully move yourselves into the limelight. Give it your best, Midnight announced as the top 42 contestants were gathered before her. Let's see what we have in store for you next. A cavalry battle, groaned one of the hero students. I'm terrible at those. Allow me to explain, Midnight exclaimed. The participants will form teams of 2 to 4 people as they see fit. We could go in a team of 2, Shinszo suggested, beginning to plot before Midnight had even finished explaining the rules. Midoriya signed absent-mindedly as he thought over the maths in his head. And the point value assigned to the first place contestant is 10 million. Midoriya didn't miss that sadistic grin that spread across Shinszo's face as he glared in Todoroki's direction. Interesting. Now, you've got 15 minutes to build your teams. Midnight finished after further explaining the rules. I recommend you get started. Midoriya pouted. I could carry you. You're light as a feather, Shinszo joked. Midoriya just elbowed him harshly. There's no point in asking anyone else, sighed Shinszo. None of the hero students are going to want to. Who said anything about hero students? Midoriya turned and suddenly Hatsune was right in his face. He shrieked as she exclaimed, I get you now. What are you talking about? Shinszo frowned, glaring daggers at her for interrupting. Both of you want in on the hero course, don't you? They exchanged glances. Hatsune laughed evilly. And you specifically, they might not have eyes on you now. But they will, she rubbed her hands together. I didn't realize it at first, but then I listened to the radio last night, and I'd know that voice anywhere. Shut up, would you? Shinszo hissed. She waved him off. Oh, don't worry, a big reveal on camera will be far more effective. And when you do, they'll look back at what you've been doing in the sports festival and see my marvelous gadgets along the way. I would have teamed up with first place, but he seems to have made up his mind already. Midoriya turned to Shinszo. Shinszo glared at her again, before giving in and sighing deeply. Fine. Then let me show you my babies. You're… What? Midoriya questioned. You know they won't want to team up with us, Shinszo pointed out. What's he saying? Hatsune asked Shinszo shamelessly. I don't know the secret hand language. Shinszo groaned, ignoring her and turning back to Midoriya. Go and ask, but I seriously doubt they'll team up. Midoriya hesitated, unsure about venturing off without Shinszo, but then nodded when Hatsune assaulted his friend with her assortment of inventions, scurrying off to avoid her onslaught for a little longer. Midoriya was used to how people tended not to notice him. Weaving through the crowd of plotting hero students, more than once he bumped shoulders and stepped on a few toes. He kept mouthing sorry whilst signing it in the process in hopes that they'd get the message. He pushed past a group of 1B students, smiling broadly as he spotted Ida on the other side. But that smile quickly faded when he saw him conversing with the boy with the 10 million points, plotting their next moves with a newly formed team. Next, he tried Uraraka. She wasn't far away from Ida, near Gyro, but then the two of them had two, alongside one of Gyro's friends, the boy with the bird head. Uraraka waved excitably at Midoriya, beckoning him over, but he just smiling meekly in return, pointing at Shinszo and Hatsune at the other side of the crowd. In understanding, she nodded and waved once more, turning back to her teammates to strategize. Midoriya bit his lip. Shinszo had been right after all. None of the hero students would want to. He walked right into someone this time, but he was large, built like a rock, so he barely stumbled as Midoriya fell to the ground. He rubbed his head but looked up and saw the student holding out his hand to help him up. He smiled and gladly accepted it. Sorry, he mouthed and signed again. The boy did the same and turned away. Midoriya was heading back to Shinszo when he froze. Wait, he knew sign. He turned on his heel and ran back to the unfamiliar hero student. Midoriya had to stand on his tippy toes to tap him on the shoulder. He blinked at Midoriya, surprised by his reappearance. Yes, I mean, there's 3 of us. You could join and make it 4. Midoriya offered excitably. He was actually talking to someone new. Well, kind of talking. But it was so easy, though fidgeting with his fingers as he signed or shuffling about in panic. I'm from General Studies. I have my classmate in my team and a friend from support. I understand if you don't want to team up with us though. He hesitated and then smiled. It was a strange smile, but a warm one nonetheless. I am Kota, he whispered, holding out his hand for Midoriya to shake. Midoriya, he said at an equally low volume, taking his hand eagerly. He continued to sign as they wandered back over to Shinszo and Hatsune. He admitted shyly, I know it's strange, not talking to humans but talking to animals. No, I completely understand. Humans are difficult, but animals, they always understand. Well, not understand, but, well, understand your emotions. Not necessarily the words. Okay, this was new, the word vomit, or sign. What the hell are you on about? Shinszo interjected, raising an eyebrow at him. Oh, this is Koda, Midoriya eagerly explained whilst Hatsune just watched on in bewilderment. He turned to Kota. And now there's 3 of you. Hatsune laughed. So, big guy, if you're joining us, come here so I can suit you up with some of my super cute babies. Shinszo sighed. What's your quirk? Midoriya replied, bouncing up and down in excitement. It was such an incredible quirk. Shinszo furrowed his brow in deep thought. What animals can you use here though? Kota panicked and looked down at his feet in shame. He looked rather menacing at first glance, but in reality he was far from it. They are scared off by the crowd. I'm sorry, my quirk can't help you. I won't join your team if you don't want me anymore. Shinszo rolled his eyes and pinched his brow. No. Midoriya's not using his quirk quite yet anyway. Besides, you'd make a strong front horse if you're still in. Kota wavered, but then clenched his fists and nodded frantically. Good, Shinszo sighed. Then all we need to do is decide if it's me or Midoriya that'll be the rider. Midoriya wasn't keen on being the rider. The more he was out of the spotlight, the better. But if he ended up needing to use his quirk, then being on top would have the greatest strategic advantage, especially if Midoriya, you're muttering, Shinszo interjected with a smirk. Midoriya blinked at him in surprise. He was muttering. An alarm rang out over the stadium. Their time was up. Right, Midoriya, you be the rider, Shinszo insisted as Hatsum immediately began to attach her various gadgets to his legs. Hatsum and I will go either side of you whilst Koda stands at the front. Okay, all you first years, Present Mike exclaimed as Midoriya was clumsily lifted on top of the group. I hope you're happy with your chosen teams. We need to hang back, Midoriya whispered to the three of them, tying his 300-point headband securely around his head. Everyone will go straight for the 10 million points, so it would be easier to just collect smaller headbands to work our way up to the top. 3. Good luck, Midoriya, Uraraka called from her team standing alongside his. 2. He smiled and waved again, desperately hoping they wouldn't run straight for him. 1. Begin. Midnight finished and Uraraka's team rocketed ahead, right towards Todoroki and the 10 million points. Midoriya let out a sigh of relief as his team stood still, assessing the competition from a distance instead of engaging in combat quite yet. We may have a good amount of points, Midoriya continued to whisper. But as students from different departments, the other teams are likely to underestimate us and leave us alone for now. We should wait until the other headbands move around before. That was when his headband was pulled from him, barely a minute after the game had begun. Sorry, droned a blonde boy from Class 1B, but the lot of you were never going to hang around for long anyway. He grinned as his team hurried away. Why pick on us? Shinszo yelled back at him, in hot pursuit of the team. He grinned and opened his mouth, because you're Midoriya. No, Shinszo yelled as his quirk took a hold of their opponent. Midoriya reached forwards and grasped a handful of headbands from around his neck. Monoma, exclaimed one of the boy's teammates. What the heck? Shinszo released his power as they ran away, desperate to make some distance between them. Did you get our original headband back? He asked Midoriya, who glanced down at the white strips of fabric and nodded surely. Good, now we should, and another team lunged towards them. Activate hover shoes, Hatsum announced gleefully as the inventions she had designed let their team hover a few feet off the ground. Secondly, a small grappling hook was fired from her side, and without warning, she clicked a button and sent the group flying across the arena, straight towards the wall where her invention had fastened itself. How they managed to stay in one piece was beyond Midoriya as Hatsum reeled her baby back in and Koda groaned quietly after being forced to dig his feet into the ground to stop them from running out of bounds. Now, who wants to look at each student's points so far? Present Mike yelled eagerly, and the scoreboard lit up before a surprised gasp from the crowd. Hold on here, this is an unexpected turn. Other than Todoroki, Class 1A's not doing so hot. Midoriya quickly scanned the arena, his eyes resting on the members of Class 1B, who were snatching headbands from their sister class left and right. Even Kakin had fallen behind. As expected, Shinszo grumbled. Everyone's so focused on Class 1A that they've forgotten about everyone else. But they're using that to their advantage, Midoriya muttered, just like us. Ugh, Hatsum exclaimed. No one's paying attention to my beautiful babies. We simply have to get to the next round so I can prove my worth. You're not the only one who has to prove themselves. Shinszo snapped as they charged forwards, unsure of where to go. There was so much going on. Teams descended on Todoroki as Kakins charged ferociously at Monomas. Class 1B are all working together. Midoriya gaped. Not for long, Shinszo frowned. Whatever trap they'd pulled to keep Kakin at bay didn't last long. But Midoriya couldn't pay attention to that, because Todoroki was on the move. We could go for the 10 million points, Shinszo suggested. No, it's too risky, contradicted Midoriya. They're plotting something. And they were. Soon enough, Midoriya saw the girl with the creation quirk pull a thick blanket over the heads of her teammates, and the electric hero student light up beside her. Hatsum, make us hover again, quickly, Midoriya cried. She didn't question his judgment, and the team was lifted off the ground as electricity buzzed around them. Midoriya could feel the power run through him, and the static buzz around the air, but no pain frazzled his nerves. What the heck? Shinszo gaped as he watched every other team cry out in pain as they were shocked by Todoroki's team. We're not grounded, Midoriya explained. That means we can't be electrocuted. As long as we keep our feet off the ground, he can't hurt us. The ice came next, spreading under their feet as the other teams were frozen in place, practically knocking them out of the competition. This is our chance, Shinszo mumbled. If we collect the headbands of the frozen teams, we should be able to get through this stupid round. But they weren't the only ones following that line of reasoning. Midoriya could see Uraraka's team ahead, picking up the headbands before they could even try. Now what? Should we attack? We never told them about my quirk, Shinszo continued, the threat lingering amongst his words. Midoriya glanced around, desperate for his eyes to see a miraculous answer to their problems. If only. Koda, he exclaimed, over there, there's a bird. Come here, little bird, he yelled in his squeaky voice, his anxiety fading as quickly as Midoriya's had. The bird took off from the stands and flew towards them, its tweets lost to the roar of the stadium. Wait, Shinszo frowned, isn't that? Midoriya grinned widely, Siren. Siren was a peculiar bird. She had always known that. The other birds don't seem to see the world the way she did. They saw the inside of their cages and saw humans as sources of food. But, more importantly, they saw singing as nothing more than a method of flirting. Girl canaries aren't meant to sing, her first human had told her. She was nice but didn't understand Siren. No one understood her. Singing was fun. There was more uses for it than just as a mating call. Humans used noises all the time. Siren had spent much of her life learning to connect those noises with very specific things. Humans were clever, not like canaries. But some humans didn't use their smarts very well. They were silly. Siren found it annoying. But she liked her new human very much. He gave her a new name. She liked it at first. But then she learnt what it meant. Now she likes it even more. This human understands her. And she understood him, even if he didn't quite realize it himself yet. Something else she understood was that her human needed help. He can sing too, but he's scared to, like the other canaries were. Siren has to teach him not to be scared anymore. He was doing better, but he was scared that morning, very scared. Of course, Siren had to protect him. She wouldn't be a very good guardian if she didn't. That was what she thought of herself as, a guardian. Specifically, her human's guardian. And maybe some of his friends too. She followed him all the way to this very big, very loud place. There weren't any other birds there. It was too loud. But most of the humans didn't seem to mind, so neither should Siren. It took her a while to understand what all these humans were doing. They were playing games like children and watching for some reason. But her human had been telling her how important this sports festival thing was. This must be the sports festival then. In which case, she must make sure her human does well. She can't do that by just sitting and waiting by his portable nest. Very useful things, they were. It had books and food and other unnecessary things in it. But it was yellow. Yellow was Siren's second favorite color. Her human seemed to have made a new friend. Two, actually, but Siren was more focused on the big one who called out to her. He had a very incising voice. It was nice. Not as nice as her human's voice, but still nice. Siren, you have to help us. Her human told her as she hovered before them. Hello, Siren, said the new friend. We need to get headbands. Headbands? Those cloth things? You already have two. Why must you get more? Siren replied. She knew this new friend could understand her words. She couldn't explain how she knew, she just did. We need better ones to win this game. Ah, yes, winning is good. Winning will make my human happier. Where is the better one? I must have the better one. Coda, I have an idea. Siren's human suddenly exclaimed. If we can get Siren to follow the 10 million point headband, she could steal it last minute and take it to us. I can steal. Oh, thank you, Siren. Yes, it looks like the one on Midoriya's head, but with a bigger number on it. Lots and lots of red numbers. Can you get that one for us? I will steal. Good. But you have to wait for us to tell you to do it? Okay. Her human told her. She tweeted back at him and flew to his head nest. That was her favorite nest of all. Why, you understand her too. The new friend frowned as they all ran across the arena. Oh, no, I just guess. Siren's human was very good at guessing. Do we really have to have this conversation now? Exclaimed the purple friend. Siren liked the purple friend, because her human liked the purple friend. Purple was Siren's third favorite color now. They hurried around in circles for a while. Siren didn't quite get why they were taking so long. She wanted to steal. Time for a countdown. Oh, she recognized that voice. That was loud human. She liked that human too. Where was he? Siren, now, yelled her human. Yes, she chirped and took flight. Siren had been watching, looking for the lots and lots of red numbers headband. She saw it with the icy human. He had it for a while. He wasn't very happy when the spiky-haired human took it. Siren narrowed her eyes as she flew over. She didn't like spiky human. She called him Explosion Human, but she would find a better name for him one day. One with a better ring to it. Siren didn't like the color red so much. This human was very red. But she must take the lots and lots of red numbers headband. After this, maybe she would like the color red more. If red meant winning, then maybe she did like red. Explosion Human hadn't seen her. He was focusing on Icy Human. They were all acting very strange, piled on top of each other and running around the place. But Siren could wonder about that later. Right now, she could see her lots and lots of red numbers headband. Explosion Human had turned the headband around so the lots and lots of red numbers weren't facing Icy Human. That was very important, because it meant that Siren could very easily see it. She decided that she definitely liked numbers. She was still considering the color red. Loud Human was shouting lots, and Icy Human kept lunging at her lots and lots of red numbers headband. Explosion Human fiddled with it, turning it so Siren could see the knot holding it together. Yes, Siren was very good at undoing things. And so, she grasped the headband with her talons and flew away with it. There was lots and lots of shouting then. She flew over the arena and back to her human. who grasped the lots and lots of red numbers headband, pulled it around his head, and "Time's up," and all the humans roared. And her human was grinning. That was good. She should steal things more often. She would do anything for her human. Her human was green. Green was Siren's favorite color. What a turn of events. Present Mike screamed across the arena. Koji Koda, his quirk, and a voice. He can talk to and command any animal he wishes. Well, he sure is lucky that someone can't keep their bird in check. Midoriya tried not to flinch and arouse suspicion. Shinszo smirked as Midoriya clambered down from his cavalry battle positioning, grinning broadly. And with that, the second round is officially over, continued Present Mike. Now, let's take a look at who our top 4 teams are. Midoriya pulled off the 10 million point headband as he gazed around at the ice-covered stadium. In first place, Team Midoriya. Who would have thought that the team with only one hero course student in it would come out on top? Shinszo grinned as Hatsune frantically pulled her various gadgets from him, muttering manically about her next move in the sports festival. In second place, Team Bakugo. Deku, you're freaking dead. Kakin yelled from across the pitch, grasping his remaining headbands with one hand and letting off menacing explosions from the other. Midoriya signed with shaking hands. In third place we have Team Todoroki. So close, yet so far. And now Todoroki too glared at Midoriya's team from a distance. And in fourth place is Team Uraraka, scraping in ahead of Team Tetsu despite being frozen in place. Being able to nab points without moving sure was helpful. Midoriya sighed, turning to Koda as he signed. Koda quickly replied. Now he'd gotten over the shock of having attention drawn to him by Present Mike. Midoriya smiled. Shinszo smirked, added Midoriya. That was when Siren swooped down and snatched the 10 million point headband from where it had been hanging loosely around Midoriya's arm. What's your bird doing now? Shinszo questioned, raising an eyebrow. Siren simply chirped at the 3 of them and took off towards the stands. She's leaving, Shinszo acknowledged, watching the bird disappear off with the headband trailing behind her. She's leaving with the 10 million points, Midoriya corrected, doing nothing but watch her disappear. Well, that's gone then. These 4 valiant teams will advance on to the final round, Present Mike proclaimed. Oh, and what's this? We have an odd number. That means one member of our 5th place crew, Team Tetsu, will be joining us. We should get out of here before something bad happens, Shinszo warned Midoriya, glancing over to the distant figure of Kakin, grinding his teeth and glaring menacingly at him. Now, let's take an hour lunch break before we start the afternoon festivities. See ya soon. Come on. Shinszo grabbed a hold of Midoriya's wrist and dragged him towards the student exit. Midoriya waved goodbye to a confused Koda as he went. No bothering to protest against Shinszo as the 2 hurried away from the arena. They joined the steady stream of students already making their exit. After dropping off the remaining headband, they hurried towards the cafeteria unnoticed. A specialized exit from the arena led the students away from the crowds of the sports festival and back to the main school. At least, that was what normally happened. If, however, the audience was particularly keen and were fast enough to get down from the stands, they could hover either side of the barricaded pathway for the competitors. It rarely happened, particularly for the first years. However, this seemed to be just one of those years. Come on, Canary, yelled someone from the crowds. We know you're in there, added another with equal enthusiasm. Midoriya trailed close behind Shinszo, ducking his head, desperate not to be seen. Present Mike had purposely not brought up the factor of Canary in the last round. Of course, there were only 2 students who remained that fit the bill for the radio star at all, Midoriya and Shinszo. Other than Hatsune, who was female anyway, the 2 of them were the only ones not in the hero course. So, it wouldn't be hard to assume that, if Canary had made it into the finals, then it was obviously one of the 2 of them. Then again, Canary could have not made it through. But Present Mike had thought of that possibility too. As Midoriya and Shinszo filed away from the stadium, he could still hear his teacher's voice ringing out. Just a heads up for you all, he began. Thank Team Tetsu for letting their leader from Class 1B through into the final round. Yeah, what sportsmanship. Hey, Eraser, don't you think it's weird that only 4 competitors remain that aren't in your class? Not at all. Class 1B had a good strategy, overarching the entire competition, but it fell through in the end. I don't think many of us are surprised by this outcome. But what about the students not from the hero course? Having 3 is certainly out of the ordinary. Speak for yourself. 2 of them are from your class. My general studies class, you mean. What about your radio kid? Hey, Midoriya, said Shinszo, stopping in his tracks and gazing back to the stadium as Midoriya walked right into him. They're talking about us. Well, we've seen his bird. Not sure about Canary himself though. Maybe next year, but we'll just have to wait and see. Shinszo frowned. Midoriya hesitated, mulling it over in his mind as Present Mike continued to yell about the availabilities of food for the members of the audience, and for himself. It's technically not a lie. He said he wasn't sure if you would reveal yourself. Hey, keep moving, would you? exclaimed a kid from another class. Midoriya jumped, signed sorry, and then ushered Shinszo forwards. They had been blocking up the pathway by standing still and signing to each other. Consequently, they weren't able to communicate again until they were finally in the lunch queue. Midoriya had pulled his headphones back over his ears, blocking out the consistently loud chatter. He'd yet to put his support item into proper use, and with Present Mike's words, he wondered if he would be able to at all. Shinszo tapped on his shoulder. Shinszo insisted as they reached the front of the line. You need the energy. He ended up ordering 2 of whatever he'd chosen. Midoriya hadn't been paying attention. Not that he could hear what Shinszo had ordered anyway with the headphones on. Shinszo thrust a tray in his hands. Midoriya wobbled and barely managed to keep the bowl of steaming rice balanced. Shinszo ended up paying for both of them. They often did that. Taking alternate goes to pay. It made life just that little bit simpler. Eventually, they sat down in the emptiest corner they could find. Midoriya gazed around the dining hall. Shinszo raised an eyebrow at him. That's what you think is strange? Midoriya smiled meekly, pawing at his rice with his chopsticks. Shinszo sighed. He had to do it twice because Midoriya didn't look up the first time he said it. Midoriya just shrugged. Putting down his chopsticks, he replied. Shinszo hesitated, clearly uncertain of how to reply. He took a large bite of his food. Midoriya furrowed his brow, unsure of what Shinszo could have meant. Damn it, what was it? He murmured after he swallowed his mouthful. Right, you're not nervous, you're excited. Midoriya felt a small smile spreading across his face. He tended to imagine the voice of whoever was conversing in sign language with him, and he couldn't help but think of Present Mike's when Shinszo said those words, which was rather funny. Such an eccentric voice really didn't match Shinszo at all. Midoriya shoved some rice in his mouth to stop himself from laughing. Shinszo blinked at him, clearly a little bewildered as to why such a simple phrase cheered him up so much. So, he just nodded, stared at his food for a moment or so, and then decided to follow Midoriya's lead and actually start eating. Excuse me. Midoriya and Shinszo looked up. Midoriya with his mouth full to the brim with rice and Shinszo with his next bite halfway there. Midoriya pulled off his headphones, letting them hang loose around his neck as he frowned at the guy who had made the sudden exclamation. The entire cafeteria gradually fell silent as someone clambered on top of a table right in the middle of the room. Some of his friends laughed and pulled at his ankles in hopes to get him down. But he was having none of it. Right, so, he continued, clapping his hands briefly to grasp the attention of anyone who had failed to notice him the first time around. We all know Canary's out of the sports festival. Midoriya gulped and Shinszo dropped his rice back in his bowl. So, come on man, tell us who the heck you are, he exclaimed. Midoriya didn't recognize him, although he could have been from Class 1D, or perhaps the business or support courses. You can't just hold out on us for another year. Come on, we know you're in here. One of his friends tried pulling him down off the table again, but he wrestled free. Come on, Canary, give us a wave. Midoriya tore his eyes away and returned to his food. Shinszo glanced between him and the guy on the table, who was now trying to start the chant, "We want Canary." This was stupid, ridiculous, even. Midoriya felt his cheeks flush red with anger. How dare he do something like that? And then, the chant had stopped with a yell and a clatter. Midoriya looked up in surprise, as the hall rang out with laughter. The student was still standing on the table, but he'd accidentally kicked an empty tray to the floor in panic, as he tried to duck and evade the swooping figure of Little Green Bird. Midoriya probably should have found some way to call her off, but he couldn't help his growing smile as Siren continuously dive-bombed the guy. The red and white headband she had previously stolen still trailing along behind her like a victory flag as she chirped furiously. I love that stupid little bird, Shinszo whispered, shaking his head in disbelief. He'd only known her for a few hours, and she'd already won him over. How Siren hadn't been bought by someone else before Midoriya was beyond him. When he had finally managed to get off the table, everyone cheered, and Siren took off jubilantly into the air, now doing triumphant laps of the dining hall. Maybe we should stop her, Shinszo pointed out. Maybe, Midoriya replied. But they still did nothing. Eventually, Siren flew off into the corridors of UA after a failed capture attempt, with the 10 million point headband still stubbornly in tow. With that chaos over and done with, Shinszo and Midoriya tidied away their trays and hurried back towards the stadium. It was amazing how quickly an hour could pass with the weight of their future bearing down on them. But considering the wording of Present Mike's announcement, it's unclear as to whether the up-and-coming radio star, Canary, did advance to the final round of this year's UA Sports Festival. Midoriya blinked at the reporter, standing right by the student entrance to the arena. Although the fact remains that somewhere in this huddle of students, now returning to the stadium for this afternoon's events, Canary still remained, and might possibly still use this year's sports festival as a chance to reveal his true identity, perhaps in the extra events before the tournament round. Shinszo nudged him with a sly smirk. Midoriya shot a look back at him. and then grinned wildly at the camera before the reporter, hoping the slightest glimpse his face would momentarily appear in the footage for the world to perhaps look back on. It's almost time for the last round. Present Mike cried excitably as Midoriya and Shinszo followed the other students back into the spotlight. But before that, good news for everyone who didn't make the finals. Since this is a sports festival, we prepared some super fun side games everyone can participate in. After they're over, the 16 students from our top teams will be digging it out, one-on-one in a tournament-style fighting competition. The first years gathered around in the center of the arena, with the 16 finalists, including Midoriya and Shinszo, stood near the front, close to the stage that Midnight was standing on. She was holding a large yellow box, labeled lots. "Come closer and we'll draw lots to see who you're up against," she explained. "Then enjoy the pleasure of the recreational games before we start." The 16 finalists have the option of participating in those activities or sitting out to prepare for battle. I'm sure you all want to conserve your stamina. Getting down off her raised platform, she marched confidently straight towards Midoriya. "I'll start with the first place team." Midoriya felt his muscles seize up as the cameras turned towards him and Midnight thrust the box in his direction. She saw his panic and smiled warmly, shaking the box about a bit. Swallowing his fear, Midoriya somehow managed to raise his stiff arm and reach inside the box, pulling out a small piece of folded paper. But before he could open it, Midnight snatched it back off him, unfolded it herself, nodded and then turned to Shinszo, who then followed the same pattern of choosing an opponent without knowing who it could have been. Midnight did this for all of Midoriya's team, as well as all of Kaken's, but then no one else. There was a terribly tense silence as she put her hand to her ear, communicating with whoever was on the other side of her earpiece. Hidden beneath her mane of hair. "Take a look at the bracket, my dears," she exclaimed once the organization was finally over. Said bracket then appeared on the screens surrounding the stadium, finally revealing who would be facing who. "These are your opponents." The crowd cheered, but Midoriya blocked them out without needing to pull his headphones over his head again. All he could hear was a faint buzzing noise as he stared up at the screen. "Kaminari. Wait, who was that? Looks like I'll be facing you in the semifinals," Shinszo scoffed, his voice cutting through the madness. Shame. Would have been better if 2 general studies students made it all the way to the final match. He let his eyes drift over to whoever Shinszo was facing. He was the first match against Gyro. Midoriya questioned. Shinszo confirmed. "Sorry, Koda, but you're going down," Mina exclaimed assuredly. Koda looked about as nervous as Midoriya. Although Midoriya secretly hoped he wouldn't be using Siren this time around. He'd hate for Mina to melt her. "Oh, hey, wait, Midoriya," said Mina, hurrying over to him. "I didn't realize you were in the finals. How could you not?" Shinszo gaped, his tone of voice dripping with more venom than Mina could ever hope to imitate. "We won the cavalry battle." Mina frowned at him. "Yeah, but I didn't really realize it was this Midoriya, no offense." Midoriya furrowed his brow. What did she mean by that? "Ah, wait, you're that Midoriya. The quirkless, mute one, right?" interjected that blonde electric guy, who had now appeared beside Mina. "Hey, man, I'm Denki Kaminari," he finished, holding out his hand for Midoriya to shake. Midoriya would have taken it if Shinszo hadn't knocked his hand out of the way in the last second. "He'll just shock you," he signed, glaring at the hero students as he did so. Kaminari exchanged a glance with Mina. Pulling a weird face, he turned back to Shinszo. "You must be Shinszo, right? That general studies guy from the halls that other day." Shinszo glared at him. "I'm sick and tired of being just that general studies guy. And I'm sure Midoriya's pretty fed up of being the quirkless, mute one." Midoriya didn't meet Kaminari's gaze as Shinszo said those words. "It's time for us to make our mark. Come on, Midoriya," he snarled, and began to march away, his hands in his pockets. Midoriya hesitated, looking back at the small gathering of hero students with a weak, apologetic smile. But, Kaminari, where had Midoriya heard that name before? "Hey, if it makes you feel any better, I'll just be giving you a quick shock and it'll be over with," Kaminari said confidently, holding up his hand with a crackle of electricity to demonstrate. Midoriya's eyes grew wide. "And your quirks to do with singing?" "What?" Uraraka squealed excitably, bouncing up and down as she and Midoriya walked up to school. "That sounds so cool." Well, it's a little tricky to get my head around," Midoriya had stammered in reply. "Everyone's quirks have their difficulties," Uraraka insisted. I have to sleep with mittens so I don't float anything. Ida has to drink gallons of orange juice to get his engines working properly. There's a guy in my class called Kaminari. He has an electric quirk which short-circuits his brain if he uses too much voltage at once." "Oh," Midoriya let a smile grow across his expression. Kaminari's quickly faded. "What?" he frowned. "Hatsum, make us hover again, quickly," Midoriya had cried during the cavalry battle. "What the heck?" Shinszo gaped, watching every other team cry out in pain as they were shocked by Kaminari's quirk. We're not grounded, Midoriya hastily explained. That means we can't be electrocuted. As long as we keep our feet off the ground, he can't hurt us. Though, Midoriya's smile grew wider, and without an answer, he turned on his heel and ran after Shinszo. He could distantly hear Kaminari's voice as he hurried away. Should I be worried? Maybe he should have been, but for once, Midoriya wasn't. As President Mike's voice continued to bellow across the stadium, Shinszo and Midoriya were sitting side by side in one of the waiting rooms, with Midoriya's sketch of the tournament bracket laid out before them. Shinszo sighed. Everyone's so focused on looking for you during the side games that they've missed the bigger picture. Midoriya stared at the piece of paper before him. He'd started annotating it, and it had gotten a little manic. He'd also just realized Shinszo's handwriting was near to illegible. Canary's strategy sheet. What did you do to my bird drawing? Midoriya frowned. I gave it talons, Shinszo grinned. Whatever they are, they're not talons. They look like arms or crooked forks. Shut up, they're amazing. Look, Siren has her headband now. Let me borrow your red pen so I can add the numbers. Wait, no, that's 10 million. It was 10,615. Technicalities. We won with those technicalities. We would have won with just 10 million. Midoriya couldn't think of an adequate response, so Shinszo instead started doodling elsewhere on the paper instead. Midoriya grabbed his red pen back and immediately scribbled out Shinszo's edition of "and then I win" to their strategy sheet. Are you saying I'm not going to win? Shinszo queried with a quirked eyebrow. No, I am not. I'm just, you didn't let me draw the arrow to say that you'd be in the final. And it's going to be one of us, so it might not be. Midoriya protested, waving his arms about frantically as he spoke. I might not beat Ada-O or you might not defeat Todoroki. Shinszo retorted smugly. They might after your fight against Gyro. Midoriya pointed out. Or President Mike might announce your quirk. He's been doing that for the hero students so everyone understands what they can do, so. My pessimism is rubbing off on you, Shinszo sighed, sinking back in his chair. Midoriya pouted at him. Well, if I get into the F final, it's not going to end. Well, because you think Bakugo's going to be against you, realized Shinszo, glancing back at the arrow on the brackets. They'd been debating for a while as to who would most likely beat who. Eventually it was concluded that it would be Bakugo, coming out on top and making it to the final round. Biting his lip, Midoriya picked up his pen and added a new note next to Shinszo's crossed out one. And then I die. Shinszo snapped up his own pen and quickly drew a line through it. Midoriya slammed his forehead on the table. Shinszo pulled the paper out from underneath him. He was busy adding random, snarky comments and adding to Midoriya's scribbles. When Midoriya decided enough was enough, knocking the pen from Shinszo's hand before he was able to finish writing "When is a shadow not dark" beneath Takoyami's quirk name. Now it just read, "When is a Tokoyami." Midoriya, you're going to be fine, Shinszo insisted as Midoriya picked up the red pen and started writing all along the top of the page, which just turned into an indecipherable squiggle by the end. Shinszo confiscated the red pen. Midoriya signed for the second time that day. Shinszo threatened. Midoriya narrowed his eyes at him, and then reached for the only pen that remained in his possession. In the middle of the page, he wrote, "How to get into the hero course 101-1 don't die." Good, that's an improvement, Shinszo smirked, before picking up his own pen and adding, "To kill Bakugo." Midoriya quickly crossed that out, and then took the red pen back and crossed it out a second time, before finishing with, "To don't let anyone die." Shinszo grinned. The final thing written on that mess of a strategy sheet was, "Basic Hero Essentials," before Midoriya folded it up and shoved it, along with the pens, back in his backpack. "See you in the semi-finals, then," said Shinszo, wandering towards the door. "And not back in the stands after you've finished?" Midoriya frowned. Shinszo rolled his eyes as he left. "You know what I mean." Midoriya just watched as Shinszo walked out of sight, his footsteps echoing through the cold, concrete corridors. Once even his shadow had completely faded, Midoriya pulled the strap of his backpack further up his shoulder and ran in the opposite direction. Each of the 11 first-year classes, Atake, had their own set of seats in the stands, separated from the main audience. They really did have front-row seats. There were 2 sets of stairs leading up to them, one from either side, and then a long corridor that ran along behind the seats. Each class were only separated from each other by thin stone walls. Midoriya sprinted as fast as he could past the back of Class 1A's seating area, and didn't slow down at 1B's either, only skidding to a halt at his own section, with the rest of Class 1 degrees Celsius. "Midoriya," exclaimed Ochai as he hurried into view, "where have you been?" She insisted. He was about to sign an excuse in reply, but she waved it off. Rhetorical question. "Not like I'm good enough at sign language to understand you anyway," she sighed. "But you were almost late." "Come on, Quirkless wonder," exclaimed Kisho. His fringe had grown a little longer again, but it still looked like someone had put a bowl on his head and cut around it. Shinszo often pointed that out in their secret sign conversations. "We saved you a seat near the front." "Yeah, you deserve it, making it into the finals," added Kisho's twin sister, Kana. Not that he'll last long, Kaneko protested, her cattail twitching as she spoke. He's against the electric dude, remember? And they're back to talking as if Midoriya wasn't there. With a sigh, he trudged down the steps and fell into the seat furthest from everybody else, plonking his rucksack on the chair next to him to save a space for Shinszo. Hey sports fans, are you ready? Present Mike suddenly exclaimed. It made Midoriya jump. He pulled his headphones on to block out some of the sound as the crowd erupted into cheers. It was much louder now he was up close to them. After all the action you've already seen, it's time for the real battles to begin. Can you feel the excitement? Yes, he could still hear him through his headphones. That's how loud it was. Midoriya felt sorry for all the members of the audience who had been suffering through this ordeal the entire time. Our competitors are on their own now. Sometimes heroes have only themselves to rely on. Heart, strength, skill, wisdom, courage. They'll have to use all of these things to rise to the top. Midoriya gulped, gazing down at the concrete arena before him. Shinszo was down there, standing alone as he waited for the match to begin. And I know it sounds super cheesy, but remember that it's the taking part that counts. The sheer determination of our competitors is what sets them apart from the others. Those who truly try their very hardest are the ones who deserve their place in UAS Hero Course. Midoriya wondered how much of that was directed at him as he unfolded his strategy sheet once more, his hand struggling to hold his pen steady. This match would be over quickly, no matter who came out on top. But you've heard me talk long enough. Let's finally cut to the good stuff and not delay these finals any longer. From each corner of the pitch, columns of flames dramatically erupted, and Midoriya's mentor appeared on the screen facing him. There were a few drones buzzing around the place. One flew to one side of the pitch, and one to the other, zooming in on the two participants of the first battle. The video they caught was shown on the screen next to the one showing Present Mike, so the audience could easily see what was going on, close up or far away. Welcome out first fighters, Present Mike exclaimed, his face disappearing to reveal images of both Gyro and Shinszo, and a large versus sign between them. No way those earplugs get tangled in her pocket. It's Kyoka Gyro from the Hero Course. The camera panned over to Gyro as she marched confidently into the arena. Midoriya didn't miss the way she twitched her brow when Present Mike made that comment. Versus Hitoshi Shinszo from General Studies, who really hasn't done anything to stand out yet. Midoriya's heart was beating so loud that he started considering taking his headphones off so it could be drowned out by the crowd's roar. The rules are simple. Immobilize your opponent or force them out of the ring. You can also win by getting the other person to cry uncle. Ready, begin. So, you can just give up, alright. Shinszo glared as soon as Present Mike's ready echoed across the stadium. Gyro pulled a bewildered face at him, but she didn't reply. I need this more than you do. Can't you lose for me? Begin. Gyro scoffed, stepping forwards, about to charge. Fat chance. You don't. Shinszo smiled, and that's it, I win. She stopped, her earplugs dropping to her side limply as her eyes blanked over. Hey, Present Mike called out. What's going on here? The fight has just begun, but Kyoka Gyro is completely frozen. And what's with that look on her face? Could this be a quirk at work? Midoriya felt kind of bad for Gyro, but she was already in the hero course. Shinszo deserved this win. This is a perfect example of why the entrance exam isn't rational. Midoriya frowned, knocking his headphones off his ears. It was Eraserhead, the last man to get into the hero course through the sports festival. Since we're on to the individual matches, I had some information compiled about our final competitors. He gulped. Did that mean Mr. Aizawa was holding information on Midoriya too? Shinszo failed the practical exam to get into the hero course. Since he also applied for general studies, he probably figured that would happen. Eraserhead continued to talk about the entrance exam, about the robots and Shinszo's disadvantage. On the screen, Midoriya could see Shinszo grit his teeth in frustration, and then finally spit some words at Gyro. Her starry-eyed expression remained as such as she slowly turned and began to hobble away, dragging her feet as she went. What? Huh? Present Mike exclaimed melodramatically. What's this? Gyro is obeying him. Midoriya turned to the other members of Class 1 degrees Celsius, who continued to gape down at the two competitors with wide eyes. Hitoshi Shinszo, his quirk, brainwashing. When his opponent answers a question, it flips a switch in their mind, forcing them to do whatever he says. Not every question does it though, he only brainwashes when he wants to. Midoriya blinked up at Present Mike. Oh no, he explained Shinszo's quirk. He looked back down at his strategy sheet. Shinszo was against Todoroki next. This might not work out quite the way they'd planned. I know I said his quirk seemed creepy as hell, Kaneko whispered from the back of Class 1 degrees Celsius stand. But that's actually pretty amazing. Midoriya smiled. It sure was an incredible quirk. And Jiros walked right out of the ring. The hero student stopped, blinking, the light returning to her eyes, and she glanced frantically around her. She turned on her heel and shouted panically at Shinszo as Midnight exclaimed, "Gyro is out of bounds." Shinszo advances to the next match. "Come on, guys, let's congratulate him," Hisho exclaimed, leaping to his feet. Not everyone followed, even Midoriya, for a moment, because he was so stunned that any of his classmates would actually think to do such a thing. Eventually, he got up too, and ran after the 5 who had left. Gyro was ushered back into the ring, and both her and Shinszo bowed to in respect as Midoriya and the others rushed out of sight. He caught a glimpse of Gyro's expression though. She was frustrated, that much was obvious. But her sly smile made Midoriya realize that their budding friendship wasn't quite over yet. In fact, it was only just beginning. As Shinszo walked down from the stage and towards the exit, Midoriya and the others had made it to the stands right above him. Some of the pro heroes laughed as Matsumoto called out to him, "You were awesome out there, Shinszo." Ochai smiled and waved at him. "We're proud of you. You didn't tell us you were that good," added Takabona. Hisho laughed. "Yeah, you're the star of our program." "I can't believe you've only used your quirk once before on Kaneko," said Watanabe. "Where were you when we needed her to shut up?" "Hey." Shinszo smiled at them, a real, genuine smile. Midoriya leaned over the wall so he could definitely see him. "Listen to them," exclaimed Matsumoto, unaware that Midoriya was talking too. Midoriya turned to the per heroes behind him, whilst Shinszo strained to hear too. He decided to sign their words to make sure Shinszo knew what they were saying. "Shinszo, did you get that?" Matsumoto beamed. "It's great," added Watanabe. "They think you're incredible." Shinszo signed to Midoriya, grinning widely. "What did he say?" Takabana questioned Midoriya. "He can't answer you, idiot," snapped Ochai. She turned back to Shinszo. "Come on up and talk to us. We'll help you strategize for your next match." Midoriya waved at him one last time, and the 6 of them finally hurried back to their seating area. Shinszo reappeared moments later, and they all cheered. It had been a while since Shinszo looked so happy. Perhaps the last was when Midoriya spoke to him for the first time. "Too much standing around." Midoriya actually yelped at Present Mike's sudden exclamation, which made the rest of his class laugh, as Shinszo pushed his bag off the seat next to him and sat down. "Now, welcome to the ring, our next players," Midoriya reminded Shinszo. "We already know who's going to win. He's got skills, but at the expense of some really creepy elbows. From the hero course, it's Hanta Zero." Cruel, Kana muttered. "Versus someone who's been front-running this entire competition so far. He's way too strong for his own good, and rightfully got onto the hero course based on recommendations. It's Shouto Todoroki." Midoriya leaned forward, desperate to see as much as possible. Yes, he was pretty sure Todoroki would come out on top. If Shinszo was defeated, then there was a possibility that Midoriya would come to face him too. He needed every asset he could get. Analyzing Todoroki's quirk was his first step. And now for the second match of the finals. Ready, begin. The match ended in less than 20 seconds. Midoriya was very much not leaning forward after that. In fact, both he and Shinszo had their backs pressed right against their seats in shock, edging away from the bombardment of ice as much as they possibly could. Midoriya slowly signed. Shinszo didn't reply. "Zero has been immobilized. Todoroki advances to the second round," Midnight announced. There was no cheer at first. Everyone was frozen. As some of the audience started yelling "nice try" to Todoroki's victim, Midoriya leant around the ice to see Todoroki begin to melt it. So, he was right. Todoroki could use fire. It would make sense, as the son of the flame hero, Endeavor, for him to have such a power. Everything about Todoroki seemed to scream that he had a dual ability, half hot, half cold. And the ice, it only covered the left side of Todoroki's body now he had used it. Yes, an equal split down his middle, like his hair and eyes and that scar. Something was wrong here, very wrong. Why hadn't Todoroki used his fire offensively? Or, even defensively? It could have been such a huge asset in the previous rounds. Midoriya bit his lip as Present Mike announced that they would have to take a short break as they removed the sheer volume of ice. But after that, Shinszo signed. Midoriya could see his hand movements in his peripheral vision, but he just couldn't take his eyes away from Todoroki. For some reason, in that moment, he just looked so sad to him. And Midoriya knew what that felt like. He had to do this. He had to beat Kaminari, and then whoever came out on top of Ida's and Hatsume's match too. If Todoroki defeated Shinszo, then Midoriya had to be the person to fight him next. He just wanted to help him, somehow. Midoriya had never been very good with words. But maybe things were different now. "Gee, good luck, Midoriya," stammered Ochai as he got to his feet, struggling to get past the ice that had obstructed his way out. "Yeah, good luck," repeated Matsumoto. He nodded at them, and slowly made his way down from the stands. There was no need to hurry. He took a deep breath as he stood waiting in the corridor before the stadium. The air was cold. Midoriya untangled the wire hanging from his headphones, and then rearranged the device that had been hiding beneath his shirt for the beginning of the sports festival. Strapping it on top of the fabric, he turned it on, and flicked through his arsenal for the one he had prepared for, the song he was so thankful for, one of the ones which started it all. He listened to it far too many times before he heard Present Mike's voice ring out, halfway through his song. "Welcome back to the finals, everyone. Sorry for that long wait." Midoriya gulped again. He had been thinking, and no, he wouldn't activate his microphone the first time around. One step at a time. The insane amount of ice. "Tweet, tweet, Siren," Midoriya exclaimed, turning on his heel to see the Canary sitting before the small pile of cloth that was the headband which she refused to give back. "What are you doing here?" "Tweet, I have to go on now, and no, you can't help me this time. I have to do this alone. The only match you're allowed to help with is quotas, but be careful with that." "Chirp. Why you have to stay here and wait until I get back, or go and see Shinszo?" "Okay," Midoriya insisted, making sure his headphones were fastened securely around his neck. He wasn't going to be wearing them this time around. He didn't need the music. He didn't need the power to last long or be that strong. He'd practiced this particular ability enough for it to activate quickly and for him to be good at controlling it. But he had his playlist ready, just in case something went wrong. "It's time to welcome new competitors. See you soon." "Okay," Midoriya said to Siren, and then with one final, deep breath, he stepped out into the arena. "It's the boy with the electric personality, Denki Kaminari from the Hero Course, Class 1A. Present Mike exclaimed as Midoriya's opponent stepped up onto the pitch, smiling confidently. "Versus our resident genius, with some of the highest scores in UA history on our theoretical papers. It's Izuku Midoriya from General Studies, Class 1 degrees Celsius. Like I said, it'll be over in 2 seconds," Kaminari exclaimed, giving Midoriya a thumbs up as he reached the top of the stairs to the raised stage. This was it, he was finally here. Ready? Like Shinszo said, it was time for him to make his mark and go beyond. "Begin, plus ultra. Like I said, it'll be over in 2 seconds, insisted Kaminari, brimming with confidence and an easy smile. "Ready?" Present Mike's voice boomed. Midoriya could feel his heart thumping manically within his chest. He assumed a position similar to that of someone beginning a race, his eyes focused and mind determined. This would all be a matter of timing. "Begin." Kaminari raised his hands in the air, buzzing with growing static. "Sorry about this." It all happened very quickly, as electricity spread quickly towards Midoriya. He took 2 big steps forward and leapt into the air. "Wings, hurts. Wrap your wings around." And he took to the sky, the familiar feeling of his wings spreading out behind him as he shot straight upwards, the wind ruffling his feathers and blowing the hair from his face. Wrap your wings, he sang. The stadium was far below him now. He'd gotten a little carried away. Spreading his wingspan to its fullest extent, he came to a halt just before a camera drone, set to hover way above the arena, likely to film attacks like Todoroki's from earlier. He smiled widely at it, before snapping his wings closed and plummeting back towards the earth. Oh, how Midoriya loved to fly. Midoriya was still singing, almost humming, as he heard the yells and screams of the crowd around him. Present Mike hadn't said anything yet. He got rather close to the ground before he threw open his wingspan once more, catching himself in the air to rocket towards Kaminari. A beat of Midoriya's wings sent a gust blowing his opponent's hair from his face as Midoriya's feet touched the ground. He was now standing right in front of Kaminari, but he made no flinch, nor movement to indicate a further fight. He looked rather frazzled as he swayed side to side. Midoriya stopped singing. He was breathing heavily, adrenaline still rushing through his veins from the thrill that a flight always gave him. His wings remained still, spread out widely either side of him. Midoriya smiled. He had been right. Kaminari had overused his quirk, and he now stood before him, completely short-circuited. Cautiously, Midoriya tapped his forehead. He got the slightest static shock, but nothing more. With further confidence, he grasped Kaminari's shoulders, twisted him around, and pushed him towards the edge of the arena. As Kaminari tripped over his own feet and faceplanted the concrete on the other side of the borderline, Midoriya was dragged back to reality with an ear-piercing yell. "Why, Present Mike screamed. Midoriya just grimaced at Kaminari's fallen form as the sound rang out. Kaminari is out of bounds. Midoriya advances to the next round. Midnight exclaimed, unable to suppress the smile on her face as she announced as such. "Are you okay?" Midoriya stammered nervously, pulling Kaminari back to his feet, almost hitting him on the head with one of his wings in the process. "Yeah," the electric boy replied in a dazed expression. There was a robotic stretcher which arrived to take Kaminari away to Recovery Girl, perhaps in hope that she could do something about his quirk overusage, or at least give him a place to recovery quietly. "Wait, I don't understand my information," Midoriya heard Eraserhead protest. Added to the sound of rustling paper, it was clear that he was glancing through his compiled information in utter bewilderment. "Your information's out of date," Present Mike replied enthusiastically. Realizing he was still standing in the middle of the sports festival arena, Midoriya decided this was as good a time as any to make his move and run as quickly as he could back towards the exit. "Izuku Midoriya." His quirk, living melody, continued Midoriya's teacher. When he sings a song, it can give him a specialized power-up that lasts the duration of his singing. Isn't that cool? His wings were definitely falling apart now, sending fading green feathers drifting away behind him as Midoriya hurried towards the steps down from the raised pitch. Hey Canary! Midoriya, in surprise, stumbled and fell down the stairs. He was forced to do a flip to avoid slamming his head into the hard concrete. He landed expertly and turned to glare at Present Mike's commentary box. We want to hear you sing next time. Midoriya wavered, before grinning sheepishly at him and then continuing to hurry towards the exit, where Siren sat waiting for him dutifully, singing merrily herself. Don't you walk away from me. Class 1 stared. Of course, a good proportion of them had already encountered Midoriya at one point or another, whether it was because they knew the truth, or because they'd met him during lunch period or heard Uraraka speaking out about the timid, quirkless boy in general studies. Mina was the first to break the silence. But what? She cried, pulling at her horns. There's no way. Midoriya can't possibly be. Wait, isn't that the same guy from outside our class the other day? Frowned Sato, the one who tried pushing that brainwashing dude out of the way. Uraraka. Mina yelled. How dare you keep this from us? She just laughed. I only figured it out, like, a week ago. To be fair, he's not very good at keeping secrets. Despite hardly being able to talk, Gyro smirked. You knew too. She figured it out before me. Uraraka laughed sheepishly. And then we told Ida before he could listen to the radio and recognize Midoriya's voice. Wait, Mina had leapt to her feet now, standing on her chair to gaze at them all, awestruck. He talks to you. He doesn't lack the ability to speak. Gyro rolled her eyes. He's selectively mute. So, what? He chooses to be mute to me but not you lot. Don't you think that is rather disrespectful, Ashido? Exclaimed Ida. Besides, I fail to recall a situation where the two of you have even had the chance to converse. I go to the same dance class as him. She protested, putting her hands on her hips. Now who's keeping secrets? Gaped Zero. He'd only just returned from recovery girls after being frozen solid by Todoroki. You and Canary go to the same dance class. Well, I didn't know that, did I? Wait, is the secret the fact that Mina goes to dance class or the fact that Midoriya also goes to a dance class? Frowned Uraraka. Both. Zero replied. Shouldn't we be freaking out over the fact that Canary is right there? Mina cried. And we know him. He could be our future classmate. Anything's better than Mainta, Yaoyorozu sighed. Ada had left at this point, ready for his match against that freaky support class girl. Speaking of which, oh my god, we're going to have to fight him. Mina suddenly realized, collapsing back into her seat beside Momo. I don't get it, what's his quirk? Kirishima sighed. Present Mike didn't explain it very well. Has he talked to you guys about it? Mina questioned, turning to Gyro, who was sitting directly behind her. Not really, she replied. You don't just get over being mute all of a sudden. He takes a while to warm up to you. We started talking about quirks, Uraraka remembered. Oh, but then I stopped him in case we ended up facing each other in the sports festival, she moaned. Mina groaned loudly. I guess we'll just have to watch his next match carefully. Isn't your fight after this one? Pointed out Tsuyu. Oh, right, Mina exclaimed, jumping to her feet and swiveling around to grin menacingly at Koda. I bet that bird didn't hang around long, huh? Koda blinked at her, and then whispered in that squeaky voice of his, actually, that was Canary's bird. Oh no. Scooping Siren off the ground, Midoriya finally hurried around a corner and disappeared from view. Only then could he truly appreciate what had just happened. With wide eyes and a heavily beating heart, he leant against the wall and sank to the floor. I did it, he breathed, staring down at Siren. I actually did it. Tweet, tweet, she exclaimed, actually hopping up and down in his hands. He actually felt rather sick. He could feel the acid creeping up the back of his throat. Oh my god, I did it. Now everyone knew. Everyone. Midoriya could still hear Present Mike as he confirmed that yes, that was Canary, and no, he wasn't quirkless. Eraserhead's information really was out of date. But none of the words processed in Midoriya's mind. All he could focus on was the blurred image of Siren as his breathing grew faster and faster and a ringing filled his head. Chirp. Midoriya blinked, eyes focusing in on Siren's tiny body properly again. Tweet, tweet. Thank you, Siren, he choked, his voice once more returning to barely a whisper. He sat there for a while, thinking. Siren soon decided that his hands weren't a good enough perch and flew back up to his head to nestle under his locks. What was he thinking about? Well, not much. Perhaps it was just the solitariness that he was enjoying. Okay, so, the world knows now. They know who I am, Midoriya told Siren. He was just staring at the wall now, knowing his bird was happily nestled on top of his head. Then again, they kind of already knew. The only different now is that they know my name and what I look like. Oh, and my quirk too, I guess. That bit's not that bad. Right. Cheap. Right. But, yeah, it's the people who knew me, not Canary, that I'm worried about. What will they say? What will they? Midoriya. He flinched dramatically. although Siren still managed to cling on as Midoriya scrambled to his feet. Hi, Ada, he stammered. Are you okay? Ada frowned. Oh yeah, just thinking, Midoriya replied awkwardly, kicking at the ground. Well, you did very well in that match. Let me be the first to say congratulations, he grinned. Thanks. And sorry about us stealing your T-team's headband back then, Midoriya added, pointing to Siren, who had been rather camouflaged against his hair. Oh, I see. Is that your Canary? Ada frowned, adjusting his. What is that? Yeah, Midoriya grimaced. Ada, what are you wearing? Ah yes, you remember Hatsum from your Cavalry battle team. Ada began to explain. Midoriya fiddled with the headphones hanging around his neck. Oh no, poor Ada. Well, she has requested of me to wear some of her inventions in order to keep the fight fair and promote them in the process, he announced happily, clearly quite pleased with his decision of helping Hatsum. Midoriya gulped. Gee, good luck then. And to you, Ada returned, holding out his hand for Midoriya to shake, which he did. If I win this, I will be facing you next. Midoriya hastily pulled his hand away. Ah, right, yes, I'll see why you then. Then, Ada nodded and turned to walk towards the entrance to the arena. Midoriya stood there in silence for a moment longer. Only when President Mike's voice boomed through the speakers, announcing the next match, did Midoriya begin to scamper his way up the stairs and back towards his seat. He hesitated at the top of the stairs. He was on the other side of the arena this time, so, thankfully, he wouldn't have to walk past the backs of the Hero Course students. However, it did mean he had to hurry past all the other classes. Midoriya pulled his headphones back over his head, being careful not to squash Siren in the process, and he walked at a brisk pace down the corridor along the seating arrangements. He was thankful to Hatsum in several ways. Firstly, for helping him make sure his headphones were at least remotely soundproof, and secondly, for being such a good distraction for the crowd and the other first-year students, so Midoriya could theoretically hurry past without many noticing. Unfortunately, this plan was not a complete success. Hey, isn't that Canary? Midoriya pretended not to hear them. Canary. Oh my gosh, it's him. I can't believe he's been hiding out amongst us for all this time. Didn't President Mike say he was like some super genius or something? Do you think he'd give me his autograph if I asked? He almost missed the entrance to his class seating area in his haste. No one noticed him at first. Some optimistic glimmer of hope at the back of his mind said that perhaps they would respect his boundaries, smile and wave encouragingly at him, but just leave him be as he went to take his place beside Shinszo, who currently had his hand over his face in disbelief as he barely watched Ada's and Hatsum's fight, which had just become a commercial for her gadgets at this point. It was Kaneko, with her cat-like senses, who picked up on Midoriya's presence first. She did a double take, before gasping and turning around in her chair to gaze at him with stars in her eyes. Midoriya, she exclaimed, causing the rest of their class to take notice to him too. Your Canary. Midoriya didn't say anything, only tensing his shoulders nervously as he wished that his wings had never faded, so he could take to the skies, never to be seen again. In the meantime, his class had suddenly leapt to their feet, scrambling out of the rows of chairs to surround him, wide smiles crossing their faces. I can't believe it, exclaimed Matsumoto. Dude, you are amazing, said Takabana. Kaneko was bouncing up and down. Seriously, why didn't you tell us? This is the coolest thing ever. Hey, do you think you could sign something for me so I can show my friends out of school? Questioned Kana. Midoriya blamed Shinszo for his brief moment of sass, when he then used sign language to say. Kana just blinked at him, completely missing the joke as Midoriya heard Shinszo snigger distantly. This makes, no sense, Kaneko scoffed, turning to her classmates, a few of which nodded dumbfoundedly in agreement. You're quirkless. And mute, Midoriya snapped, before slamming his hand over his mouth in surprise. He hadn't planned on that word tumbling out into reality. Gosh, things were awfully difficult with speaking. It was like he had a faucet which he couldn't control in terms of turning on and off, so it spewed water out everywhere at the unlikeliest of times. Shinszo grinned back at him, through a gap in the crowd around Midoriya, with that sadistic look of his. He put that in the past tense and you'd be correct, Midoriya added, completely astounded by himself, still rather desperate to get out of this situation. Midoriya started to push through the crowd, down towards Shinszo, but he was quickly halted by Ochai, who had grasped onto his wrist as he passed by. You can talk, she realized, a wide grin spreading across her face. How long have you been able to? Leave him alone, Shinszo interjected, still not getting up, but his smile had quickly faded. A short-lived silence fell between them, filled only by the excitable cries of Hatsum down in the arena. So, what, you just don't want to talk to us or something? Asked Kojima, who rarely spoke to any of his classmates anyway, the hypocrite. Midoriya's eyes widened in fright and he frantically shook his head. Talk to us then, added Kaneko, as curious as ever, despite the fact that Midoriya had already reached an all-time high in his word count towards them. Shinszo actually did get up now, ready to properly intervene as Midoriya opened his mouth to reply. Aye. he stammered, choking on even such a simple word. All of a sudden, that mental shutter slammed shut between his mind and his mouth as he began to panic about what his disappointed classmates could possibly be thinking. And suddenly it was hard to breathe. That feeling of bile rising up the back of his throat returned. He held his hands over his neck, tears pricking at the corner of his eyes in utter frustration of falling at such a pathetic social hurdle. Tweet, tweet. And the bird hopped down from the very top of his head, grasping into a particularly long strand of hair. Siren hung down so that her face was right before Midoriya. Sorry, Midoriya breathed, focusing all his attention on Siren's beady eyes. I don't. Words. Swiftly, Shinszo was there, pulling one of Midoriya's hands away from his throat and leading him down the stairs by his wrist. Who do you think will win then? Shinszo questioned as he pushed Midoriya down into his seat, ignoring the worried stares of their classmates. Midoriya's eyes slowly drifted from Siren's form, now hovering beside him, back towards the arena. Ida. But Hatsune has complete control of him, Shinszo scoffed, has this entire time. Midoriya furrowed his brow. What was wrong with him? It had never been like this before. Perhaps he should just fall back to sign language again. That would make things easier, right? But he needed the practice. It was okay, he was just talking to Shinszo. Shidi doesn't want to advance. Shinszo smiled at him, pulling out their strategy sheet. Midoriya had always been sure Ida would come out on top. Surely it would be better for her if she went on to win the sports festival with her creations. She won't. She can't, but Ida could. Yeah, but why would that be good for her? Midoriya took another deep breath and gazed down at Hatsune as she bragged about her many babies. Because if she shows that she is more than capable of defeating Ada, and then Ada goes on to win the festival, what does that say about her? It will more efficiently showcase her capabilities without having to risk losing or further damaging her gadgets. Shinszo frowned. Are you sure that's what her plan is? No, absolutely not. She probably just wants to use this as an advertisement and has no need to do anything more beyond that. Wait, I don't get it. Did you lie about being quirkless or something? Kaneko interjected from the back of the stands, pouting with her hands on her hips, her tail twitching in irritation. As Midoriya tensed up, Shinszo turned around and glared daggers at her. After a brief glance towards Watanabe, he said, "Can you do us all a favor and, for once in your life, shut up?" The girl gaped at him, clearly offended, her eyes flicking between Shinszo and Midoriya, who was vaguely watching the exchange out of the corner of his eye. Hey, She fell silent when Shinszo activated his quirk. No one dared continue the conversation after that, and they slowly but surely filed back to their seats. Hatsune stepped out of bounds. Midnight's voice rang out over the rather bewildered stadium as Hatsune's advertisement finally came to a close. So, Ada advances to the next round. Koda's next, Shinszo realized as the audience cheered, possibly in relief that it was over. Oh, right, Midoriya exclaimed. Oh, that was loud, he realized, gingerly placing a hand over his mouth and glancing nervously at Shinszo, who just smirked and shook his head in disbelief. They're probably going to want to move on to the next round pretty quickly because of how long Hatsune and Ida took, Shinszo realized. He was quickly proved right. And the thoughts of Midoriya's troubles melted away as President Mike finally announced the beginning of the next match. Up next, let's hope we finally get a super flashy fight, he exclaimed. It's a big guy with a big heart, Kuji Koda from the Hero Course, versus Is There a Purpose to the Horns on Her Head? It's Mina Ashido, from the same class. Midoriya grasped Siren from the air and then leant over the wall before him, holding Siren out towards the pitch where Mina had just started defying all the laws of physics by skating forwards on her acid, a determined look on her face. Go help Koda, but be careful, Midoriya insisted. What's this? President Mike exclaimed. Looks like Koda's taking advantage of the only animal not frightened of the noise we're making. The camera panned to Midoriya, stretching his arms across the wall as Siren puffed out her chest, before leaping off his hands and soaring down towards Koda and Mina. Koda seemed a little stunned as Siren started dive-bombing Mina of her own accord, rather than taking an order from him. Midoriya just mimicked Shinszo's grin from a distance as Siren did her bit. It wasn't the flashy battle that President Mike had perhaps been hoping for. Mina seemed far more frightened of Siren than she was of her. But she was still sure not to use acid that could hurt her as she skated back and forth, desperately trying to get past Siren's defenses to reach Koda, who had now sucked up the courage to instruct Siren's movements. Whether she was actually listening to them or not was a completely different argument. In the end, Midoriya had been right in assuming that Koda would not come out on top. He kept backing away from his ever-approaching opponent until eventually he was forced to step out of the arena to avoid the puddles of acid creeping in his direction. Siren seemed to enjoy herself, at the least. The next round, however, did not go quite as Midoriya had expected, mainly because he had no idea what this dark shadow was truly capable of. Shinszo just smiled at him and sighed as Midoriya pulled another notebook from his back and excitably started to jot down as many notes as he could on one small piece of paper. Midoriya had all but forgotten about his earlier panic as he was drawn into the spectaculars of the festival. It was, in fact, only about halfway through Kirishima's and Tetsutetsu's drawn-out fight when something finally caught his eye. "I'll see you in a bit," Midoriya whispered to Shinszo, grasping the notebook he'd been jotting Quirk logistics in and hurrying from his seat. "Where are you going?" Shinszo called out in reply, but Midoriya had already turned the corner before he had the chance to answer. "Uraraka," Midoriya called out, waving as he hurried after her. "Hi, Canary," she smiled. "You did great out there." "So confident," she insisted, punching the sky eagerly as she paused to talk with him. But her bubbly attitude seemed so much more forced than usual. "Have you got a strategy for why your fight?" Midoriya questioned. He was acutely aware of the whispers and stares thrown in his direction by the other first years, but he tried his hardest to ignore them. Uraraka seemed less bothered. She didn't answer immediately, but after a moment's thought she clenched her fists and nodded surely. Yeah, I know what I need to do. It's just, oh, you wouldn't know," she sighed, fussing with her hair as they slowly began to walk towards the stairs. "The guy I'm up against, Bakugo, he's one of the best in our class. I thought I'd be able to do a little better than flunking in the first round." "You really don't have to come with me," Uraraka smiled. "I'll be fine, don't worry." Oh, it's just, well, I thought that, if you hadn't come up with a plan, that I could," he cut himself off. Uraraka turned to follow Midoriya's gaze. "Oh, hi, Bakugo, good luck out there," she smiled forcefully. But Kakin didn't seem to care about her. "The hell was that?" he snarled after a moment, curling the top of his lip and narrowing his eyes at Midoriya. "What?" said Uraraka, confused as she glanced between the two boys. Kakin continued to ignore her completely as he stared Midoriya down. "You don't have a quirk," he growled. It was Kakin. Kakin was speaking to him, expecting him to speak back. It had been so long since Midoriya dared to utter a sound before his childhood friend. It was one of the reasons he fell silent in the first place. Actually, he stopped shaking, curling into himself in a primordial instinct to make himself appear smaller. And that feeling of unrivaled fear was replaced with that hot, molten lump of an emotion that had been slowly building inside his gut for so long, anger. All of this was Kakin's fault. If it weren't for him, none of this would have ever happened. He's the reason he gave up on his dreams, the reason he stopped talking, and thus the reason he never found his quirk. If it weren't for him, Midoriya could already be in the hero course. He wouldn't have to suffer through the pains his mind supplied, or the stress in the build-up to the sports festival, or the radio station, or Siren's little tantrums, or even Shinszo's quirk problems. He would have missed it all. "I do," Midoriya whispered, his eyes slowly drifting up to meet his. "I do have a quirk, and you'd be happy to know that I didn't have to take a swan dive to find it." Uraraka looked like she felt increasingly out of place. "And I'd also like to thank you," Midoriya added, standing up tall and trying his hardest to suppress the quiver that continued to rack his nerves. "If it weren't for you, none of this ever would have happened." And with that, he turned on his heel to march away, before hesitating, tilting his head and saying, "Good luck, both of you. I hope to see you in the finals." He hoped he'd left that ambiguous enough. Of course, he'd rather Uraraka would win out of the two. But it was about time he stopped cowering into the shadows and started fighting back. "What do you think will get him talking?" Shinszo questioned. He and Midoriya were sitting in one of the waiting rooms, staring blankly at their new strategy sheet. Now the second round had finally been decided upon. Midoriya was absent-mindedly drawing another bird as he stared at the name Bakugo at the bottom of the piece of paper. He'd defeated Uraraka. He'd gotten better since Midoriya last saw him, but that had been expected, of course. And now the prospect of facing him was becoming ever more realistic. Midoriya wasn't too sure how he felt about it. "Midoriya," said Shinszo, grabbing his attention again. Shinszo's match against Todoroki would start any minute now, after they'd decided who would proceed to the next round out of Kirishima and Tetsutetsu. Midoriya had already decided that it would be Kirishima. "All right," Midoriya stammered. Anything to frustrate him enough to speak, I suppose. Perhaps his scar," Shinszo pondered, jotting a note down above Todoroki's name. Midoriya pouted. He wasn't fond Shinszo's method of getting people to talk. How about a joke?" Shinszo gave him a look. What? It would work. Why, you could make him laugh." He sighed. "First of all, do I look like the kind of guy that would be good at jokes? And secondly, does Todoroki look like the kind of guy who would like jokes?" Midoriya wavered. "I suppose. I get that present mic needed to announce our quirks to even the playing field and explain what's going on to the audience and heroes and stuff, but..." He leant back in his chair, running his hands through in hair in frustration. "I have less of a shot of beating him without that detail. Wait, what is that?" "All the possibilities for death," Midoriya explained, drawing arrows to a few of the matches, specifically every single one Shinszo took part in. He was quick to point that out. So, you don't think there's any chance of you getting hurt in your next match then? Huh. Shinszo pondered. Well, I have an idea. Oh, do you? Is it from my suggestion? Well, the thing is, I never ended up finding a song that could slow someone down like that. I guess I could speed myself up. But I have a different strategy. Shinszo faltered, clearly trying to think about what that strategy could possibly be as he continued to doodle on their brackets. Well, I guess I'll have to wait and see. Midoriya sighed. Do you always have to sabotage my drawings? He asked as he stared his bird doodle, which now had red eyes and sported the 10,615-point headband. Yes, he answered, without hesitation this time. He then put the lid on his pen and flicked it so it rolled across the table towards Midoriya. Go up to the stands and I'll see you in a bit, he finished, getting to his feet and scraping his chair back. Midoriya leapt to his feet and held out a hand for Shinszo to shake. It was nice knowing you. Shinszo failed to contain his laughter as he shook Midoriya's hand. You too, he replied. If I don't win, you have to incinerate him for me. Okay, I'll try my best. He smiled broadly. And with that, his rather skeletal friend gave him a mock salute and disappeared down the corridor, ready to meet Todoroki on the battlefield. Midoriya didn't hesitate to pack up his pens and paper and run back to his seat. However, he didn't get very far before. Canary. Oh, no, not again. Midoriya jumped several meters backwards as Mina tried to throw herself at him for a hug. That was so cool, she exclaimed, completely overlooking the fact that Midoriya had intentionally avoided her touch. Midoriya smiled meekly and started backing away. Like, oh my god, I can't believe all that time we were talking about Canary in dance class. Mina, Midoriya exclaimed in a hushed voice. Why you didn't tell anyone about that did you? About dance? She frowned, cocking her head to one side, and You talked, oh my god. That was a secret. He blinked at her, unbelieving that she'd dare give out the only thing he trusted her with. You're talking. And no. Oh, sorry, I thought that. Well, considering that now everyone knows you're Canary that you wouldn't mind, I'm really sorry though, she insisted. Midoriya let his shoulders relax with a sigh. He supposed it wasn't that big of a deal anymore anyway. It's the first match of the second round. Midoriya flinched. Shinszo, I have to go, he insisted, and ran off without waiting for a reply. Mina instead simply yelped as Siren reappeared and whizzed past her to follow Midoriya back to his seat, desperate to witness the fight. For whoever won would be fighting whoever came out on top of Midoriya's match. It's the seemingly unstoppable force that's been front-running this entire competition, Shouto Todoroki, versus the underdog with a pretty terrifying quirk, Hitoshi Shinszo. What do you hope to achieve by winning this festival, son of Endeavor? Shinszo snarled. His opponent simply narrowed his eyes at him, making no attempt to speak. Ready? All you'll do is win and show the world that you're just an upgraded version of your father. What about people like me? People like Canary? We need this so much more. Begin. Todoroki slammed his foot forward and the ice began to creep along the floor towards Shinszo. Don't you hear me, Scarface? What have you got to lose compared to me? But he didn't reply, and the ice surrounded him. It shot straight upwards, covering every muscle in an instant. Shinszo is unable to move. Todoroki wins. Tears pricked at Shinzo's eyes as he gazed up at the stands. He could see Midoriya standing there. His headphones were on, face determined. He gave him a nod and disappeared. Teeth gritted in frustration. Shinszo glared at Todoroki as he put a hand on Shinzo's chest, warmth spreading out from it as he was thawed from his icy prison. I have nothing, Shinszo snarled. I've started from the very bottom of this hellhole of a society. Know that Canary has too, and he will beat you for me. Then I hope you'll look forward to seeing those places filled in your godforsaken class, because we'll be taking them. But no words left his mouth. He didn't even meet Shinzo's eyes. Just like it had always been, nothing ever changes. Except, perhaps, for Midoriya. Midoriya cracked his knuckles as he waited by the entrance to the arena. He was more determined than ever to win this, or at least get past this match. He needed this. Next up, we have another young hero following the footsteps of a family legacy, Tenya Ida. Midoriya wasn't hanging around. He needed this song to be as powerful as possible, and no one said anything about him not being able to start singing before the match started. Lullaby, Paloma Faith in Sagawa. The music began to play through his headphones, pulling Midoriya to a reality far from the one he was standing in, where he marched out into the stadium, muttering the lyrics as quietly as he could as he went, vaguely hearing Present Mike's voice echo through. No journey is too far for the one who healed my scars. Versus our rising radio star, Canary. It's Izuku Midoriya. Let me hold you. He reached the stairs, deaf to the screams and cheers of the audience as he paraded up towards his fate, walking in time to the beat. Good luck, Midoriya, was what he was sure Ida had said as he nodded towards him. Ready? Somebody out there. Midoriya smiled, nodded in return, and reached up to tap the button on the side of his headphones that had been collecting dust this whole time. The speakers activated, his microphone extending forwards from the device. Begin, and he set his voice free. Won't you sing me your sweet lullaby? He slid to his left as Ida charged forwards, missing him by inches, and Midoriya couldn't help but smile. The sound of your voice is the thing that I need. Ida turned around at a remarkable velocity and sped towards him once more. Midoriya flipped this time, leaping right over his head and rolling to a stop on the ground, before scrambling to his feet and darting out of Ida's path with startling agility, even for him. He supposed people knowing about his dance classes really wasn't that much of a leap from what he could already do. "'Cause I just need your song. Jump, something to sing along. Dodge, when I'm not. Flip." Midoriya was beaming, literally dancing with the enemy, who was unable to lay a finger on him as he leapt from side to side. But he could see the determination growing on Ida's face. He'd used that super move of his in a moment. He'd been stalling, unsure of what Midoriya would do. "Come on, just a little longer." And as Ida went full throttle, speeding towards him like a juggernaut as Midoriya braced himself for an inevitable defeat. "So, sing to me." Midoriya's quirk overcame him. He stopped singing as Ida's eyes rolled to the back of his head, plummeting towards the ground before Midoriya. He lunged forwards and grasped the back of Ida's shirt, suspending him millimeters from the ground and saving his glasses, which barely remaining hanging off the bridge of his nose. "Well played, Midoriya." Ida moaned as Midoriya pushed his headphones from his head, so they dangled down over his shoulders. He began to drag him across the arena to the edge as the crowd roared. "Why am I so tired?" Ida barely managed. "Interesting, isn't it?" Midoriya replied as he pushed him over the line. "It gets more and more powerful every time I use it." Ida is out of bounds. Midoriya advances to the next round. Midnight cried. "Yeah, Canary." Present Mike cried as Midoriya crouched down beside Ida, trying to help him up. "Aren't you supposed to be unbiased?" The racerhead groaned. "How long does this last?" Ida mumbled as the robotic stretcher arrived. Yeah, I practiced that one a lot so." Midoriya tried to explain. Well, it'll wear off soon, don't worry, and I'm really sorry about." "Don't be sorry about being winning." Ida slurred as Midoriya lifted his legs up onto the stretcher. And with that, he passed out. Shinszo grinned. He'd changed into a spare set of UAS regulatory sports uniform, because his own one was freezing cold and soaking wet. But that didn't matter at the moment. Canary had been victorious. Midoriya smiled and waved at him as he hurried across the pitch and back towards the stairs to sit beside him in the stands for the next match. Shinszo's gaze drifted to the teachers' stands, where they sat, watching their students compete. If they let one of them into the hero course, then, like Midoriya had once pointed out to him, they surely had to contemplate the other as well, especially considering there were 2 spaces free in Class 1A. Sure, Shinszo was out, but that didn't mean it was over for him yet. Inko's neighbors were probably becoming rather concerned at this point. She was surprised she had enough tears to fill the constant need to bawl her eyes out as she watched the sports festival through blurry eyes and the frequent tissues she held across her running nose. Her baby was singing and dancing and he was smiling. It didn't even matter if he won or not. He had become a winner in her eyes ever since he uttered his first word. Instead of heading straight back to his seat beside Shinszo, Midoriya instead hurried right the way around the inner workings of the sports festival stadium's corridors to locate Recovery Girl's temporary office and check that Ida was okay. He would have gotten there a lot quicker if he hadn't bumped into someone on the way there. "Sorry, young man," the tall, gaunt figure replied, holding out his hand to pull Midoriya to his feet. It was then when they made eye contact. "All Might," Midoriya breathed, scrambling to his feet without the man's help. Hi. All Might blinked at him, utter surprise washing across his face. He glanced down at his deflated self and then back to Midoriya. "You know who I am?" He frowned. Midoriya's heart skipped a beat. Does he not remember who I am? "We met," Midoriya started hesitantly, surprised his voice was still working at all. "Just under a year ago now. Actually." He narrowed his sullen eyes as his mind whirred. Then they lit up, as much as they possibly could while still concealing the white color of his sclery. "You're the kid from that sludge villain incident, aren't you?" he realized. Midoriya nodded unsurely, backing away slightly. "Why yes, that was before I knew I had a Q quirk." "That's right," the hero murmured. "You said you were quirkless back then, but look at you now. You're doing very well for yourself, Canary." He smiled. Midoriya looked up at him slowly. This was the man who used to cover every inch of his wall at home. Now, only one faded poster remained, beside an ever-growing collection of other posters, and a string of Aozora's photographs. Midoriya's descent into muteness was gradual. Over many years, he simply said less and less until the words just didn't come at all. At first, this was only towards his classmates, but then others too slipped into this growing sense of distrust, until only his mother ever heard Midoriya speak. But it was that fateful day, the day he met All Might, that he truly stopped talking. He remembered, after All Might had told him to find a career which was more attainable, running towards the sludge villain as it slowly suffocated Kakin, attacking its weak points in a frenzied attempt to free his old friend. He couldn't just stand there and watch him die. But Midoriya couldn't bring himself to put on a brave smile, like All Might could, whilst he did his best to save Kakin, nor did he utter any of these things aloud. After the other heroes berated him for being so stupid, Midoriya realized his dreams really were unattainable. To think, Midoriya could have just plodded on through life, completely unaware of the power he possessed. If it weren't for the people who trod him down, and for the people who pulled him back up again, he wouldn't be standing there today. Are you okay, young Midoriya? All Might frowned. Midoriya flinched. He must have been standing in silence, thinking, for a little too long. He nodded in response. Well, this is fortuitous timing, because I had just been told to go looking for you, he continued. Midoriya, becoming increasingly uncomfortable in this situation, simply nodded a second time in hopes that this would be over soon. We saw you singing before getting into the arena for Ida's match, he explained. Midoriya's eyes grew wide, his head snapping up and his head beating faster in panic. Was he being told off? Would he be disqualified? Don't worry, young man. All Might laughed. You're not in trouble. In fact, for nearly any other person, we would have completely ignored it. But you see, you are very powerful. We have to keep things fair, so make sure to not start singing until the fight begins next time, all right? Staring at the floor, Midoriya suppressed the rising lump in the back of his throat and simply nodded. But with what you've shown us so far, All Might smiled, giving him a thumbs up, and swelling into his muscle form in a puff of steam. It is clear that you shall one day become a great hero. No, you're too late for that. And then, unable to face this man any longer, Midoriya simply whispered, "Excuse me," as he sidestepped the hero and hurried past, almost breaking out into a run towards Recovery Girl's office, leaving the number one hero standing behind him with a wavering smile and a bewildered mind. He knocked thrice on the door. "Hello." Recovery Girl frowned as she let it creak open. Midoriya was trying not to have a full-on fanboy freak out as she looked up to him with a soft smile on her face. "Well, if it isn't Canary. It's lovely to meet you, my dear." "Why you too?" he stammered. "I am here to see Ida." "Is he still a cheer?" "Ah, such a sweet boy," she grinned, opening the door wider. Come in, come in." "Midoriya," Ida exclaimed as he stumbled through the door. "What are you doing here?" Oh, just checking that you're all right. That Songdi doesn't usually knock people unconscious," Midoriya hastily explained. Ida was sitting upright in a bed, with his legs hanging over one side. He straightened his glasses and smiled broadly at Midoriya. "How very kind of you. But I am perfectly all right. Your quirk has been slowly fading away, although I am still rather." He yawned loudly, punctuating the end of his sentence. "Tired. I see that." Midoriya laughed. "I'm really sorry. I didn't see any other way to beat you rather than bringing you to a halt. I had speed songs, but I knew that you had way more experience at high speeds than I did, and therefore I thought it probably would have been strategically advantageous to." Ida laughed heartily. "Slow down, Midoriya," he insisted, getting to his feet. "I haven't heard you talk this much." "Well, before, really. It's wonderful to hear." Oh, thank you." Midoriya blushed, rubbing the back of his head unsurely. "You didn't need to come and check on me," Ida continued as he made his way towards the door. "You've got your match against Todoroki to prepare for." He turned to Recovery Girl, swiftly thanked her with a bow, and then left with Midoriya trailing behind him. "Yes, well, I think I have a plan," Midoriya told Ida now they were walking back up the stairs towards the student seating area. "Oh, are you putting him to sleep like you did for me?" he questioned in obvious interest. Midoriya shook his head. I need to act a little more quickly with Todoroki. Not that I didn't need to for you. I thought for sure that I would lose. Your dodging skills were quite remarkable, I must say," Ada recalled. "I should have used my speed-boosting move far earlier, but I was uncertain of what your power was and thought that it would be best to remain cautious. Well, better luck next tea time, I guess," Midoriya stuttered, unsure of what to say in response to such a compliment. Ada laughed. "When you make it into Class 1A, I'll be sure to organize a rematch. How does that sound?" "Oh, okay." Ada stopped by the back of his class seats. Midoriya cringed as nearly every single one of the hero students turned in their seats to stare at him. Kakin wasn't there. Thankfully, neither was Kirishima, nor Mina and the student with the dark shadow quirk, who were just about to start their match down in the arena. But Todoroki was there. "I'll see you soon, Midoriya. Good luck in the remainder of the sports festival." Ada smiled, walking down the steps to his seat near the front. "Hi, Canary," Uraraka called out with a wave. Gyro waved too. "Hey, you did great. I had no idea you were that powerful." Midoriya laughed nervously as he backed away, waving feebly as he went. Todoroki glared at him from the corner of his eyes. Then Kaminari leapt to his feet and pointed at Midoriya dramatically. "You," he exclaimed. It had been a while since Midoriya had felt this uncomfortable. "How dare you hold back on us like that? I thought you were quirkless." He pouted. "As so did I," was Midoriya's reply as he turned on his heel and hurried out of sight. He ran past Class 1B before things had to get even more awkward, and then leapt down the steps towards Shinszo, who was now warm, dry, and free from any and all ice. No one from class 1 degrees Celsius spoke to him, which was a nice break from the chaos it all brought. But Midoriya was pretty sure that Kaneko took a picture of him. Midoriya signed to him as he sat down, relieved to take a break from talking for a little while. Ashido is out of bounds. Takoyami advances to the next round. Midnight cried at the end of the very quick match between the two. Midoriya hadn't seen any of it. Shinszo replied with a smirk. Not true, Midoriya pouted. It is, Shinszo sighed in reply. Siren was perched on his shoulder, and she happily transferred to Midoriya's as soon as she had the chance. They sat there in silence for a moment, both lost in their own worlds. Midoriya was busy thinking through his song choices. He had to make sure the one against Todoroki was perfect, and not just for the power he needed from it. The song he chose wasn't his strongest for this particular ability. It had a different strength to many others with similar meanings. Whether it would be useful in his upcoming fight or not was yet to be determined. The top scorer in the Hero Course's entrance exam this year, Katsuki Bakugo. Midoriya looked up as Present Mike continued to announce the final match of the quarterfinals. Versus, he's shown us all he's as hard as stone, tougher than nails. It's Ajiro Kirishima. Ready? Begin. You said Bakugo would win this match, Shinszo remembered, pulling the strategy sheet from Midoriya's bag and staring at the confident red arrows he had drawn all over it. Midoriya nodded, staring at the two as they fought. But look at Bakugo, Shinszo said, leaning forwards and narrowing his eyes. He's on the defensive this time, he pointed out as Kirishima continued to take lunging jabs at his opponent, drawing a speck of blood from his cheek as he remained untouched. For some reason, Present Mike's commentary of the match seemed to surprise Midoriya. He'd been silent all throughout his fights, but that was probably because no one would be able to hear his singing otherwise. Other than that, most fights had been very short-lived so far, or else Midoriya was too busy to watch them. Only now did he really have the opportunity to listen in. And he countered. Present Mike cried as explosion after explosion was set off in Kirishima's face, but nothing seemed to work, the smoke simply billowing off his hardened skin like it was nothing. Kirishima's quirk seems simple on the surface, Midoriya muttered, but it's still effective. Then isn't there a good chance that he'll come out on top? Shinszo predicted. All quirks have their limits, replied Midoriya. What? Present Mike suddenly exclaimed, startling the two somewhat. Even Siren let out a surprised tweet. Bakugo's countering again. But what's this? It seems to be working this time. Kakin is smart, Midoriya whispered. He must have come to the same conclusion that I did. Shinszo frowned, and what's that? Bang! Kakin let out one of his larger explosions, far bigger than what he ever attempted back in middle school, which was subsequently followed by a bombardment of smaller, but just as effective, blasts. Seconds later, Kirishima fell to the floor, unconscious. Kirishima is knocked out. Bakugo is the winner, Midnight exclaimed with a cheer from the audience. There's only so long that Kirishima's quirk can last, said Midoriya. But the same goes for you, Shinszo reminded him. With that vicious carpet bombing, Bakugo advances to the third round. Present Mike informed the audience. As Kirishima was pulled out of the ring and Bakugo strolled back to the stands, his hands dug deep in his pocket. The screens above them flashed to an updated version of the brackets, before a display of the four remaining competitors, Bakugo, Takoyami, Todoroki, and Midoriya. Ladies, gentlemen, and all those in between, I give you our final four. Midoriya gulped, straightening the device on his arm and moving Siren back to Shinszo's shoulder. Wish me luck, he said, standing up and starting to make his way back down towards the arena, his heart thumping so heavily that he was sure it could burst free from his ribcage at any moment. Good luck, Shinszo called back. Yeah, good luck, Canary, repeated Takabana. Good luck. Show him what you got, man. Midoriya smiled feebly at his classmates as he hurried past, waving goodbye as he took the long way down to the base of the stadium. Better avoid the back of the Hero Course seating area. He put his headphones on as he walked, relishing in the muffled silence it brought. God, he hoped this worked. The first match of the semifinals. Todoroki marched up the stairs, one foot in front of the other. It's the winner of the first round of the competition, shouted Todoroki. As he came to a halt within the concrete pitch, he glared at his obstacle. Versus one of the leaders of our second round, Izuku Midoriya. He narrowed his eyes as this Canary put on his makeshift support item, fiddling with the buttons on the headphone and breathing heavily into his extendable microphone in a way of checking that it was activated. Start. Todoroki put his right foot forward, ready to send his signature assault of ice in his opponent's direction, but then, things we lost in the fire, Bastille. Things we lost. Todoroki hesitated. What was this? To the flames. Todoroki had met Canary on only a few occasions, most of which being on that very day. He had only listened to the radio once, out of curiosity as he traveled to UA. In all those scenarios, Canary had never once struck Todoroki as so intimidating. He shook his head, tearing his eyes away from Canary's piercing gaze. and took another couple of steps to initiate the fight. But with the slow notes echoing across the stadium, Canary put his best foot forward too. He raised a hand at the fast-approaching glacier of ice in as calm a manner as Todoroki had sent it. Sits before, he vanished from view for a mere second, shattered into ash, and that's exactly what it did. These are the things. The ice, it crumbled at the touch of his enemy's fingertips, falling to the ground in a pile of dust and smoke. The things we lost in the fire. Fire, fire. Todoroki had been trying to shield his eyes, gritting his teeth as the ash billowed over the stadium, but now he could see him, a distant glowing figure, running right at him. The things we lost in the fire. Fire, fire. He came into view only seconds before Todoroki had the chance to throw up a shield of ice. Canary landed right on it, not slipping as his flame-covered hands dug into the ice, it turning to dust as the flames licked the crystalline structure. Todoroki's eyes widened as he leapt back. That was the power. The fire cremated anything it touched instantly. Canary grinned at him, down the backs of tabletops. Damn it, that was annoying. Todoroki threw up another wall of ice, desperate to get some distance and rethink this. The ash was starting to settle now, clearing the air so his eyes stopped watering. Each breath he took didn't make coughs rack his body. How Canary didn't manage to suffer from this problem was beyond him. When loneliness came and you were away, what the hell was this song meant to be about anyway? His ice wall fell to the ground in another crash of gray dust, obscuring his vision again. The more of his ice he used, the harder it was to fight. These are the things. And Canary leapt back into view again, jumping towards him, leaving clouds of ash in his wake. He swiped furiously at Todoroki, the flames flashing before his eyes. The things we lost in the dodge, fire, duck, fire, roll, fire. Todoroki lunged forwards at exactly the right moment, aiming for the device tied poorly to Canary's left arm, in a desperate attempt to freeze it over and stop the music. But the flames dissipated the ice crystals in the moment they formed, before Canary knocked him away harshly. In the fire, fire, fire. And then Canary ran back again, hidden by the foggy illusion he had created as his voice continued to boom out across the stadium. Why did he retreat so suddenly? That didn't make any sense. Why? Todoroki's eyes widened. It was the music. The chorus had ended, and now the distant glow of Canary's fire dimmed along with the song. His fire had crept back down his arms, no longer eating at his sleeves. He must have been strongest right at the beginning, when the song swelled so suddenly. But now, during the verses, he was weaker. Now was the time to make his move. I was the match. Todoroki cooled the air around him as quickly and as severely as he could, watching as the flakes of ash loaded themselves with ice and fell to the ground like snow. He could hear the announcer's excited yell as the stadium became more and more visible. Canary stood across the pitch from him, flakes of snowy ash clinging to his green-tinged hair. He held out his hand towards him, a flame flickering in his palm. All we had burned on the pyre. Todoroki gritted his teeth and charged towards him once more, desperate to freeze him solid, covering his mouth in the process. Sure as hell have nothing now. What? We were born. I have nothing, the brainwasher snarled. And we sure as hell. I've started from the very bottom of this hellhole of a society. Know that Canary has too, and he will beat you for me. These are the things. The flames reached him this time as they were thrown from Canary's hands, the chorus bringing his greater power as Todoroki stumbled backwards, trying and failing to send ice in his enemy's direction to freeze him in place. He could hear the crunch of the snow beneath his feet despite the reverberating sound of Canary's singing. Wait. The snow, it covered the ground, smothering the raised pitch, and a little beyond as yet more of the ash continued to fall, and he couldn't see the border lines. Now he realized that Canary always positioned himself further towards the middle of the pitch than he did. His feet scraped across the ground, as if trying to see if they had stepped over the line at any point. Do you understand that we will never be the same again? Canary leapt to his left side, Todoroki's fire. If he used his fire he could. No, he wouldn't. Canary grasped Todoroki's arm, but he didn't let his own flames lick Todoroki's skin. He stared into his eyes, the ferocity fading from his expression as he sang. The future's in our hands and we will never be the same again. Todoroki tossed his hand away, snarling as he sent more of his ice in Canary's direction. He jumped and dodged, not able to defy the laws of physics, and disintegrated this time. What the hell was this quirk supposed to be? Never be the same again. And then, with a flash of anger across Canary's face, he lashed out, leaping off Todoroki's ice and kicking him right in the stomach. These are the things. He remembered being curled up, cradling his injured body. The things we lost. He remembered his father standing over him, scowling. The things we lost in the fire. Fire, fire. As Todoroki relied on his reflexes, scrambling to his feet to evade Canary, he remembered what he had lost. These are the things. His childhood. The things we lost. The family he could have loved. The things we lost. His control over his future, over his quirk. In the fire, fire, fire. Canary span on his heel and kicked him around the head with impressive flexibility, Todoroki would have fallen to the ground if it weren't for the support from the ice he summoned in a split-second response. Although the barricade between the two didn't last long, before it shattered into the gray-white substance that now overwhelmed every surface. If Todoroki used his fire now, he could melt all the snow and overwhelm Canary himself. Now, he had to use it now. That sounded like Father's voice. He could almost feel his eyes glaring down at him from the stands. No, he refused. He refused to lose anything more to the fire. Just remember, stay true to yourself, his mother had once said, long before he lost her to his father's flames. You are not a prisoner of your lineage. It's okay to use your power to become who you want to be. But what would he be losing, if not himself? And so, finally, he set himself free. Flames they licked, the wounds. Todoroki's eyes widened, the flames roaring up his side as Canary's died down. The song was coming to an end, but then, the snow beneath his feet melted away. All that I adored. And there was the boundary line. There was a silence that fell over the stadium, whilst Canary turned off his music and smiled, bowing to Todoroki. Finally, Midnight raised her whip into the sky and exclaimed, Todoroki is out of bounds. Midoriya advances to the final. Todoroki stumbled backwards, his own fire fading, until the throbbing in his head became too much, and he collapsed under the weight of his own mind. The song echoed in the back of Todoroki's mind. Flames they licked, the wounds. As he woke up, he reached for his scar, stroking the damaged skin in hopes to banish the phantom pains. How are you feeling, dearie? Todoroki's gaze drifted to the kind old face of Recovery Girl. He didn't reply, sitting up and blinking at his surroundings as ash fell from his hair. He was in the old heroine's temporary office at the stadium. Wait, what happened? You have a very worried visitor. If you're willing to see him, Recovery Girl informed him as she poured a couple of her energy gummies into his open hand. Todoroki frowned. Who? He croaked. She just smiled, before using her cane to hobble open the door and pull it open. Come in, she insisted, and Todoroki's visitor did just that. Todoroki furrowed his brow. Why on earth was? I am sorry, Canary stammered. I think I kicked you a few times. Are you okay? He blinked at him. Todoroki could already feel the bruises blossoming on his gut, but it was nothing he wasn't used to. Yeah, fine, he replied, still thoroughly confused. Oh, that's good to hear, Canary sighed, fiddling with the wire attached to the headphones around his neck. I was a little worried when you passed out. Todoroki rubbed the side of his head, where yet another large lump was forming. As he did so, he could hear the distant explosions of the next match. Shouldn't you be watching this fight? Todoroki pointed out as he stood up. Canary hesitated. Oh, right, and no, it's okay. I already know what's going to happen anyway. You do? Well, yeah. I mean, Chitakoyami's dark shadow is great and all, but I'm pretty sure it has a weakness to light. I have been watching you all. That's how I figured out you weren't using your fire, he admitted. Todoroki wasn't sure what to think of this strange new addition to his life. He wasn't like anyone he'd ever met before at UA, or even beyond, for that matter. But no one else would come and check on him after he passed out, even if there was a possibility it was due to injuries inflicted by them. Recovery Girl smiled as she sent the two on their way, letting the door swing closed behind them. They walked in silence through the corridors for a while, Todoroki's brain whirring as he tried to process the events of the last, however long it had been. I like that song, he eventually said. The words seemed to startle Canary. Why, yeah, he replied. Todoroki nodded in confirmation. I'd never heard it before. It gives a useful power for me, Canary explained. Todoroki raised an eyebrow at him. And what power would that be exactly? Canary wavered, before giving him a feeble laugh. Well, you see, that didn't actually end up doing what I thought it would. Todoroki stared at him. You didn't know what your quirk would do? No, not really. Well, I've actually practiced that song quite a few times. The fire has done the ash-shattering thing a few times before, but not to that extent. I think that my quirk becomes stronger if I'm more emotional. Or maybe because I'm trying really, really hard to convey the message of the song. You were. Canary flinched. You weren't using your fire. And then earlier, in your match against, I think his name's Siro. Well, you looked so sad. I know what that feels like. Todoroki let his shoulders relax, stopping at the bottom of the stairs as he stared at him. He opened his mouth to reply, before closing it again, unsure. He wasn't used to this, talking to people. But then again, Canary didn't seem to be either. He held out his hand to Canary. You deserve your place in the finals, he told him as Canary cautiously took his hand. The last words of Canary's brainwashing friend resonated in his brain. Then I hope you'll look forward to seeing those places filled in your godforsaken class, because we'll be taking them. And your place in the hero course, Todoroki added. Canary broke out into a wobbly smile. Thanks. Todoroki had shaken the hands of far too many people in his lifetime, not a single one of which was someone he legitimately respected, nor admired. But you could tell a lot about a person by how they shook your hand. And Canary was tired. He felt so weak, wobbly, unsure of himself. Whether that was simply his personality or him being seriously lethargic was up for debate. They started to walk up the stairs together. So, are we friends and now? Canary stammered, almost tripping over a step in the process. Todoroki blinked at him, remembering something he had said to Class 1 only a few hours beforehand. We're not here to be each other's friends, said Todoroki, focusing intently on his steps as they continued to climb upwards. He smiled softly. I would be honored to be. Canary's face lit up. After the sports festival, I can give you my number and then I'll send that song to you. They reached the top of the stairs, and then the back of Class 1A's seating area. I look forward to it, Todoroki smiled. He turned back to his class, his smile fading quickly as he saw them all staring at him. WOAH. Bakugo leaps behind Takoyami. The commentator cried over the stadium. Canary peered over Todoroki's shoulder at the match still ongoing. Below in the arena. How long was I unconscious? Todoroki frowned. They'd already cleared away all the snow and ash and Bakugo's fight wasn't far from finishing. Hey, stop obscuring the arena. How am I supposed to commentate when I can't see? Canary cringed at those words. Bakugo had just sent a vast amount of smoke up into the sky, hiding him and Takoyami from view. Quite a while, man, Kirishima replied, scratching at the plasters on his face. And, hey, is that Canary? Canary let out a squeal as he was spotted, before giving a very feeble wave. Takoyami gives up. Midnight cried. Bakugo is the winner of this match. The others turned to stare down at the pitch again. The commentator was quick to announce the results. That means our final fight will be between Bakugo and Canary. Bakugo turned his head slowly, and then narrowed his eyes up at Canary. He gulped. Todoroki's classmates started muttering about the outcome of the match, but all Todoroki could think about was Canary's fate. Good luck in your last match, Todoroki told Canary, who continued to stare down at Bakugo, practically shaking in his boots. Thanks, he barely whispered in response. I think I'm going to need it. After leaving Todoroki, Midoriya hurried straight back down the stairs, ran all the way to his designated waiting room and proceeded to pace in circles, staring at the ground beneath his feet blankly as his mind raced. Selectively mute. The class turned and stared at him, and Midoriya sunk further into his desk, bile rising up the back of his throat as his shoulders began to shake. Whatever words further droned from his teacher's mouth fell short of Midoriya's ears. All he could hear was a ringing noise, like the sound which reverberated around him when Kakin used his quirk. Boom. There it was. Hey, what the heck did he mean by that? Kakin yelled. So loud, always so loud. And not a good kind of loud either, not like All Might, not like Present Mic on the radio. This was a scary loud. The teacher had gone now, Midoriya realized. How long had he been gone? How long had he been sitting there, lost to the mess that his mind had become? How can you be selectively mute? Scoffed one of those blank-faced people who never told him their name. There were too many names on the register, and why would Midoriya cast any of them to memory, if not all bothered doing the same to his? So, what, you just choose not to talk to certain people? Frowned another. In which case, I'd like to be selectively mute too. They laughed. Not funny. Really, not funny. Basically, he just doesn't want to talk to us. How on earth do you think he managed to get a doctor's note for it? Why were they talking like he wasn't there? It's just pathetic, Deku, snarled Kakin. Bet you think you're above us all? Huh. Too smart to be associated with losers like these. Hey, Katsuki, watch your mouth. Yeah, at least Midoriya's got the decency to not insult us to our faces. Oh, right, he can't. Remember, he doesn't want to even speak to us. I'm getting into UAS hero course, and even if you get into general studies, you'll be eating my dust whilst I become the #1 hero, and you'll be left in the gutter. Kakin told him, tossing his books on the floor. Midoriya scrambled off his chair to retrieve the scattered paper. He said he'd be a paramedic, right? Said is a loose term. How can you help anyone if you refuse to speak to them? Just seems rude, to be honest. He fumbled with his notes, almost dropping them again as he wished being mute meant no one could speak to him either. Defenseless Izuku. Look at him, he's practically shaking in his boots. Come on, Deku, speak to us. Yeah, come on, already. Just leave him. If he doesn't want to speak to us, then he's not worth our time. I heard all he does is study. That's why he's top of the class, and why he's got no friends either. Ha ha, is he going to cry? Stupid Deku. Where are you going, Midoriya? Run back to your little hidey hole then, Deku. Hey, what are you doing? Speak to us, Midoriya. Midoriya. It's not that hard, Deku. Snap out of it. We're not done here yet, bastard. Midoriya. Canary. Midoriya blinked, his hand gripping on the table leg. It was solid, real. Shinszo was there, holding onto his shoulders, a worried expression covering his face. Are you all right? He leant into the touch of the table, where reality was certain. He nodded weakly. Shinszo sat, cross-legged in front of him, clearly freaked. You have a while until the final starts, he informed him. Is there something you wanted to talk about? Siren tweeted softly at Midoriya, hopping onto his knee and cocking her head to one side. I'm sorry, he mumbled, pushing his hair out of his face. I think I got lost in thought. Yeah, Shinszo replied, standing up to move to a proper chair. Midoriya followed after a moment's hesitation. Were you thinking about Bakugo? Shinszo supposed, hitting the nail on the head. Midoriya focused his attention on Siren, who had just landed in front of him on the table. He nodded. Just beat him up. Midoriya almost laughed. I'm not kidding. You'd probably be applauded for it. No, you will be applauded for it. Midoriya signed. Yes, you do. Midoriya was smiling now, unable to shake his head to deny this. Siren chirped supportively. You do, Shinszo repeated. At this point, it doesn't even matter if you win or lose. Either way, the school simply has to acknowledge you for the hero course, and with you, they'll probably consider me. Right now, the victory you need is the one over whatever the hell is going on in your head. He nodded, still smiling at his friend. Well then, what do I do? For what? The fight. He simply nodded once more. Shows a song that will really blow his fuse. Shinszo grinned manically. Isn't that a rather bad strategy for someone who is going to literally blow me up? He laughed. You don't get it. Mimic him. Mimic. What? Midoriya frowned, unable to suppress his bewildered smile. You know his quirk, right? Shinszo continued as Midoriya nodded in agreement. You know how he works. Then find a song which gives you a similar power to him and use it against him. Beat him at his own game. I don't know if I can beat him. You've come this far, Shinszo acknowledged. It can't hurt to try. Midoriya winced. I don't know about that. Oh, come on, stop twisting my words, Shinszo sighed, standing up from his chair, grabbing Siren and plonking her back on his shoulder. She didn't protest. It doesn't matter if you end up in first place anymore, he repeated, trying to drill that fact into his head. Midoriya stood up too, thinking through the various songs he'd practiced for fun over the past few weeks. There was one that, yes, that's the one. It described Kakin perfectly. But did he really want to risk it? You will have won the moment you start singing. Shinszo held out his hand and with a stifled laugh, they did an awkward fist bump, something that Midoriya had never attempted before in his life, and he very much doubted that Shinszo had either. Are you really okay, though? Shinszo pressed. You don't look too good. Midoriya smiled, sitting back down in his chair. I'm just tired. You look it, Shinszo agreed, pulling his own seat around the table so he could sit opposite him. Is it to do with your quirk? He hesitated before giving him an affirmative nod. That last song, the one I used against Todoroki, it was so much more powerful than it should have been. I think it was my emotions. I got worked up, so my power did too, but it really sucked up my energy and Midoriya shook his head, unsure of what he was concluding. I don't know how much my quirk can take. There was a moment of silence before Shinszo replied. You've only had it for a few weeks. Of course, you'd reach your limits quicker than the hero course students. I think I can manage one more song, said Midoriya confidently. I only need one more anyway. Right, Shinszo nodded. Just be careful. Silence fell between them again as Midoriya's mind whirred. I have an idea of what song to use. He smirked after a moment or so. Untangling the wire from his shirt, he leaned over the table and put the headphones on Shinzo's head before starting to play the song in question. It took a while before Shinzo's grin reached his eyes. But once he reached the chorus, he was almost shaking his head in disbelief. If you can sing that, Shinszo told him, returning his headphones, you deserve more than just a dumb medal. Deku, Bakugo was in the finals of the greatest sporting event in Japan, and his opponent was none other than Deku, the quirkless, mute loser that had been trailing him around like a lost puppy ever since he could remember. But now he wasn't mute, and he wasn't quirkless either, and he certainly wasn't the nobody that Bakugo had become accustomed to kicking aside whenever he got too freaking clingy. He was calling himself Canary. Had a quirk that easily matched Icy Hot's and had yet to be scratched by any of his classmates, not even the ones that Bakugo had stared at on his first few days of UA, with the profound realization that perhaps he wasn't the best. But, oh, he had showed them, he'd shown them all. He was at the very top of this damned school. No one was going to stop him from being the best of the best. But then, there was Deku. Bakugo kicked the door open to his waiting room, only for his eyes to rest on the faces of two others, sitting opposite each other around the table in the center of the room. Hey, what are you two bastards doing here? Bakugo snarled. This is my place too. Waiting room too. Damn it. Back off, would you? Said the purple-haired imbecile from General Studies. That tired, skeletal-looking guy with the brainwashing quirk. Bakugo gritted his teeth and marched up to him. What the hell do you want? I begs. I want you to back the hell off, he said, standing up and glaring at him. Do you want me to use my quirk on you? Bakugo didn't dare reply to that question. Instead, he turned his head towards Deku, who had cowered into his chair like he always used to, with his stupid little bird cupped in his hands. Are you going to freaking speak to me now, huh? Bakugo questioned him. Deku simply averted his eyes, stroking the bird gingerly. You better not freeze up on me, he continued, baring his teeth as he ignored eye bags. I want the world to know that you're nothing compared to me. I will beat you at your best, however pathetic that may be. And with that, he turned on his heel and stormed away. If Deku thought he could sing him a little song and everything would be over and done with, then he had another thing coming. Welcome to the final battle of the US Sports Festival, President Mike cried. In just a moment here we'll see which first years come out on top. Midoriya was already standing in his position, opposite Kakin in the arena. He had his headphones on. He could hear the muffled voice of his teacher and the enthusiastic roar of the crowd. But he could also hear the thumping of his own heart as he stared at his childhood friend, at the sadistic smile spread across his face and the position of his hands, ready to send that explosive power of his roaring in Midoriya's direction. If he didn't time this right, it would be over in a matter of seconds. Yes, it all comes down to this, folks. It's the top of the hero course, Katsuki Bakugo, versus the top of general studies, Izuku Midoriya. This was it. This was what it had all been building up to. Midoriya turned his head to look at the distant face of Shinszo in the crowd. He mimicked his grin and turned back to Kakin. Kakin flinched, his smile fading for a moment, before returning with a more determined force. Ready, Midoriya activated his microphone and breathed deeply into it, hearing the sound echo across the pitch as his hand hovered over the play button on the device strapped to his arm, suppressing the painful throbbing feeling inside his head. Begin. Legend, the score. Midoriya felt his grin grow wider as the music began to swell into being. He relished in the confusion that briefly flickered across Kakin's face. This was not Midoriya's normal type of music, and that's what made it so perfect. As he let the first sound fall from his mouth, he expertly maneuvered himself to evade Kakin's first attack. It was much easier to fight with this song than it had been with Todoroki's. His had been much slower, not good for a fast-paced battle. He'd barely come out on top of that anyway. A couple of seconds more and he would have been screwed, but now wasn't the time to think back on where he could have gone wrong. Or else he would have even more regrets to deal with after messing this up too. Here we go, he began. It's about time that we set it off. He was walking backwards now, easily predicting Kakin's first movements like he had his entire life. He also knew that it wouldn't be long until, like Shinszo had said, his fuse would blow, and his fighting style would be thrown out of sync as his anger took hold. Midoriya couldn't be sure if it was a strength or a weakness. Midoriya ducked and rolled as another blast was sent his way, emerging behind his opponent, about to hit him hard. But he hesitated. He should have hit Kakin around the head. But why did he hesitate? Kakin turned faster than Midoriya could think, attempting to achieve what Midoriya hadn't. With another duck, Midoriya avoided that right hook of his. So predictable. Midoriya could use that. Now he was back to evading as the fury built up in Kakin's expression. Midoriya should be thanking him. After all, he was the one who taught him how to dodge, if not unknowingly. Got me singing like. His smile returned. Bang, bang. And Kakin's faded. Bang, bang. He felt the energy begin to run through his very veins. This fire's a weapon. He tried to put some distance between them, using the skills he'd innocently picked up on and danced to evade Kakin further. The power roared towards Midoriya's palms, building up and up until he let go. Won't stop till we're legends. Boom. The fire rippled through the air, much like it did for Kakin's quirk, and it engulfed him as Midoriya was propelled into the air. What's this? Canary's using his quirk to completely copy Bakugo's. President Mike exclaimed in excitement as Kakin roared out in frustration, failing to suppress his nitrogenous sweat from igniting in the heat that Midoriya sent his way. Bang! Went Midoriya's new power as he sent another explosion at Kakin. It tossed him off the ground again, until he skidded to a halt not far from where Kakin had been hit. Won't stop till we're legends. Oh, he looked furious. Here we go, it's my turn. Bakugo swiveled and threw an explosion of his own at Midoriya. He countered with his own, slightly weaker blast, now that the chorus was over. But it didn't matter, because he knew how to deal with a power like this. He'd studied Kakin's for years. Yeah, a dreamer with the fever to be great was all I ever want. Their combat was faster paced now, evading and counterattacking, exchanging the crackles and pops of each other's abilities in a fiery game of cat and mouse, leaving scorch marks all across the concrete, and the crowd cheered and yelled beyond the bellowing sound of Midoriya's music. But Kakin's aim was becoming more precise. His anger just kept on building. Got me singing like. But so was Midoriya's, and the chorus was just about to return, and so with it would the fullest extent of this song's ability. Bang, bang, this fire's a weapon. Kakin didn't let him run this time. The blast would just have to be point blank as his power dipped and started to surge up inside of him. Bang, bang, won't stop till we're legends. Kaboom, and the music stopped. Kakin had grabbed a hold of his arm, pushing his extended palm out of the way so that Midoriya's fire barely skimmed his cheek, as he sent his own power straight at his left arm, frying the mechanism of his and Hatsune's invention, burning the wire and searing through the strap. Midoriya tried to leap backwards as President Mike screamed out the result of the hit, but Bakugo didn't let go of his arm. He swung his fist and hit Midoriya square in the jaw. He tumbled to the ground, rolling across the rough concrete painfully. He looked up as Bakugo sneered. His foot crunched down on the most integral part of Midoriya's support item. "Is that all you've got?" He leered, and then charged. In panic, Midoriya held up his right hand again, blasting Bakugo as he leapt to his feet. He hadn't expected for Midoriya's power to linger, but it was far weaker than it had been. It could now be easily compared with the fire that Bakugo toyed with in middle school, what he used to threaten rather than attack. Midoriya's cool confidence faded quicker than the song had when it was cut short. Ripping the dangling wire from his headphones, Midoriya somersaulted to avoid another blast. Without the beat of the music, he felt lost, his movements uncoordinated and messy. His head was throbbing, his body felt sluggish, he could barely see straight, let alone keep fighting. Now what? What could he do without his music? Sure, he could activate his quirk without a backing track, no problem. But it was weaker, and moreover, in the stress of the situation, the lyrics simply didn't come to his mind. "Don't you dare fall mute on me again," Bakugo roared. Midoriya was surprised it wasn't amplified by his microphone. Without his singing, Canary's power is completely done for. Present Mike shouted across the stadium. But his voice didn't hold its usual excitement, he just sounded worried. All Midoriya could hear beyond that was a ringing noise. The one which reverberated around him when Kakin used his quirk. Boom, boom, bang, and now he was being tossed around like a rag doll. None of his dodges successful, the heat kissing his skin like he was right back in middle school. "You are nothing, Deku." Boom, boom, bang. "You won't be getting on the hero course, and your freakish friend won't either." He caught a glimpse of Shinszo up in the stands. He was shouting something. Midoriya couldn't hear anything more than Kakin's explosions. Boom, boom, bang. But the very image of his moving mouth brought a little spark of determination back from the depths of Midoriya's mind. Boom, boom, bang. And he didn't need music to find a rhythm. He held his hand over his microphone to block out the sound as he shouted back. "Don't you dare insult my friend. He's spent his whole life being called a villain, whilst you were called a hero. Well, you know what? They got it the wrong way around." He gritted his teeth and let a grin return to his face. He pushed past the limits of his quirk as he started to clap his hands and stomp his feet. "We will rock you, Queen." He couldn't go on much longer, but he put on a smile like Present Mike would, and he kept going anyway. Maybe, in some piece of luck greater than what blessed him in Todoroki's match, he could still win this. So, he slammed his feet into the ground and clapping his hands close to the microphone by his lips. He couldn't hear much, despite the fact that the music was no longer booming through his headphones. But, despite that, it didn't take long until even Kakin's blasts were drowned out by the deafening sound of a very familiar beat. "Buddy, you're a boy, make a big noise." "Damnit," Kakin cried, lunging towards him with another blast. He'd only used this song once before. Every other power he'd utilized in the festival had been heavily practiced and well thought out, to some extent, but this was certainly a spur-of-the-moment decision. And even through his headphones, Midoriya could hear every single member of the audience scream those words, laughing, clapping their hands, stomping their feet, joining in and edging Midoriya on. Singing, "We." Midoriya slammed his feet into the ground once more, but this time was not like the others. The concrete beneath him cracked and crumbled. Great boulders rose from it, which Midoriya kicked skillfully in Kakin's direction. We will, rock you." Midoriya's feet moved in time to the beat that the stadium provided for him, spitting the words like venom at his opponent. "Buddy, you're a..." Surely, Kakin was running out of go like Midoriya was. Wasn't most of his sweat burned away by Midoriya's earlier song? Just how much stronger had he gotten during his short time in the hero course, since his explosions were last sent in Midoriya's way? But Kakin continued to roar as Midoriya's head persisted to throb. He knew he was still singing, but the words were simply falling from his mouth at this point. He felt like he was fighting for his life, rather than just for a competition. We will, rock you." One of Midoriya's boulders whizzed past his face, cutting into it and leaving behind a nasty red mark. We will, rock you." He was thrown a distance away, forced to be on the defensive like he'd been with Kirishima, as he struggled to destroy the pieces of rubble that Midoriya kicked and punched in his direction. Midoriya's knuckles were raw from impacting the concrete, but the physical pain meant nothing to him compared to what Kakin had put him through in the past. He still bore those scars, mentally. This was him, fighting through them. "Somebody better put you back into your place." And Kakin screamed, we will, rock you." He leapt up onto one of the discarded boulders and propelled himself into the air. We will, rock you." Midoriya tried his hardest, frantically tossing the rock at the explosive hero student as he spun himself around in the air, avoiding every single projectile. We will, rock you." Kakin spun himself into a swirling whirlwind of smoke and fire as Midoriya threw up the best shield he could. We will, rock you." Boom! Shinszo stood up, leaning over the wall that barricaded him from the arena, desperate to see through the thick cloud of smoke and rubble that had been tossed up by Bakugo's last explosion whilst the crowd stopped singing and cried out in panic. It was clear whose side they were on. Present Mike didn't even take the opportunity to say that he once again couldn't properly see the end of the match. He instead sounded frantic and fearful as he questioned if they were okay down there. Shinszo's heart was in his mouth. Even Siren had shut up. It took longer than Shinszo would have liked for the dust to settle and the scene to become apparent. Midoriya's headphones were in pieces, strewn across the pitch along with the rest of his makeshift support item. They weren't in a much better state than the arena itself, which looked more like a war ground than the result of a simple sports festival match. It had been completely annihilated. As for the competitors, the winner was clear. In the center of the arena, grasping the top of others' shirt as he hung limp in his grip, was Bakugo. He was screaming something at Midoriya, who was unconscious. Moments later, Midnight appeared through the clouds of dust, pulling at her hero costume to send her fragrance in Bakugo's direction, so he too fell to the ground, dropping Midoriya's damaged self harshly onto the wrecked ground in the process. Midoriya was knocked unconscious. Midnight explained to the crowd, raising her hand in the air, "That means Bakugo is the winner." The crowd wasn't quite as enthusiastic as they perhaps might have been if it had been anyone but Midoriya falling short of victory. Shinszo gripped the edge of the wall. Midoriya had been so close, and with that incredible display of power, "The final match is officially over," said Present Mike. He didn't seem too happy about it, but someone needed to announce the results. That means, despite an extremely close battle, the first-year champion from the UA Sports Festival is Katsuki Bakugo from Class 1. Unbiased, Eraserhead snapped at him. "Good job to all our competitors." "Come on, Siren," Shinszo muttered. He grabbed Midoriya's rucksack after tossing the remainder of his notes inside and ran past the rest of Class 1 degrees Celsius, ignoring their mutterings and worried gazes as he went. Midoriya could have sworn that he had never felt so exhausted in his life. When his consciousness finally flooded back to him, a brief moment of bewilderment led his tired mind to believe he was back in middle school, waking up early for another tedious day, even after the last had led to him running home as fast as his aching legs could carry him. Opening his eyes, this thought was quickly corrected by the sight of the white, sterile room and the blue curtain which separated his bed from whatever was behind it. Ignoring the protests of his muscles, he sat upright with a soft groan. The curtain was quickly thrown open. "You're awake," Shinszo exclaimed with a relieved smile. "You were unconscious for way longer than you should have been, Midoriya," he sighed, rubbing his temples as if to dispel the stress. What?" Midoriya groaned, still struggling to get his head around what had just happened and why he was there. He reached up to rub his eyes, but his fingers made contact with the many plasters that covered his face, and the bandage wrapped tightly around his forehead. "You took quite a hit," Recovery Girl explained as she joined Shinszo on Midoriya's side of the curtain. Unraveling Midoriya's fingers, she poured a selection of energy gummies into his palm for him to eat. "Although I think you wouldn't have lasted much longer in that match despite Bakugo's attack. Quirk exhaustion is very serious, and I don't expect for you to be dismissing it so readily ever again. Do you understand me?" she ordered. "Why, yes, ma'am," Midoriya replied, before shoving most of the gummies in his mouth at once. Siren then zoomed into view. She hovered before him, tweeting frantically. "I am sorry," Midoriya explained as soon as he'd managed to swallow the gummies. "See, calm down, Siren, it's okay." She didn't seem very satisfied but landed on the bed beside him anyway. "I've healed you enough for you to walk," Recovery Girl continued, which sounded slightly ominous. "So, I'm going to tell them that they can start the awards ceremony soon. I'll give you 5 minutes, she smiled, before disappearing from view. Midoriya turned back to Shinszo. He questioned, after popping the last few sweets in his mouth. Midoriya almost choked. "20 minutes? Shinszo nodded with raised eyebrows. "But don't worry, they haven't been waiting for you long. They had to fix the arena first anyway. You and Bakugo really did a number on it, and each other." "Is he okay?" Midoriya whispered in reply. "Yeah, you came out a lot worse than he did," Shinszo explained. "And your headphones are definitely dead." Midoriya laughed meekly as he stroked Siren's feathers. Then he stopped, wide-eyed, and turned to Shinszo again. "Oh my god, I came in second place." Shinszo blinked at him. "Yeah, I almost beat Kakin." Yeah, I guess." Shinszo laughed at Midoriya's excitement. Midoriya lunged forward and grabbed a hold of Shinszo's shoulders. "Do you think they'll let us on the hero course?" Shinszo hesitated for a moment, before that manic smile of his returned to his expression. He shrugged off Midoriya's hands and held out his fist. Siren quickly flew up to land on it. With a laugh, Midoriya gave him a fist bump, with Siren singing happily on top. "Next stop," Shinszo grinned, and together they said, "Hero course." There was an awful lot of people in the audience. Sure, this had been apparent from the beginning, But only now, when Midoriya was standing on the second-place podium, staring at them all, did he really appreciate the sheer quantity of people who must have been singing along with him during the final. He blinked up at them, mouth slightly agape as the crowd roared, clapping, cheering and whistling for them, and for him. Midnight had said something, so had All Might, but Midoriya could barely register it. He was busy panicking about the cameras, flashing lights in his face. They were probably pretty enthralled by Siren, who had refused to leave his side, even when Shinszo tried to pull her away. Now the little green canary kept flying circles around Midoriya's head, twittering in excitement, only occasionally landing on his shoulders to hop around the place, still singing in his ear. All Might was handing out third-place medals to Todoroki and Takoyami, talking to one for a good while before turning to the other. Midoriya, meanwhile, kept signing little gestures to Shinszo, who was standing at the edge of the huddle of students watching the awards ceremony. Midoriya signed. Shinszo replied, "No, I want sleep." Another benefit of sign language, communication over a lot of noise and a good distance. In second place, Izuku Midoriya. Midnight suddenly cried. Midoriya actually jumped into the air at the proclamation, whilst the volume of the crowd increased exponentially and he silently mourned the loss of his headphones. It was so loud, people were standing as they yelled his name and punched the air, making as much noise as humanly possible, so much so that All Might actually had to wait for them to calm down a bit before he could talk to Midoriya himself. He held out the silver medal and slowly lowered it over Midoriya's head. Silver had never felt more like gold. "You put up a remarkable effort, young Midoriya," All Might told him as he embraced the boy awkwardly. Midoriya tried not to squirm away at the touch. Siren must have noticed his discomfort, because she immediately flew right at the number 1 hero's face, tweeting furiously at him. "Feisty little thing, isn't she?" All Might laughed heartily, and with nothing more to say, he left Midoriya's side to retrieve the gold medal for Kaken. As soon as he was no longer hidden behind All Might's bulk of a body, the crowd cheered louder once more. Shinszo signed as big and boldly as possible, a big grin plastered on his face. Midoriya replied nervously, "And in first place, Katsuki Bakugo," Midnight announced to the crowd. But the cheer for Kaken was nothing compared to Midoriya's. He must have noticed, because rather than letting All Might drape the golden medal over his neck, he simply snatched it off him. His hand gripped the medal as All Might spoke, as if trying to bend it or screw it up into a ball to toss it away. Midoriya wasn't sure what All Might had said to Kaken. Everything was too overwhelming, loud, bright, distracting, that he couldn't process the distant words that fell from his once idol's mouth. But gold had never felt more like silver. The students were soon ushered back to their respective changing rooms to pull off their sweaty, and in some cases, rather wrecked, sports uniforms to finally get back into the comfort of their home clothes. His mum must have changed whatever Midoriya threw into his bag that morning. Perhaps she supposed there was a chance he'd be caught on camera. And for that scenario, she didn't want him wearing one of this novelty shirts which simply read dress shirt or something. Instead, he had ordinary jeans, a plain, white top, and he pulled it out of his bag and smiled. His canary jacket. Shinszo scoffed at him. He was wearing a jacket too, but it wasn't leather and certainly didn't have pockets full of forgotten bird seed. "Don't forget your medal," Shinszo pointed out. Siren was trying to pick it up to fly after Midoriya with it, but it was rather heavy, and as soon as she managed to drag it off the table, it plummeted towards the ground and pulled her with it. Midoriya smiled as he scooped Siren up, put her in his pocket, and then went to shove the medal in his bag. Shinszo instead snatched it off him and managed to ring-toss it around his neck, which made both Midoriya and Siren let out a high-pitched note of surprise. Midoriya reckoned he was getting better at the stairs. He had slung his kit bag over one shoulder and had his rucksack over the other, walking towards the door, his classmates still staring at him in awe. But he managed to ignore this and instead focus on the back of Shinzo's head as he threw the door open wide enough to let Midoriya walk through too before it swung closed. He was smiling, the sunlight glancing off the silver of his medal as it bumped up and down off his chest. Siren was singing, taking little breaks to stuff her beak with birdseed from time to time. They had the next 2 days off school. Midoriya was looking forward to that. After the sports festival, he was completely exhausted. It was Wednesday. That meant he had the radio tomorrow and then Dad would be calling him the day after. Then, he'd be back at school on Saturday and would have to face dance class in the evening. And the same went for Sunday. He wasn't looking forward to that so much. Maybe he'd get lucky. Mrs. Kita wasn't far off having her baby, and she would cancel dance lessons for a while after that until a teaching replacement could be found. That would give Midoriya an excuse to miss the lessons and not have to face explaining to the others that he in fact was now a famous radio star with a singing quirk, and then he'd have to face the prospect of speaking to them. Shinszo grasped the collar of his jacket and pulled him back before Midoriya could walk around the corner. What? He stammered. "Look," Shinszo replied. The two cautiously tilted their heads around the corner. Oh, wow, that's a lot of people, Midoriya realized. Other students were stifling their laughter at them as they walked calmly past and out into the streets. Good luck there, Canary. Oh, have fun. I suggest running. Midoriya and Shinszo ignored all of them and just stared for a while. The student exit barricaded a clear path through the crowds and out of the festivities. But either side of those barricades was a crowd that easily exceeded the size of the one which often swarmed the front of the radio station. And that was saying something. The mob consisted of everything from reporters to sports fans to just general fans. They waved at the UA students walking by, congratulating them on a job well done. Of course, the Hero Course students got a lot more love than most others, considering their faces were more familiar. There was a girl from 1B blushing profusely as she showed off her quirk to a small group of kids nearby. And Gyro was there too, looking rather stunned as someone waved a pen and notepad at her for her autograph, despite her not getting very far in the tournament round. Haven't the second-year events already started? Shinszo frowned, looking back to Midoriya for answers, as if he just knew everything. Midoriya signed slowly in response. Shinszo leaned back, away from the doorway and entrance to the student exit. He sighed. Great, Midoriya suggested. Shinszo shook his head in disbelief and smacked his hands out of the air to stop him signing anything else foolish. Come on then, he said eventually. There's no point in standing here for the rest of the day. With that, he shoved his own hands in his pockets and marched out of the exit. There was a little cheer for him when he appeared, like a few of the other tournament competitors had gotten, but nothing more, as he walked calmly away. Midoriya, however, stayed put, clutching his medal nervously and rubbing his finger over the engraving. Chirp. Midoriya blinked down at Siren, who was rather deep inside his pocket, with her beady eyes staring up at him. What? Midoriya whispered. Have you seen how many people are out there? Look. He gently removed her from the pocket, holding her out on his flattened palm. She ruffled her feathers a bit, before hopping around in a circle to look at Midoriya again. Tweet. It was less scary in the stadium. He protested quietly. The people walking by were still grinning stupidly at him, nudging their friends and pointing him out as he talked with his bird. Twitter, tweet. Huh, what? And then Shinszo reappeared, sighed deeply, and without warning, pulled him out into the open by his shoulders. The crowd cheered much louder that time. Every single one of them turned to see Midoriya with the canary in his hands, clapping loudly and even whistling in his direction as the camera lights flashed. Siren, as always, wasn't at all bothered by the noise and quickly took flight to do laps around Midoriya's head as Shinszo began to walk away again, completely and utterly overwhelmed. Midoriya almost tripped over his own feet as he stumbled to catch up with Shinszo and hide behind him, something that he did not let him do. But the people here weren't like those in class 1 degrees Celsius or the rest of UA. They didn't stare and whisper about the quirkless boy who had lied to them, or the mute one who actually can speak. These people just leaned over the barricades and cheered devotedly, pointing at the green wings painted on the back of his leather jacket and the bird flying circles around his head. Shinszo walked a little further ahead of Midoriya, a little smile on his face, one that he couldn't seem to suppress as he turned his head to see his friend glance, stunned, at all the people calling his name and waving at him. When he mustered up the courage to pull his arms away from his chest and wave feebly back, they cheered even louder. Canary, Canary. Midoriya turned his head to lay his green eyes on a surprisingly large group of people, making as much noise as they possibly could, laughing and clapping. Midoriya wouldn't have done more than wave at them with wide eyes if Siren hadn't diverted off from her circles in the air to greet them. Siren, no, he hissed and hurried after her as she perched happily on the bar in front of them, singing. Shinszo didn't stop. He simply shook his head, laughing, and disappeared off into the distance. Oh look, she's so cute. Oh my god, guys, he's coming. Midoriya was tempted to just grab the bird in his fist and take off after Shinszo. Hi, Canary. Two at the front exclaimed simultaneously. They laughed at each other for a moment before turning back to Midoriya, starry-eyed. Midoriya blinked at them, reaching forwards to try and lever Siren off the bar, which was a tougher job than it sounded. Hi, he stammered after that failed. Hi, they chorused. You did so well. I love your singing. Seriously, man, I'd never have the guts to pull something like that. Midoriya's eyes then zeroed in on what they were wearing. You like them, one exclaimed, pulling at her top. They all had different variants of it, but each followed a similar pattern. Some had the word canary written across them, others were decorated with birds or feathers. One, which was Midoriya's favorite, thinking back, had present mic written with the wire to a microphone, whilst canary was below it, with a bird perched on the word, singing into the mic. Midoriya nodded, flushing red as he did so. You don't have any merchandise, so we made stuff up. Midoriya was just frozen in place, unsure about what to say or do or, can I have your autograph? Questioned the one with Midoriya's favorite design, thrusting a pen and notepad at him. He jumped backwards a little. The fan just laughed. You don't have to if you don't want to. I don't have a no auto autograph, he stammered terribly as Siren flew off his hands to land on top of his head. But he did speak. which was an achievement in itself. She laughed again, leaning over the barricade as far as she could to give him the pen and paper, then make one up. And I can say that I have your very first. After a tweet from Siren, with shaking hands, Midoriya accepted the notepad and almost dropped the pen. He stared at the paper for a moment, before grimacing and just writing the word Canary as quickly as possible. But then he hesitated, glancing back and forth between the girl and the paper. After a moment, he put his pen back on the end of the Y, and swirled it around, so it ran over the top of the word, and then crossed right through the C, ending with a twirl. It looked roughly like a treble clef. I hope that's okay, he said, handing the pen and paper back nervously. She really did drop the pen as she jumped up and down, showing her friends the autograph. She yelled thank you after Midoriya as he stepped away panically, looking for Shinszo in the crowd of students leaving UA, but his indigo head was nowhere to be seen. Shinszo dealt with the pains of social interaction very differently from Midoriya, but at least he didn't have a whole mob of people screaming his name and congratulating him. After his first interaction though, Midoriya wasn't too keen to stay there long. Not that he wasn't secretly enjoying himself. There was just an awful lot of people, and that would mean an awful lot of words. But his mouth seemed to be working at the moment. He would like it to stay that way. That was why he signed very little else, spoke to very few, and then was gone, blending in with the crowd the best he could, as quickly as he could. Izuku. Midoriya felt a prod in his arm. Izuku, are you awake? He groaned as his eyes fluttered open. Your friend Shinszo's on the phone, his mom exclaimed, thrusting it in his direction. She seemed generally excited Midoriya had a friend and that he'd actually called to check up on him. Midoriya just blinked at her, his brain taking its time to process her words. He'd fallen asleep on the sofa. After he'd gotten home, he threw off his shoes, hugged his tearful mother, tidied away the copious amount of tissues, and then immediately collapsed. Hello, he moaned across the phone. He heard Shinszo's spluttering laughter. It's barely 6 o'clock. How tired are you? Tired, he replied simply, rubbing his eyes. Then I'm guessing you haven't seen it yet. Seen what? My point exactly. Is your phone within arm reach? Because it doesn't sound like you're physically capable of getting up to retrieve it. My phone's in my hand. No, that's your landline. Is it? He pulled the phone away from his ear and stared at it for a couple of seconds. Oh yeah, go back to sleep. No, I want, he yawned, to know now. Then stay on the phone so I can hear your reaction, Shinszo insisted. Midoriya didn't bother questioning the ominousness of that statement as he threw off the blanket that had miraculously appeared at some point and wandered over towards his room. His mom had already moved his bags into there, so he supposed that was where his phone had gone. However, what first caught his eye when he switched on the light and stepped inside was not the contents of his bag, strewn across the floor, but was, in fact, Siren's bird cage. The door hung ever open, with the little lock twisted in a certain way so it would never swing closed by accident. Not that Siren wouldn't have been able to undo it. Usually, all that her little home consisted of was that cage, her little perch next to it, and the swing inside, above her litter tray. She was a very neat bird, except when it came to food, because there was bird seed all over the counter and even in her water. Siren also had a bell, which she very much enjoyed ringing instead of Midoriya setting an alarm, or when she insisted, 2 hours early, that it was time she had more food. None of the above was out of the ordinary. What was, happened to be a certain something, fashioned into a little ball next to her cage, which Siren was now sitting in the middle. The missing headband from the cavalry battle. She must have stowed it in Midoriya's backpack so he would carry it home, and then somehow emptied the entire contents of his bag in order to retrieve it. He blinked at her. Seriously, Siren? He questioned. Shinszo sighed from across the phone. What has she done now? She just tweeted in reply, pulled herself out of the stolen fabric, and flew over to him eagerly. I've found that headband. Something is seriously wrong with that bird. I know and I love her for it. Midoriya, meanwhile, had chosen to ignore the reappearance of the headband, and went to find somewhere to hang up his medal, which he had yet to take off. It ended up dangling from the side of his bed, mainly because his room was so cluttered anyway, that he really didn't have anywhere else to put it. Siren liked that idea though. She quickly demonstrated its noise-making abilities by constantly swinging it side to side so it crashed against his bed periodically, further ignoring Siren's antics, because he'd come to learn at this point that there were very few ways that he could get her to stop doing it. Midoriya collected together his various things and started to tidy them away. What are you doing? Tidying. Stop procrastinating and pick up your phone. I'm doing the opposite of procrastinating. I'm being productive. You sound dead on your feet. For once in your life, just sit down and stop. Midoriya had now tucked the phone between his ear and his shoulder as he smiled down at his and Shinszo's strategy sheets, and promptly used the rather large wad of blue tack he had collected from his old All Might posters, now hidden under his bed, to pin them up on the wall, covering up the peeling parts of his wallpaper which were once concealed by the posters he no longer had the heart to look at. He needed to get some new ones, maybe some of Present Mike. Of course, he had his collection of photographs from Azora, and that took up a good amount of space too. Oh, right, yeah, phone. Oh, it's in my pocket, Midoriya realized as he tipped the bird seat off it. Of course it is, Shinszo sighed. Midoriya hesitated before finally turning on the device. Oh no, let me guess, a lot of notifications? More and more were popping up every second. In fact, I think I might need some time to sort this out. Shinszo snorted. Alright, fine. Message me when you've finished so I can send you a video I found where someone translated all our sign language conversation. Oh god. Yep, it's as bad as it sounds. Anyway, have fun. And he hung up without another word. Midoriya hesitated, staring at the silent phone for a moment, before grabbing the back of the wheelie chair currently tucked under his desk and turned on his computer. As it booted up, he turned back to his own phone. The very first thing he did was delve through the settings and turn off the notifications to his social media. He sighed in relief once the bombardment had stopped, and then was about to tap on his messaging app when someone started calling him, and he pressed answer before he was able to process who it had been. Hello, he said nervously. The person on the other end screamed in delight. YYYESSS. My little fledgling has awoken. Midoriya grinned. Hi, Azora. You did so well. Thank you, he replied as he turned back to his computer, clicking on the internet. Everyone's buzzing about your final match. It was incredible. You got the entire stadium singing along with you, and me, of course. He struggled to type in the word Canary whilst also holding his phone to his ear. Well, I didn't win. Oh, who cares about that? You've barely had your quirk for a month. Yet you still nearly came out on top. Canary, you're a star. Midoriya wasn't sure what emotion to feel when, for the first time, it was not the bird nor the islands that appeared first in his search contents, but him. You need to get onto your social media in a minute. Post something, anything at all. A picture of Siren with your medal if you want. Oh, and change your profile picture to that awesome shot of you flying above the sports festival arena. Midoriya was staring at that particular photograph right now, taken by the drone he had faced high in the air. During his brief match with Kaminari, his green wings spread out either side of him and a great smile across his face. What is it at the moment? Oh, I think it's just the Put Your Hands Up radio logo. But, have you seen that picture? It's incredible. I'm printing a poster of it. Wait, what? Yeah, and then you've got to sign it. I know you made up a signature. I've seen people bragging about getting one on the internet. It's a good signature as well, nice and neat. Midoriya was busy gaping at the news articles, completely dismissing the actual winner of the sports festival to instead focus on him and his story. Relive the moment, Canary's shocking debut. Canary rocked it in this year's UA Sports Festival finale. Radio star Canary's identity revealed. Replay Canary's radio debut. Izuku Midoriya comes second place in UAS first year sports festival. Top 10 theories for Canary's quirk. Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo. Who should have really won the sports festival? The true story behind Canary. Azora was babbling on about updating the radio show records and media presence and what Midoriya should be expecting for tomorrow's show as he cautiously clicked on the bottom link. The true story behind Canary. Story written by Hamaki Kimikawa. Posted today at 3:41 p.m. Second place in this year's UA First Year Sports Festival. Izuku Midoriya, better known by his alias, Canary, has seen a quicker rise to fame than even heroes like Hawks over the past month. His fights have been replayed thousands of times in the short space of time between now and their occurrence. He first became well known after his start in the ever-popular Canary's Hour, a show featured in Put Your Hands Up radio on Tuesday and Thursday evenings. Alongside the pro hero, Present Mike, the public now know Canary as the shy, yet extremely powerful, hero in training, held back in UAS General Study Class, 1 degrees Celsius. But why was Canary in that class to begin with? After showing so much potential in the sports festival and easily coming out on top of many of UAS Hero Course students, including Shoto Todoroki, son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor, one would think that Canary could have effortlessly passed UAS practical entrance exam with flying colors. Not only that, but Present Mike announced during the sports festival that Canary was the top of the general studies course, stating that he was their resident genius, with some of the highest scores in UA history on theoretical papers. The answer to Canary not already being in the hero course is simply, he never took the exam in the first place. Now because he never wanted to be a hero, but because he didn't know he had a quirk at all. This fact was first highlighted upon by Class 1A's homeroom teacher, the pro hero Eraserhead, who aided Present Mike with sports festival announcements this year. The information compiled about the competitors in the tournament round appeared to be out of date, suggesting that something had changed in Canary's records rather recently. This change would be the registering of his quirk in the first place. How can we confirm this? Well, it all comes down to the nature of Canary's quirk. Although the specificities of his quirk have yet to be determined, one fact is clear: it's a voice quirk. During a moment briefly caught on camera, at the end of the Cavalry battle, we see a conversation between Canary, his friend Hitoshi Shinszo, and Hero Course student Koji Koda. All three have voice quirks, and all three appeared to be communicating via sign language. It is transcribed as such: we're like team voice quirks, and all of us communicate via sign language, and have been mute at some point or another. Something is seriously wrong with our society. The key point I would like to highlight here is the term mute. Has Canary been mute for a good proportion of his life? Would this explain why he was unable to discover his quirk until after the UA Hero Course entrance exams had passed? If so, what events led to? Midoriya closed the tab, not wanting to read any more rumors or speculations, no matter how true they happen to be. You get all that, Canary? Oh, right, he was still on the phone to Azora. She laughed loudly. It's okay. I figured you weren't really listening. A little distracted, are we? Yeah, a little. Well, it's okay. You've got the rest of today and tomorrow to be distracted. And the day after too, I think. Just make sure you're awake enough for the radio tomorrow evening. Got it? Why, yes, of course. Well, see you tomorrow then, little fledgling. That's your name now on my phone, by the way, fledgling. Thanks, bye. Goodbye. Midoriya sighed and threw himself onto his bed. This was proving to be the start of a long few days. He could have just fallen asleep again, right then and there. But firstly, he still needed to sort out the mess that was his phone. And secondly, he just managed to jolt himself out of his sleepy state with a sneeze. He was allergic to feathers. Just when one manages to stick itself up your nose, sneezes are generally to be expected. He rolled off his bed and onto the floor with a clatter, so much so that he had to yell that he was fine to his mum from across the apartment. It wasn't like his room was covered in Siren's feathers. He'd sat through a lecture with the pet shopkeeper lady about Canary diets and mannerisms and molting seasons, and had paid enough attention to know that Siren wouldn't be molting for at least a few months yet. But that didn't stop her from depositing fluff in various inconvenient locations or pulling out the occasional feather on accident. She tended to make a big fuss when she did that. Sighing, Midoriya stared under his bed, only because that was the position he had found himself in, now face to face with some of the All Might merchandise that couldn't quite fit in the boxes, and instead either hung out of them or were piled clumsily beside them. He was just blankly looking at a little Chibai All Might, attached to a long, silver chain that Midoriya had never found a purpose for. But as Siren continued to be rather enthralled by noises that banging his metal against his bedside could make, Midoriya finally had an idea. He grasped the plastic figure, disconnected it from the chain, and tossed Mini All Might back into one of the boxes. Then, after a moment's thought, he retrieved said box again, and delved through it in search of the bits and pieces he required. Dotted around his room from his time spent fiddling with his now-deceased support items were various tools and objects that he had bought to help him with the project. Even they found a new purpose as he twisted little bits of metal, removing them from the old merchandise and forcing little holes into them. He located one of Siren's largest discarded feathers, which she'd left on his pillow as some kind of gift, and completed his creation moments before his phone buzzed once again. It managed to vibrate itself off his bed. Staring at it for a moment, he eventually reached down to pick it up. Unread messages from Shouto Todoroki. Midoriya blinked at it. Yes. He'd given Todoroki his number at the end of the sports festival, just before him and Shinszo had hurried off to get changed. This is the beginning of your chat with Shouto Todoroki. Izuku Midoriya. Hi. This is Canary. Shouto Todoroki changed your nickname to Canary. Shouto Todoroki. Thank you. Shouto Todoroki. You look tired after your match against Bakugo. How are you feeling now? Shouto Todoroki. My father is not too pleased that I lost to you. Shouto Todoroki. He doesn't like that song. Shouto Todoroki. It's now his ringtone. Canary. Wait, what? Canary. Sorry, I just woke up. Canary. What happened? Shouto Todoroki. He isn't very good with technology, so I changed his ringtone to that song you used against me. He can't change it back and now he has to go to work. Canary. Oh my god. Canary. You're kidding me. Shouto Todoroki. No, I am not. Shouto Todoroki. What was the song you used against Kaminari? Canary. Wait, no. You can't change the subject like that. Shouto Todoroki. Oh, sorry. I just wanted to know. Canary. No, it's fine. It's just, did you really change Endeavor's ringtone to that? Shouto Todoroki. Yes. Canary. Oh my god. Canary. The first song I used was Wings by Hertz, by the way. Shouto Todoroki. Thank you. Midoriya stared dumbfounded at the chain of messages for a moment, struggling to process what had just happened. Blinking at his phone, he turned to the other string of notifications that he had yet to examine. Canary Protection Squad. This chat group includes Izuku Midoriya, Hitoshi Shinszo, Ochako Uraraka, Tenya, and Kyoka Gyro. Dove. Wait, no. Raven, I just love how, collectively, no one cares. Crane, Bakugo did win the sports festival though. Owl, yeah but no one cares. Raven, and I love that. Dove, wait. Owl, what are we waiting for again? Raven, Uraraka's looking for a link to something. Dove, Owl, what the actual heck? Raven, that is beautiful. Canary, what did I just read? Dove, Canary. Dove, yeah, how are you feeling? Canary, a little tired, but okay. Raven, Midoriya, you forgot I was talking to you over your landline despite holding the phone in your hands. Owl, yeah, that doesn't sound okay. Canary, I'm tired. I do weird things when I'm tired. Canary, speaking of weird things. Canary, I was talking to Todoroki. Owl, Todoroki, as in fire and ice, Todoroki. Canary, yeah, so anyway, he really liked that song and then he decided to. Canary, actually. Canary, can I add him here? Raven, can I first ask how you make friends so easily and yet the only person you've ever mentioned knowing before UA is Bakugo? Owl, excuse me what? Crane, I wasn't aware you and Bakugo knew each other personally. Raven, do whatever you want Midoriya. But Todoroki has yet to speak to me and I am bitter. Owl, you're always bitter. Raven, shut up. Canary added Shouto Todoroki to the chat. Canary, okay, now tell them what you told me. Shouto Todoroki, what is this? Crane, hello, Todoroki. This is Ida. We have bird names here. Dove, my idea. I'll change Shouto Todoroki's name to Phoenix. Raven changed Phoenix's name to Penguin. Crane changed Penguin's name to Woodpecker. Dove, no. I've got one. Dove changed Woodpecker's name to Puffin. Puffin, why am I a puffin? Dove, because they're like, kind of white and red and it was the best upgrade of penguin that I could think of. Raven, I prefer penguin. Owl, that's just because you're still salty about losing. Puffin, oh, is that the brainwasher? Raven, I have a name. Canary, you know, I'm just going to go and fix my social media account. Raven, you come back here. Midoriya sighed exasperatingly as he turned to the task he'd been putting off. Aozora was right. He'd done hardly anything on the account, but, wow, that was a lot of followers for someone with only one post. And he'd been tagged in a lot of things too. Everything from Put Your Hands Up Radio, which posted the picture that Aozora had taken not so long ago in order to update the information that the Canaries are part of their website display, to fans taking photographs of him from the arena, and a couple where he'd nervously agreed to take a selfie with them. It didn't take long for Midoriya to locate the photo Aozora had specifically identified though. It was on the UA Sports Festival's main account. He gaped at it. Not just because it really was a good picture, but because only the winners ever got their photos posted there. And here he was, congratulated for second place shortly after Bakugo was briefly praised for first. The photo of him was far less appealing, with him standing on the podium, staring at his first place medal, a snarl on his lips. It took Midoriya a little longer than it perhaps should have for him to figure out how to repost it and then set it as his profile picture. All this media nonsense really wasn't Midoriya's style, but he was helping present Mike's and Aozora's business, right? And then, of course, surely all this attention could convince Principal Nezu to let him onto the hero course. All he had to do now was figure out a way to make sure that Shinszo would be able to follow. He stared down at the gift he had made for him. It was a necklace, of sorts. He knew it sounded weird. He didn't expect Shinszo to wear it or anything. But Shinszo didn't win a medal. Midoriya felt like he should have. Or, at the very least, won a medal for all the good things he'd done for him. That was what it was, a medallion, with Siren's green feather as a pendant. He put it around his neck for now, or else he knew he'd completely forget about it. Tweet. Right. One more thing to do. He turned and grinned. Siren was back in the nest she'd made out of the 10,615-point headband. She looked very proud of herself, turning to his phone camera and grasping the medal from the side of his bed again. Midoriya placed it gingerly beside her and bent down to take a picture that he was sure Aozora would be proud of. But he didn't take it until Siren stubbornly insisted on adjusting the medal's position a little, so it was propped up a little more by the fabric of the headband. Midoriya shook his head at her as she fluffed out her feathers. She was posing. Maybe Principal Nezu would enjoy meeting her. He took the photo and finally posted it online. Izuku, it's time for dinner. I've made katsudon again. His mum called across the house. Midoriya grinned. Katsudon for the third time this week. He really loved katsudon. Bakugo's golden medal was sitting on his pillow whilst he perched, cross-legged, at the other end of his bed, staring at it. His phone was in his hand, earplugs in. He'd been listening to the same two songs on repeat for the last few hours. He knew one, obviously. There were few who didn't know that song. But the other, he hated how much he liked it. And how much more he would have liked it if it weren't for the bitter memories that those notes made resurface in his mind. He could still hear Deku's word echoing in his skull. They got it the wrong was around. A villain. All his life, he'd been the future hero, the star in the making, whilst Deku was the nobody, the one who'd ended up tripping over his own feet as he failed to chase Bakugo's shadow. But now it was his shadow Bakugo was standing in. He was in first place. He was the best of them all. There was his golden prize, and Deku had his silver one. Shinszo had never been to Midoriya's house before, so who could blame him for not expecting Siren to catapult herself into his face the moment he opened the door? "Siren!" exclaimed two voices at once. Midoriya pulled the bird off Shinso's face as she chirped contently. "Is she just your attack bird now or something?" Shinszo groaned as Midoriya held the door open for him, and he stepped inside. Midoriya grinned guiltily at him, releasing the bird into the air again, only for her to fly circles around Shinso's head in the enclosed space. "So, what have you been doing today?" Shinszo questioned as he kicked off his shoes. "Oh, nothing much, really," he said timidly. Shinszo narrowed his eyes. That couldn't have been a good sign. He had to repeat the question twice before Midoriya saw his hand movements. "Nothing," he replied simply, walking Shinszo into a room with the name Izuku written on the door. Midoriya immediately collapsed into the bed. Shinszo pushed, deciding to sit down on the chair that had been tucked underneath his computer desk. Then, accidentally jogging his computer mouse, the device flickered into life, and that was an awful lot of tabs. Who is Canary? The answer will rock you. All things you need to know if you want to be a true Canary fan. Canary is less likely to enter the hero course than you might think. Which collective noun are you? UAS Sports Festival finale was explosive, literally. What's up with Canary's bird? Reasons why Canary isn't the angel he makes himself out to be. Bending the rules. Why general studies students Izuku Midoriya and Hitoshi Shinszo shouldn't have gotten so far through the sports festival. Suspicious finale. Canary under scrutiny for cheating. Shinszo gave Midoriya a look. "You shouldn't be reading this stuff." Midoriya sat up with a sigh and started to fiddle with what seemed to be one of Siren's feathers as a pendant on a necklace. "It's ridiculous. Like, are you under scrutiny for cheating?" Well, and not that I'm aware of." "Exactly," Shinszo sighed. "What's up with Canary's bird?" "We're all asking that question, buddy. And no one's any closer to the answer." Midoriya snorted. "Reasons why Canary isn't the angel he makes himself out to be." Shinszo grinned. "I wasn't aware you made yourself out to be an angel. You're still threatening to go for my eyes every time I call you an angry little bird." He grinned brightly at Shinszo, who smiled back and then proceeded to close down those endless tabs. "So, when are we heading off to the radio station?" Shinszo questioned. "As soon as my mom comes back. She went out grocery shopping because, well, I'm delaying leaving the house," Midoriya admitted. Shinszo shrugged. "Fair enough. Is that why you invited me to be your bodyguard?" "You're not my bodyguard," Midoriya exclaimed. "You said you were bored, so I invited you over for dinner and I forgot about having to do the radio today." He pouted. "You sure that your manager person said that it was okay for me to hang around for the hour?" "Yeah, Aozora was fine about it. She's excited to meet you. Should I be worried?" "Possibly." He was looking at the photograph of Midoriya with an energetic, blue-skinned lady, who Shinszo assumed to be this Aozora, amongst his growing collection on his wall. She had a very strange smile and rather pointy teeth. "What's her quirk?" Shinszo frowned, generally curious. "No idea," Midoriya replied. Shinszo narrowed his eyes at him, already spying the growing conspiracy in those bright eyes. "All right then," he said, deciding it was best to leave the matter be. Shinszo drifted his gaze over Midoriya's small room. Siren had dominated a good amount of it, despite her size, including a lot of his work desk. "Do you like her nest?" Midoriya grinned, nodding at the bundle of cloth that was the missing headband, and Midoriya's silver medal lying beside it. There was a present mic pin there too. Shinszo was quite certain that wasn't there in Midoriya's picture last night. "It's like a dragon's hoard," Shinszo scoffed as Siren landed in it, puffing out her chest proudly. "That's what it's turning into," Midoriya agreed with a sigh. "I hadn't planned on letting her keep the medal, but she gets all upset when I move it now, so I suppose it's staying there." Shinszo grinned. "I love that bird almost as much as my cats." Midoriya's eyes widened. "You have cats?" He blinked at him. "There's no way I haven't mentioned this before. I complain about cat hair all the time." "Not to me." "Ah, well, I'm sorry I deprived you of that particular conversation then." Midoriya laughed, and then looked down at his feather necklace again, faltering and saying, Well, speaking of medals." Shinszo frowned. "We've already changed topic. But speaking of, we're not speaking about medals anymore though." "Shush up and let me speak," Midoriya exclaimed, turning into angry bird mode. Shinszo would have pointed it out, but he was slightly fearful of Siren being present. "You helped me speak," Midoriya explained. Shinszo furrowed his brow but didn't interrupt him. "You helped me when you didn't need to. All the way back on the first day of school, and if you hadn't done that then I would still be really struggling with speaking and I would never have found my quirk and I." "Okay, yeah, you're speaking faster than I can think," Shinszo grinned. "What are you trying to say?" Midoriya simply leaned over and dropped the feather necklace into Shinszo's open hands. "It's for you." Shinszo blinked at it. "For me? Well, I still think you should have got a medal in the sports festival." You were more than powerful enough to win, and you definitely would have counteracting my quirk, so there's that. But yeah, you don't actually have to wear it. I was wearing it so I wouldn't forget. But it's my version of a medal. To say thanks, he continued to stare down at it for a moment. At the swirl of metal wire that secured the feather in place, at the neat fastenings of a slightly different color to the rest. Shinszo wasn't sure where he'd gotten the pieces, other than the feather, of course, but either way, it seemed as though Midoriya had gotten them all separately and spent a good amount of time carefully creating. Metal. Shinszo smiled. Trust Midoriya to do something like this, so incredibly wholesome and kind. That very thought reminded him, though, that he'd never had a real chance at friendship before. Midoriya would make a brilliant hero. It was what he was born to do. From his personality to his quirk, everything about him screamed heroism. But the world hadn't agreed at first. Midoriya was different from the other hero course students. He knew what it felt like to be downtrodden, be told he couldn't or shouldn't, despite what his heart yearned for. Shinszo was exactly the same, and boy, was he glad that, on the first day of school, he'd decided to be the first to give Midoriya the chance he needed. The simple gift meant more to Shinszo than Midoriya could have ever realized. You really don't have to wear it. Midoriya smiled as Shinszo fastened it around his neck. It's more like a keepsake. Too late, I'm never taking it off. Midoriya continued to stutter in apparent embarrassment for a while, until Shinszo changed the subject of the conversation to the internet's love of Siren, which was always a fun topic. That was until Mrs. Midoriya returned and called her son over to help unload the shopping, which Shinszo was happy to help with. You have to go in a minute, Mrs. Midoriya exclaimed. Go and change, Izuku. What? Midoriya stammered, fumbling dangerously with a carton of eggs. This is fine, I'm only going to the radio station. He was wearing his usual set of home clothes, an incredibly oversized t-shirt that was comically labeled exactly that, t-shirt, and an ordinary set of trousers. Yes, but people know your face now, Inko acknowledged, and you might be seen on the way to work. At least put on something that fits you. Midoriya sighed, but didn't protest, and quickly hurried back to his room to change. Izuku gave you his present then, smiled Inko as she continued to telekinetically pull items of her shopping across the room. It was a very different quirk to Midoriya's, something that Shinszo sometimes struggled to get his head around. Yeah, Shinszo replied. He was just taking various things from the shopping bags and setting them out on the counter for Inko to tidy away, since he didn't know where anything belonged himself. I hope you realize how important of a friend you are to him, she said, speaking in a slightly hushed voice so that her son wouldn't hear. He was in a bad place before he met you, Inko added sadly. Why, you know that he didn't talk, but he wouldn't eat sometimes too. The only way I got him to leave his room when he didn't need to be at school was through his dance and music. Shinszo bit his lip. She clearly didn't know about Bakugo's suicide baiting. But then he started coming home from UA all happy and smiley, and he would actually talk to me about everything. About you and Uraraka and Ida. And then he decided to go out to this nearby beach to play his guitar. He's done that a few times before, but this time he came back soaking wet and with this beaming smile on his face, his guitar all covered in scorch marks, and he'd found his quirk. She sighed. You know what happened from there on out? Shinszo smiled back at her. Yeah, things were really looking up. All they had to do now was figure out a way to make UA transfer both of them onto the hero course. Okay, let's go. Midoriya exclaimed, hurrying back into view, wearing a yellow hoodie and dark blue jeans, with those bulky red shoes of his in his hands, ready to be put on. Don't forget your key card again, Shinszo sighed as he started to walk towards the door. Shinszo, Inko called back. He turned. Thank you. And with a smile, he nodded, following Midoriya out of the house, with Siren whizzing along behind them. Midoriya practically skipped down the steps from his apartment ahead of Shinszo. Siren was singing loudly. Did you get your key card in the end? Shinszo questioned after a while as they walked towards the train station. Yep, Midoriya replied, popping the P. I keep it with my train card now, in the back of my phone case, he explained, removing his phone from the green, plastic casing to reveal both cards hidden behind it. He shoved the device back into his hoodie pocket. Excellent. That way, if you lose one thing, you lose everything, Shinszo grinned. Midoriya shoved him playfully. Shut up, I won't lose my phone. You managed to lose your keycard pretty easily. My phone is different. I keep it on me at all times now, with my earphones. How else would I be able to listen to music when I'm bored? It didn't take long for them to reach the station. As they stepped onto the train, Shinszo pulled Midoriya's hood over his head. He gave him a strange look as they stood as far away from everyone else as possible. It was about 5:30, so the train was still rather busy. Shinszo reminded him, keep Siren in your pocket, you might be recognized. Shinszo heard a slight, disgruntled tweet from the bird who remained hidden beside Midoriya's phone in his pocket, as Midoriya shoved his hand in to keep her still, and nodded to Shinszo nervously, ducking his head a little to hide himself from someone standing nearby, who kept glancing over to them. Shinszo began fiddling with the feather around his neck fretfully as he realized that he might be identifiable too. It wasn't as though it would be dangerous to be recognized. It would just be a major inconvenience. A few stops down the line, and they could finally hop off the street. Thankfully, the radio station wasn't that far away, according to Midoriya. Although, Shinszo was pretty sure that he got so lost in his music as he walked there, that he wasn't actually aware of time passing by, because 15 minutes later, Midoriya yanked on Shinszo's arm to pull him to grinding halt. Ah, now that was an inconvenience. Didn't you say there was a secret way to get into the radio station? Shinszo whispered as the two stopped and stared at the sheer volume of people standing outside the front of the hero agency. Why yeah, Midoriya stammered in reply, grabbing Shinszo's wrist and pulling him back around to hurry down the street they had just walked up. He took a left, and then another left and kept running until the two found themselves in a rather desolate area. The only surviving business in what seemed to be a row of empty shops was a small cafe, the owner of which was clearing one of the tables outside and gave Midoriya a wave from a distance. Do they know who you are? Shinszo questioned unsurely as Midoriya led him down a very narrow alleyway opposite the cafe. I think a lot of people from the radio station go there, Midoriya replied as Siren finally freed herself from his pocket and decided to perch on his shoulder instead. So, yeah, they must have figured it out by now. But they close at 6:30, so I'm often their last customer. Midoriya's secret passageway really was secret. Shinszo was pretty sure they'd walked up the fire escape to someone's house at some point. He hadn't even realized they'd arrived until Midoriya pulled his keycard out from the back of his phone case to swipe it through a lock at a seemingly insignificant door, and opened it wide before Shinszo, grinning wildly as he ushered Shinszo inside ahead of him. What time is it? Are we late? Midoriya asked as he pushed past Shinszo in the narrow corridor to use his keycard a second time on the second door at the far end. He tapped on his phone to check the time. It's about 6:20. We're fine. Oh, good, he sighed. Hello, everyone. Midoriya called out to the receptionists as him and Shinszo marched out into the main entrance to the hero agency. They cheered and clapped. Hey, it's Canary, one exclaimed, whilst the other gave him finger guns. You did great. Shinszo was busy staring at the front door to the building. The entire wall was made of glass, and he could see the mob standing, waiting by the door for someone to dare venture close. They can't see us, Midoriya explained as Shinszo almost stumbled over his shoelaces, making his way towards the receptionist's desk. It's completely blacked out from the other side. Whoa, Fingerguns frowned. You can't just sidestep our conversation about the sports festival. Come on, Shinszo, you need to register that you're in the building, said Midoriya, sidestepping the conversation. Yes, come on, Shinszo, grinned the female receptionist. Come sign in. You're doing this on purpose. This isn't fair. Why do you always do this to me? Every time we get a celebrity. I am not a C-celebrity, Midoriya suddenly exclaimed, jumping back a little in apparent surprise, even though it wasn't a very surprising thing to state. Tell that to them, Shinszo protested, nodding his head towards the crowd outside, as the receptionist finished transferring his details from the piece of paper he filled out and signed onto her computer. Hey, want me to take a picture of you in front of the glass? Fingerguns quickly suggested, waving his camera phone at them. Shinszo glanced between Midoriya and the mass of people outside, having no idea they were right there. He grinned. Didn't the manager lady say to update your social media more often? Hey Azora, Midoriya grumbled in response. For someone who had so quickly risen to fame, he remained stubbornly camera shy. Go on, it'll be a good picture, insisted the receptionist, getting up from behind the desk excitedly. You maybe not, Midoriya stammered, but Shinszo just grinned sadistically at him and pushed him over towards the glass. Stand there, he instructed, and hurried back over to Fingergun's side. Smile. Midoriya gave them the most nervous smile Shinszo knew he could muster, as well as a feeble wave as he was backdropped by the unknowing mob. You can do better than that, the other receptionist scoffed. Give us a real smile. That didn't do much to help. Shinszo sighed. Hey, Midoriya, you know you said I should try and activate my quirk through jokes. He blinked at him and nodded uncertainly. Why did the chicken cross the road? To get to the other side. Midoriya did not smile, and just crossed his arms and pouted. All right then, Shinszo thought. Challenge accepted. Why did the shark cross the road? To get to the other side. Still no smile, but the way his bottom lip wobbled indicated that he was close to it. Why did the dodo cross the road? He narrowed his eyes as Shinszo grinned, probably thinking of what else could possibly rhyme with side and tide. It didn't, it got run over and died. The receptionist stared at him. Okay, not where I was expecting that to go. But Midoriya, knowing Shinszo's odd sense of humor, finally spluttered into laughter. Shinszo pulled his own phone out of his pocket and took the successful photograph. If you were a villain, you'd be screwed, Shinszo grinned, walking over to him. Midoriya was still laughing periodically at the morbid joke as the receptionist took a second picture of the two of them, which he sent to Shinszo, using the details he'd signed into the building with. Not long after, It's almost 6:30, you two. They were suddenly reminded. Midoriya jumped in surprise, jolting Siren off his shoulder as he panically steered Shinszo towards the elevator on the far side of the room. As Midoriya pressed on the button for floor 13 and used his keycard to activate it, Shinszo wondered aloud, why don't they use elevator music? I don't know, Midoriya replied, raising his eyebrow uncertainly. Siren was enjoying experimenting flying around as the elevator moved up, or at least play the radio. This is a radio station. Midoriya just shrugged as he grasped Siren from the air, stopping her from hurting herself as the elevator came to a stop and the doors slid open. Hey, cried the blue lady that could only have been Azora. She bounced off the sofa she'd been lying on, scattering paper across the floor as she grabbed Midoriya and hugged him tightly, swaying side to side with him. You did so well, I'm so proud. Oh my god, your face. You're still covered in plasters. Were you too tired for recovery girl to completely patch you up? Present Mike said that might have happened, but oh, you did so great anyway. Midoriya was struggling to get away from her and Shinszo was just enjoying watching. He was tempted to film, but he valued his eyes. And if Midoriya didn't reach angry little bird mode, then Siren would much quicker. He eventually broke free of Aozora's hold. Aozora, this is Shinszo. Shinszo, Aozora. She grinned, and it was a scary grin. It stretched a little too far across her face. I've been told all about you, she said. Shinszo couldn't tell if that was a good thing or not. Both of you did incredibly in the sports festival. Mike will be out in, 2 seconds, and I'm sure he'll be. Never mind. Canary, you rocked it. If another person makes that pun, I swear I'll. Angry bird mode, Shinszo sighed. He turned around to shoot back at him his usual retort but was then smothered by a hug from Present Mike in a similar manner to Aozora. Speaking of which, Aozora did not have the fear of Siren that Shinszo had rightfully come to appreciate. She pulled out her phone and started filming Canary pretending to suffocate in the embrace. I have control over Present Mike's social media, she giggled to Shinszo. If you think that this isn't going on there, then you'd be wrong. Present Mike was now holding onto Midoriya's shoulders and gently shaking him back and forth while screaming about how good he was. It was good to see Midoriya acting so confident. This was the Midoriya that Shinszo knew, not the one that he acted like around most others. Here, he wasn't so shy or unsure of himself. He spoke aloud the sassy remarks that he often reverted to sign language to make, so Shinszo would have to stifle his laughter. He had now shoved his hand over Present Mike's mouth to stop him from talking and was telling him off for being so biased. Speaking of bias, Present Mike yelled. The volume felt so much more intense in the radio waiting room than it did in the classroom. Shinszo felt sorry for Midoriya's ears. You did great, little listener. He was pointing at Shinszo. He frowned. He should have seen the coming. Canary said you have an awesome ability, but never said what. Shinszo rubbed the back of his neck nervously, his fingers catching on the clasp of his necklace. Thanks. If you both don't get onto the hero course, I'll eat my hair gel. The smile that spread across Midoriya's face mimicked Shinzo's demonic one so much that he almost laughed. He turned to Aozora. Please say you got that on camera. I see this as a win-win situation, she sniggered. Present Mike's face fell. Wait, no, what are you two planning? 3, Shinszo corrected. If his teacher was going to eat his hair gel, he was going to be there to watch. Oh, Aozora suddenly exclaimed, almost dropping her phone. I've actually got something for you, Canary. Huh, he frowned. Yeah, it's almost 6:30. You two should get into the studio. You can see it in a bit, she decided, now moving to pick up the paper she'd previously scattered across the room. Your friend can adopt your nest while he waits. Your nest, Shinszo repeated. Everyone pointed at an armchair in the far corner of the room, completely covered in cushions. Aozora grinned. He literally goes there every single time he... Wait. Midoriya jumped. Where is your jacket? He blinked at her and smiled nervously. At home. Why? Because it's like a homing beacon saying, I am Canary. Aozora opened her mouth, wavered, and then said, that is a good point. Get back in there. You two, the song's about to end, ordered a guy that Shinszo hadn't noticed before, wearing headphones and fiddling with an assortment of buttons and levers, set out on a panel in front of a window into the main studio. The blinds are open, Midoriya realized with a frown. He must have been referring to the blinds tied up at the top of the window. Perhaps they were usually closed whilst he was in the studio. We can close them again if you want. The man offered as Present Mike steered Midoriya towards the door to the studio. It's okay for end now, he stammered. Bye, Shinszo. He waved as Siren whizzed past the door and it was slammed shut. Shinszo went and immediately collapsed in Midoriya's nest, vaguely watching Midoriya and Present Mike talking in the soundproof room. Hey, Purple, Aozora suddenly exclaimed. She was sitting in a wheelie chair beside the other guy. It's Shinszo, he mumbled in reply. I need a nickname then. she insisted with that scary grin of hers. Shinszo aspired for his grin to strike fear in the hearts of whomever saw it like Aozora's did. He hesitated for a moment, briefly considering his very short list of future hero names. But then his phone vibrated in his hand. Todoroki had just sent them a message in the Canary group chat. He'd been sending them a string of updates of his father struggling with his phone, and Shinszo had saved every single one of them. Raven, he replied. Aozora gave him a slightly bewildered look. Canary has a group chat with me and a few of the hero course students, Shinszo sighed. One of them, Uraraka, the girl with the gravity quirk, decided we should all have bird nicknames there, and mine's Raven. Okay, I love Uraraka. Shinszo grinned. Not just at Aozora, but at the picture of Endeavor moments away from setting his phone on fire. Anyway, hey, Raven. He raised his eyebrows at her. Want a pair of headphones to listen to the show? Shinszo hesitated. The pair Aozora was waving at him were wireless. That meant he could still sit in the nest whilst wearing them. Sure, present Mike's radio show. Tuesdays and Thursdays from 18:30 to 19:30. Canary's hour. Present MIC. YYYEAHHH. Canary, yeah. Present MIC. Now that's more like it. Canary laughs and Siren twitters in the background. Present Mike. Welcome back to Canary's slow and steady progression to screaming YYYEAHHH with me. Canary, spoiler alert, it's probably not going to happen. Present MIC. In all seriousness, welcome back to Canary's hour, where our favorite little co-host has Canary bias. Present MIC. I'm not being biased. Canary, you have other co-hosts. Present MIC. Hour. The people listening here are listening for you. Canary. Then shouldn't it be our favorite host? A brief moment of silence follows. Present MIC. You can tell when Canary's about to insult me because he gets all nervous about it and starts stammering. Canary. Hey. At least I'm talking at all. Present MIC. Anyway, as I was saying, where our Canary has just returned to the land of the living after rocking it in the sports festival. Canary. I warned you about the rock pun. Present Mike. But it's a good. Canary. Siren. Furious tweeting can be heard. Present MIC. NOOO. Call her off. I won't do the rock pun again, I swear. A sigh of relief after a satisfied chirp and a flutter of feathers. Present MIC. Did you train her to be an attack bird? Canary. No, she came like that. Present MIC. I can believe that. Canary. And also, what did you mean, return to the land of the living? Present MIC. I was told you've been asleep. Canary. Not this entire time. Present MIC. That, I don't believe. Canary. I wasn't in a coma. Present MIC. You seemed pretty tired during the awards ceremony. Canary. I wasn't. Stop looking at me like that. And my friends outside the radio studio and, hey, stop it. Present MIC. Oh, they're signing to each other now. Speaking of which, you two forgot that there are other people in this world who know sign language again, didn't you? Canary. Maybe. Present MIC. Because I've been shown several videos where your sign language conversations in the sports festival have been translated. Canary. Oh. Yeah, my friend told me about those. W, what do I call you on here? Your real name or W what? Why? Oh, okay, Raven. We're calling him Raven. Present MIC. Why is Raven your friend's codename? Canary. Oh, that would be because we kind of have a group chat with me and Raven and 4 others from school. And, for some reason, they decided that they should all have bird codenames like I do. So, we have Canary, Raven, Dove, Crane, Owl, and Puffin. Present MIC. Okay, that's adorable. Canary. Apart from me and Raven, they're all on the hero course. And they're probably listening, so, hi. Present MIC. It's Canary's area. Canary. Isn't that my social media account name? Present MIC. Yes. But are these 5 not your original area? Canary. You 4 of them are. Puffin only joined yesterday. But yeah, those were the only 4 who knew that me and C Canary on the radio show were the same person before the sports festival. Present MIC. What about me? Canary. I wasn't including you. Present MIC. How did they find out then? Canary. Oh, well, Raven was the first to know. I told him. Then, Owl was next. There's a bit of a story behind how she found out. Present MIC. Tell us then. Canary. You okay. Well, to get into the radio show building. Place. Here, I have this key card. And on this particular day, I brought it to school with me and I might have lost it. A moment of silence. Present MIC. You're looking at me like you expect me to be mad. Canary. Why you're not. Present Mike. Why would I be? I lose mine all the time. Canary. Your co-producer's glaring at you. Present MIC. Yes, and I fear for my life. You haven't finished the story. Canary. Oh, right. Basically, me and Raven were searching for it after school, and then we found it, but someone else did before us. That didn't make any sense. Someone else found the key card, and we had to try and get it back off her without her realizing that it was me. And Raven tried to convince her to take it to a teacher, and the argument kind of drew a crowd. I somehow managed to grab it off her without her realizing, and me and Raven ran off. But Owl was the only one who saw us do it, and she followed us, and I think she was going to tell us off for stealing it. As so, we ended up explaining. Present MIC, that sounds like quite an adventure. Canary, I guess. Present MIC, what about the others? Canary, oh, Dove tuned into the radio and heard my voice. Then we had to tell Crane before he heard too and accidentally gave it away. Present MIC, on the topic of voice, there are some important things we might want to clear up before we move on to our usual Canary's hour schedule. Canary, there are. A moment of silence follows. Canary, oh, yeah. Present MIC, I just signed an explanation. If anyone's confused by that, I'll let you say. But remember, only if you want to. Canary, yeah, thanks. There's a lot of rumors and stuff online about stuff. And, yeah, I get why it's weird to you that only 4 people figured out who I was. But that's because no one really, apart from them, had actually heard my voice before the sports festival. Because I. Present MIC, do you want me to finish that? Silence, likely where Canary nods to present mic. Present MIC, Canary here suffers from selective mutism. This is why I offered to let him come on the radio station, to help improve his confidence for him to effectively use his quirk, which requires his voice to work properly. Canary, thanks to this, I'm getting a lot better. Present MIC, we've gone down a few decibels. Should I be whispering too? Siren tweets very loudly into the microphone. Present mic, never mind then. Another thing that we might want to address is why Canary isn't already on the hero course. Canary, I never took the exam. I didn't know I had a quirk at all. Present MIC, but despite that, in the sports festival, he absolutely. Canary, don't you dare. Present MIC, rocked it. Canary clicks his fingers and the flapping of Siren's wings can be heard as Present Mike yells. Present Mike, cue the music, cue the music. Call her off. Present Mike screamed, I repeat, call her off. No, don't call her off. I'm still filming. Aozora's voice rang out across the studio as she spoke into the microphone on the other side of the glass. Holding up her phone and giggling manically, Shinszo signed from across the room. He never left the chair, and instead just turned it around slightly so it was at a better angle to see the studio. Midoriya replied, continuing to ignore Siren doing what she did best. He shrugged. Midoriya smiled widely. Oh, okay, Siren, that's enough, Midoriya told her, after realizing he'd left Present Mike at her mercy for a little too long. He looked rather frazzled after Siren finally backed down. Siren didn't actually hurt him, she just enjoyed giving the impression that she was trying to. Midoriya didn't doubt that she really would go for the eyes if she thought someone was a serious threat. The thought made him sudden uncomfortably. He looked back to the other side of the glass. Aozora was grinning wickedly as she showed Nakano the video she had taken. Shinszo waved his phone at Midoriya, urging him to pull his own out of his pocket. Canary Protection Squad. Raven, you guys listening to the radio? Dove, oh my god, it's Canary's hour. Owl, like always, Shinszo. Or should I say Raven? Dove, we have been mentioned. Raven, did you only just tune in? Dove, at the end of the bit where he mentioned us, yeah. Dove, wait, are you there? At the radio station. Raven, yeah. Owl, lucky. Puffin, my sister told father how to change his ringtone. Owl, it was fun whilst it lasted. Dove, nuo. Crane, it would have been too unprofessional to keep it as such for too long. Raven, unprofessional was what we were aiming for. Canary, apparently setting my attack bird on people is unprofessional, but that's not going to stop me from doing it. Dove, Canary, I thought you were on the radio. Canary, I am. I'm waiting for the song to end. Owl, do you get to pick the music? Canary, no, I think Cockatoo does. Owl, well, you have to show us your arsenal sometime. Dove, his arsenal? Raven, the music playlist he has to use his quirk with. Dove, PFFT. Dove, good name. Owl, why do I feel like that was Shinszo's idea? Raven, that was actually Midoriya's. Owl, you're slowly corrupting him. Raven, nah, he came like that. Raven, I'm just making it worse. Midoriya looked up from his phone and gave Shinszo a scowl through the glass. Hey, Canary, Aozora suddenly exclaimed. She had obviously disappeared at one point without Midoriya realizing it and had now returned with 2 boxes in her arms, grinning wildly as she beckoned him to leave the radio room for a moment. Present Mike assured him that the song they had on would be a long one, and he then quickly scurried out of the room to see her. Siren nestled in his hair as he did so. Aozora slammed the boxes down on the table near Shinszo, gingerly moving the smaller one off the larger one to undo the cardboard and then push it eagerly towards Midoriya. What is this? He questioned, peering at the quantity of colored pieces of paper within the box. Fan mail. The 2 boys stared at her. What? Midoriya cried. But there's so much. Aozora laughed. Isn't it great? Obviously, they don't know your address, so they sent it here instead. We need to open a PO box for you. And no, I don't need it. I don't want fan mail. She laughed even harder. Well, tough. Shinszo picked up a random letter and grinned at it. Midoriya genuinely, wow. The other box has stuff which I don't think is fan mail. It might be, I don't know, I obviously haven't opened any. You'll have to check yourself. How much time do we have left? Midoriya asked, turning to present Mike and Nakano across the room. About 2 minutes, Nakano warned. Midoriya turned back to the smaller box. The fan mail would have to wait. Perching on the side of the armchair Shinszo was occupying. He put the box on his lap and opened it, reaching for and ripping open the first letter he set his eyes on. His eyes widened as he skimmed through it, his heart beating at 1,000,000 miles per hour. What is it? Shinszo questioned, trying to peer over Midoriya's shoulder to read it too. But Midoriya had already folded the letter up and shoved it back into the envelope it came from. He tossed it onto the table and began to do the same to several others. The others seemed rather confused by how frantic Midoriya seemed, until he finally explained, they're from hero schools. What? Shinszo frowned. Hero schools, other than UA, offering me a place if I can't transfer onto the hero course. He pulled out yet another letter. This one was peculiar. It was colored pitch black, with a white and gold, diamond-shaped insignia sealing it closed. He didn't even need to open it to know who it was from. Shinszo saw it too. That's Shinszo Academy, the next biggest hero school from UA. Midoriya finished. Not long left now, Nakano warned. Shinszo gaped at Midoriya. What are you going to do? Midoriya gripped the black envelope tightly before shoving it back in the box along with the others. He hesitated and then let a grin spread across his face. You'll see. Present MIC. Why. Canary, I miss my headphones. Present MIC. AAHHH. Wait, what? Canary, my headphones. They were kind of ruined during the sports festival. Present MIC. And you bring this up now because? Canary, because I just put on these headphones. Present MIC. Oh, okay, I get it now. Canary, I had to make those from scratch so that I'd be allowed to take them into the event. I spent ages on them. And not that I was exactly expecting them to last very long. Present MIC. That is very sad. Canary, that was sarcastic. Present MIC. No, it wasn't. But you can always buy new ones. You don't have to make them this time. Canary, I suppose so. Present MIC. Hey, you know what we haven't done yet? Canary, what? Present Mike, you need to tell us a random fact. Canary, did you know that a group of ravens is an unkindness? Present MIC. I thought that was crows. Canary, no, that's murder. Present MIC. What? Canary, a group of crows is called a murder. Present MIC. I hate collective nouns. Canary, I think they're great. Present MIC. Well, why don't we speak to one from your area then? Canary, okay. Present MIC. Cue the ringtone. Siren repeats the beeping of the ringtone in the background as it plays. Listener, hi. Present MIC. Wow, you were quick. The listener laughs. Canary, hello. Listener, nice to hear you. Canary, ha. Yeah. Siren tweets enthusiastically in the background. Listener, yeah, I hear you too, Satan. Canary, oh my god, you're. Listener, the pet shop owner who sold you that little bastard, that's me. Present MIC. Wait. You sold him Siren. Listener, that's me. The girl who can't whistle. I'm Tori, by the way, Tori Mikata. Canary, and nice to officially meet you. Listener, we've already met. You just couldn't talk to strangers back then, I'm guessing. Canary, you yeah KK kind of. Present MIC. This bird is a nightmare. Listener, I know right. Siren tweets aggressively. Listener, that noise haunts my dreams. Present Mike, I know the feeling. Canary, you guys are mean. Siren is amazing. Siren sings a happy note. Listener, my life has been made so much easier now that I don't have to deal with chasing that bird around the place every other hour. Did you know that she can pick locks? Present MIC. Thank you for that information. Listener, it's important to know these kinds of things when a sadistic bird is out to get you. Canary, don't listen to them. Siren. Listener, listeners should know though, Siren is a weird as hell bird. Canaries are not usually like that. So, if you're thinking of getting one, remember that they probably won't be like her. Canary, why yeah, Siren's very special. Listener, special is a loose term. Present MIC. Anyway, Tori, do you have a question for Canary? Listener, I probably should have thought of this earlier. There is a clutter and a crash from the listener's end, followed by a frightened yell. Listener, hey, I'm Washi Tamadachi, and I have a question because Tori's being incompetent and now the guinea pigs have escaped. Canary, shouldn't you help her? Listener, I've spent way too long chasing after Siren for her. It's her go to capture the escapee. Present MIC. I can appreciate that logic. Listener, my question is, how come Siren listens to your ever command? Canary, she doesn't do that. She tends to only do that when she wants to. She likes attacking people though, so it's easy to get her to do that. Listener, are you sure your quirk's only to do with singing? Don't have a secret animal communication ability hidden in there somewhere? Canary, no. I just guess. Listener, conspiracy confirmed. Canary can speak to canaries. Listener, you are impossible. Present MIC. Well, my question is, do you have a song suggestion for us? Listener, yes. Listener, no, you have a terrible music taste. Listener, well, I rung up so I. Listener, you missed a guinea pig. Listener, wait, nuo. Siren's background singing sounds suspiciously like laughter. Listener, hey, Canary, are you going to sing something today? We'd all love to hear your beautiful voice again. Canary, I. Well, I don't know. I hadn't thought about. Present MIC. Yes, that would be great. Will you, Canary? Canary, I. Canary sighs. Canary, sure. Present Mike and Washi cheer. Present MIC. Go get ready then, Canary. Whilst our pet shop friends tell us a bit about owning pet birds. Listener, sure. What do you want to know? Present MIC. And with Washi and Tori off to rescue their many escapee creatures, I believe that Canary is ready in his soundproof room. Canary, H, have I told you H how scary I find this? Present MIC. You don't have to do it if you don't want to. Canary, you say that every time. Present MIC. That's because it's the truth. Canary, well, too late now I guess. Oh, Siren's tapping on the window. Hello, Siren, I'll be out in a bit. Present Mike, ready when you are. Fight song, Rachel Platten. Like a small boat, Midoriya had the blinds pulled down this time, hiding himself from the radio crew in the little soundproof room. Shinszo could barely see his shadow through the dusty blinds as he sang along to a tune that he most clearly selected for a reason. He hoped that there were others out there who could understand them. Like how a single word can make a heart open. Shinszo had spent hours with Midoriya, going through songs and trying to find what powers might lurk within them. This was one of them, one of the ones that Shinszo now knew every word to. But only now did he really begin to realize how much these words meant to Midoriya. And all those things I didn't say, wrecking balls inside my brain. Shinszo looked down at the cardboard boxes full of letters, his eyes lingering on that black envelope. Can you hear my voice this time? With the music ringing in his ears, headphones placed awkwardly over his gelled hair, Shinszo reached down and removed that envelope from the box, running his fingers over the Shikshu seal and the glossy, black paper that the envelope was made from. He glanced back at all the other letters. There were so many, and although Shinszo didn't open any himself, he knew what they were offering Midoriya. Places at hero schools from across the country. They saw his potential, realized his growing fame, and decided to make a move in case UA decided not to, or took too long. My powers turned on. But would he take it? I'll be strong. Shinzo's hands gripped the sides of the black envelope. Would Midoriya take this opportunity? Would he leave him behind? It wasn't that Shinszo was jealous in any way. With Midoriya, he'd finally understood what friendship could be like. And it wasn't just him anymore. There was Gyro, Uraraka, Ida, heck, even Todoroki. And he couldn't wait. He remembered that sly grin of Midoriya's when some kind of idea drifted across his mind. Whilst he put this envelope away. Oh, 'cause I've still got. How symbolic. A lot of fight left in me. Inko was rarely able to call her husband on days other than Friday. It was early in the morning for him, but he didn't mind. Everybody's worried about me. Inko was playing the radio out loud through the house, holding the phone close to the speaker as she tried not to sob. While she heard his ashy breath. He sings more beautifully than you do. Inko laughed, which quickly turned into tears. She wasn't very good at singing at all. Nevertheless, in that moment, all three Midoriyas were singing the same tune, despite how far apart they stood. Still believe, yeah, I still believe. Gyro had just finished making a social media account by the name of L. Now she was prancing around downstairs, playing the music of the radio out loud as she jumped from sofa to sofa, singing along. I will scream them loud tonight. Can you hear my voice this time? Ida was sitting in the hospital's waiting room. His glasses kept misting up. At this point, he'd given up, and had taken them off to constantly rub the glass clean with the little cloth he always carried around in his pocket. Prove I'm alright song. He'd known for a while, but the doctors would only be officially confirming it today. Tensei would never walk again. I'll be strong. Ida rubbed his eyes as Midoriya's singing continued to fill his ears. They were playing the radio out loud in the hospital. It did bring a smile to his face when the name Crane was mentioned, although it was still beyond Ida as to why Uraraka decided upon that particular bird. Name's Ingenium. Tensei had asked him to take that name. But could he? 'Cause I've still got a lot of fight left in me. She liked the radio, listened to it over her phone from time to time. A lot of fight left in me. But oh, she liked Canary. He was so close to winning. Came out all beaten and bruised and bloody. She giggled as she skipped along. She liked that. Like a small boat. Cheater on the ocean. He didn't like that quirk of his, sending big waves. He didn't like the attention that was drawn to it, into motion. And he could destroy anything he didn't like. He'd needed to get outside, clear his head. But for some reason, he'd found himself taking his phone and headphones along with him. He'd listened to playlists for a time. but the string of songs had somehow taken him in a full circle, back to the ones Deku sang to him, and then back to the radio. I might only have one match. Bakugo kicked at the pebble by his feet, sending it skidding across the road as he walked. But I can make an explosion. Bastard, this is my fight song. Midoriya sang, Take Back My Life song. Siren was hopping around on the other side of the window, occasionally peering through the little gaps in the blinds to look at him. She was singing, although Midoriya couldn't quite hear it through the soundproof glass. My powers turned on. He grinned. He felt so free, alone in that little room. He could just forget how many thousands were listening to his every word, and just enjoy their existence himself, as the barriers that once separated his mind from his mouth continued to crumble, and his control returned. And I don't really care if nobody else believes. And for once, he really didn't, 'cause I've still got a lot of fight left in me. But he would get onto UAS hero course, and Shinszo would too. I've still got a lot of fight left in me. He would make sure of that. Did you ever get through all that fan mail? Questioned Shinszo. Gyro had brought a massive umbrella with her. The three of them huddled underneath it in a desperate bid to avoid the downpour. You got fan mail? Gyro gaped. Already? What do you mean, already? I'm surprised I got any at all. Midoriya exclaimed, almost tripping over his shoes as he struggled to stay under the cover of the umbrella. I was surprised when my OWL account got so many followers, said Gyro. It's probably just because of Canary's following us, Shinszo pointed out. He'd made an account for Raven too. Not that he'd really done anything with it. We still need to convince Ida to make one for Crane. Oh, and then Dove too, Gyro remembered. Then that's everyone. Are you ever going to tell anyone who you are? Midoriya questioned as they approached the UA gates. Nah, it's funnier denying it for now. Good morning, everyone. The three of them stopped just in time to see Ida charging towards them, decked out with a long, green coat and Wellington boots as he ran through the rain. Nice raincoat, Gyro scoffed. Why are you all walking so slowly? We'll be late, Ida exclaimed, boosting himself past them with his quirk. We're still 5 minutes early, Shinszo called after him as they tried their best to catch up, despite huddling under the umbrella. UA students should always arrive 10 minutes early, don't you think? And he disappeared under the cover of the building. I swear, he's always so intense, Gyro sighed. She shook the rainwater off her umbrella as they reached school, chucking it absent-mindedly into the umbrella box, labeled 1A. Midoriya's gaze lingered on it for a moment, realizing how many students didn't seem to be worried at all over their umbrellas being stolen or ruined. Midoriya himself had given up on taking umbrellas to school after his first was stolen and his second had Quirkless graffitied all over it. Have you seen Uraraka this morning? Shinszo questioned Midoriya as he shoved his own raincoat, which proved to not be quite waterproof enough, into his locker. Oh, why yeah. She didn't have a raincoat, so she kind of just ran ahead of me screaming. Midoriya explained, shaking the water out of his hair. He'd just accepted that he was going to get wet when he left the house that morning, and so was still rather damp when Gyro offered out her umbrella. That was when he heard a rather disgruntled squawk. Oh my god, Shinszo sighed. Oh, Siren, why must you be like this? Midoriya groaned, pulling the bird from his hair. I don't think pets are permitted in the school grounds, Ada protested as he pulled off his boots and replaced them with his ordinary shoes. I'd like to see them try and remove her, grinned Shinszo. Midoriya just smiled at his bird and ended up tucking her into his pocket where she happily began to clean her feathers. Speaking of feathers, Shinszo hadn't been joking when he said he would never take off the feather necklace. Midoriya could still see the edge of the chain, mostly concealed by the collar of his uniform. Oh, by the way, Ida, Gyro began, picking up her bag as they all started to wander up towards the classrooms. How is your brother? I heard what happened on the news. Midoriya looked to Ida with a worried look on his face. With all the panic about Canary, he'd almost missed the articles on Ingenium, Ida's older brother, who had been critically hurt by the infamous hero killer, Stain. There's no need to worry, he replied simply. Everything will be fine. Midoriya bit his lip. He wasn't so sure how much he believed him. How about you, Midoriya? Ada suddenly asked. Midoriya jumped. Me? Yes, I see you've still got some withstanding injuries. Midoriya rubbed the bandages on his knuckles, becoming increasingly aware of an itch under the plaster on his chin. Oh, it's okay. Recovery girl just couldn't do much with it all because of how tired I was. You were one of the only ones with many serious injuries, Gyro recalled. Maybe Bakugo, Kirishima, that guy from Class 1B, and Uraraka. But all the other matches ended pretty quickly or without much conflict. No thanks to you too, she said, shooting a look at Midoriya and Shinszo. No hard feelings, right? Shinszo replied. Gyro smirked, I suppose. Her face fell and eye became blank. Shinszo grinned. Don't be mean. Midoriya pouted at him. He shook his head and released his hold on her. She blinked, took a moment to realize what happened and then aimed a sharp earphone jack at him. He ducked and batted it away. I knew too, Ada, Midoriya interjected. I'm sorry about the sports festival and, honestly, Midoriya, there's no need to make a fuss over it. It was a competition. I wouldn't expect any less from someone with ambition equivalent to yours. Midoriya blushed furiously. Speaking of which, Shinszo sighed. Back to class 1 degrees Celsius, Midoriya. Oh, right, he said, halting at the door to their classroom. I keep forgetting that you two aren't already in our class, said Gyro, twiddling her earphones around her fingers. We'll see you at lunch or something then, I guess. And maybe not today. Midoriya suddenly remembered, Shinszo and I might be busy. Shinszo blinked at him. We are. You'll see. He connected the dots far quicker than Midoriya had imagined. See you both later then, he grinned. And they waved goodbye to the confused hero students, opening the door to class 1 degrees Celsius. It's the stars of general studies, exclaimed one of their classmates as Shinszo and Midoriya came into view. Siren immediately launched herself from Midoriya's pocket and flew over to the guy, landing on his desk and staring at him threateningly. I don't think you're allowed to have her at school, Canary, Ochai informed Midoriya cautiously. She followed us here, Shinszo grumbled in response, all too used to answering Midoriya's questions for him. He was still rather grateful for it. Don't you have a cage for her? Questioned Kaneko. Siren fluttered over to her desk next and glared at him as if to say, I'll put you in a cage, cat. She doesn't like cages, Midoriya mumbled. The few who heard Midoriya speak exchanged glances. They'd rarely heard him speak before, of course, and now the whole world knew the truth about him, or at least, most of it, about his selective muteness and the issues that arose with discovering his quirk. The door was thrown open. HHHELLLO. Little listeners, Present Mike cried, hurrying across the room and landing ineptly in his chair, only for it to spin around a couple of times. He slammed his hands on the desk to bring it to a halt. Are we ready for the register? Can I get a yeah? Yeah. Midoriya jolted in surprise at his classmate's exclamation. He had been too busy watching Siren hop across the floor to reach him again, rather than fly over the others' heads. Finally, Present Mike shouted joyously. Took you long enough. Let's see if you can continue being that enthusiastic in the roll call. And they were, more or less. His classmates laughed as each of them replied to their name in as unique of a way as possible. Isao Kojima. Here. Izuku Midoriya. He raised his hand. The whole class stared at him for a moment, Present Mike included. Perhaps they were expecting some kind of sound from him, anything at all. Instead, all they got was a little chirp from Siren. Is here, Present Mike said for him eventually. Itoshi Shinszo. Present. Shinszo replied with far less enthusiasm than the rest of them. And Maki Matsumoto. Yeah. YYYEAHHH. Present Mike repeated in his ear-splittingly loud fashion. All present and correct. And that's all I have to say. Except Midoriya and Shinszo. Principal Nedzu would like to see you at lunchtime. As the class turned to look at him once more, Midoriya let a small smile creep across his face. He turned to face Shinszo, who smirked and then signed. Midoriya turned back to the front, briefly catching a glimpse of Present Mike's confused expression as he looked down towards his open backpack, sitting by his seat. The black letter was there, its golden seal staring up at him, delicately kept intact after Midoriya had opened the message the night before. It was all going according to plan. Principal Nedzu was standing on his desk, holding out 2 cups of green tea to Midoriya and Shinszo as they walked in. Both graciously accepted, whether they really wanted it or not, and sat down in the 2 chairs pulled up to the other side of the principal's desk. Tweet. Oh, the principal exclaimed as he clambered back down into his seat. Siren had hopped off Midoriya's shoulder to greet Nedzu across his desk. Hello, Siren. Nice to meet all 3 of you. I am sorry I didn't keep her at home, Midoriya said hastily. His voice was a lot quieter than he would have liked. But she doesn't like cages. Nedzu smiled at him in the best way he could. Neither do I. Midoriya gulped. For such a short, squeaky-sounding little creature, his presence was awfully menacing, especially considering what Midoriya was planning to do and say in the coming minutes. On another matter of freedom, how is your selective muteness these days, Midoriya? Nedzu questioned, pouring himself his own cup of tea. You seem able to talk to me. Do you believe you are improving? Midoriya could feel Shinszo's sarcastic thoughts. I think so. Yeah, I am, he stammered in response. I would expect that you would find it harder to start speaking to people who knew you more personally, from before you started improving your capabilities in speech again, Nedzu presumed, sipping his tea. Midoriya nodded, staring at his shoes. But your time at the radio show has shown such a promising improvement already. I look forward to seeing you one day conclude your muteness. A thing of the past. Thank you, sir, Midoriya barely whispered. And how about you, Shinszo? The principal turned to him. Have you faced any issues at all concerning the nature of your quirk and the opinions of your classmates during your time here? He had, from time to time. No, sir, he answered quickly. Good. Nedzu smiled. How lovely to hear. His eyes followed Siren as she hopped across his desk, glancing curiously at the various things piled there. Now, I'm sure you're wondering why you're here. Not really, sir. were the words that shot out of Midoriya's mouth before he had the chance to think about them. Nezu simply continued to smile. The two of you wish to transfer to the hero course, do you not? Midoriya saw Shinszo tense up beside him. He tried not to do so himself. He had this under control, right? If he could at least act like he did, then perhaps he'd be that much closer to his goal. Of course, Midoriya, with your performance in the sports festival, we simply cannot ignore you. You have more than proved your potential, and, perhaps after a few more tests, we can transfer you for the start of the next academic year. Midoriya's heart was beating way too fast. He knew this would be how it would go. As for you, Shinszo, you also showed us a great power that could be very useful in the field of heroics. However, you didn't quite get as far in the sports festival, and relied heavily on your opponent's lack of knowledge of your quirk. You might need further training and time before we can confirm a place in the hero course for you. Does that make sense? He didn't say anything, just stared at Nezu for a moment, before nervously glancing to Midoriya in the corner of his eye. No. Nezu looked back to Midoriya. No. Even Midoriya was surprised by his own proclamation. He quickly shook off the unfamiliarity of the burst of confidence and continued to plow forwards. And no, it doesn't make sense. He ignored Shinszo's stare as he transfixed his focus onto the man, creature, who could define their future. We want to be on the hero course, specifically F for that training. If you delay transferring us, we'll only fall further behind. A logical conclusion, Nezu said calmly. But good things come with time. Throwing the two of you straight into the intensity of the hero course could prove detrimental to your progress. We wouldn't want to expose you to more stress and anxiety than necessary, especially for someone like yourself, Midoriya. What did he mean by that? His mental health. I'm improving, he reaffirmed. Yes, and we wouldn't want to damage that, Nezu nodded. You're doing so well. Focus on continuing to recover, and once this year comes to a close, I am positive that you will be ready for the pressures of heroics. What about me? Shinszo breathed. For once, he seemed to be struggling to talk more than Midoriya was. As I said, you rely too much on your quirk. You need skills beyond that if you hope to become a great hero one day. Show us an ambition to improve upon those abilities, and we will be more than happy to have you in the hero course too. And how exactly do I do that? Shinszo pressed. Eraserhead said that he saw potential in you too. Midoriya was certain that Shinszo's heart skipped a beat in that moment. Eraserhead. The class 1 a homeroom teacher. Nezu nodded. That smile had yet to fade from his face. He believes that you might have a chance as an underground hero, like himself, a hero who avoids the media, focuses on less flashy villains, but ones of equal, if not more, importance, of course. You need to keep the ins and outs of your quirk under wraps if you want it to be effective, much like Mr. Aizawa's, in a way. Midoriya could see a twitch of a smile on Shinszo's face. After Midoriya first mentioned the hero Eraserhead to Shinszo, they'd continued to talk about him from time to time. It was clear that Shinszo had gone away and researched him himself. He'd become a bit of a fan, although he'd never admit it out loud. But Midoriya was enough of a fanboy himself to recognize when his best friend was becoming one. Of course, Midoriya would not work quite as well as an underground hero. Nezu chuckled to himself. The villains would hear you coming. Your quirk is much flashier, suited for bigger, action-based incidences, or perhaps rescue operations, rather than undercover work. However, thinking of that, you don't really know an awful lot about your quirk, do you, Midoriya? And no, sorry, sir. No need to apologize, he exclaimed, jumping off his chair with the kettle in hand to refill the boy's presumably empty teacups. Midoriya quickly drank a good volume of it as to not be rude. Shinszo suppressed a snort at Midoriya's antics and seemed to not bother following his example. Your tea's getting cold, Shinszo, the principal acknowledged after refilling Midoriya's hastily emptied cup. There was a moment of silence as Nezu strolled back around to his seat. The three of them had long forgotten about Siren. Meanwhile, she was busy exploring every corner of the highly esteemed mammal's office, blissfully unaware of the seriousness of the meeting. For someone who has had such little time with their quirk, you have done remarkably well with it. You have shown a profound ability in analysis into it. I suppose that is something you picked up from elsewhere. Nezu continued, settling into the conversation so easily that Midoriya wondered why he was considered more human than the principal was. It was so normal to him. Shouldn't it be normal to Midoriya too? And not so nerve-wracking that he couldn't even trust his head to continue to let the words he needed tumble out into reality. I still like to analyze quirks, sir. Specifically, heroes' quirks. It's kind of a hobby, Midoriya admitted in a way that made it sound like a crime. And a wonderful hobby at that. A pursuit of knowledge purely to satisfy curiosity, rather than to gain greatness. But it seems to have proven useful. Your results in the General Studies entrance exam were nothing to sneeze at, after all. The principal turned back to Shinszo again. Midoriya saw his friend dig his nails into his palm as the mammal's gaze met his. You, however, took the hero course entrance exams, didn't you, Shinszo? You would know, Shinszo snarled. He probably should have said it in a far less menacing manner. Principal Nedzu didn't seem to think anything of it though. As he said, your theoretical results were also rather good. But you fell more than short on the practical exam. I can't use my quirk on robots, Shinszo retorted. No, a rather unfortunate drawback. It's not a drawback, your exam is just biased. Midoriya knew he should have intervened before Shinszo said something he would regret, but he felt a similar anger bubbling in his chest. He let Shinszo spit the venom that he wanted to do oh so badly. UA likes to flaunt its success rate in producing top heroes, Shinszo continued, gritting his teeth and narrowing his eyes. But of course, you never give anyone without a flashy power half the chance. Nedzu just leant back in his chair and let Shinszo keep going. It unnerved Midoriya, but Shinszo was persistent. Like what Midoriya said, if you want us to improve on our skills in order to become heroes, what better way than to put us in the hero course? Just waiting is going to put us even further behind. I'm sorry, Shinszo, but the two of you just aren't ready to enter the hero course right now, Nedzu sighed. Present Mike and Eraserhead are both interested in training the two of you separately and out of lesson time. It is a very fortunate situation to be in. You have some of the best tutors in the country in terms of the way your quirks work and how you need to learn to apply them to heroics. Later in the year, perhaps we can test your improvements by letting you join the occasional hero class and seeing how well you fare. We will officially consider transferring you after that. My decision is final. The principal's smile wasn't quite so happy anymore, more apologetic, and perhaps a little forced. Why your decision might be final? Midoriya stammered, putting down his cup of tea, his hand reaching towards the yellow backpack that he had resting by his feet. He'd emptied its contents into his locker earlier that day, so now all that remained inside it were the items necessary for his meeting. But mine isn't. He stood up, unzipped the bag and poured every letter out onto the principal's desk. Midoriya felt little shame in ruining the order of his table. He tossed the empty bag back onto the floor. Once he was sure all the letters had fallen out, and grasped the bold, black envelope from the pile. Midoriya took a deep breath and silently prayed, "Voice, don't fail me now." These, he began unsteadily, staring at the insignia on the seal, are from hero schools. Every single one of them. Nedzu hadn't stopped smiling, although it had begun to fade as he gazed over the mass of paper. And a vast majority of them state that I will be able to transfer to their hero course effective immediately, if I so wish. B, because they see potential in me too. But they have taken the initiative to act upon it. Unlike you, Shinszo snapped. Midoriya swallowed his fear and pressed on. I could take up any one of these offers at any time I like. I could leave UA and become a hero on my own terms. He was getting louder now, more confident with his speech. He had to be, if this was going to work the way he wanted it to. They are offering to help me get my provisional license within the year. But if I stay here, in general studies, I might not even be able to pass the next exam first thing next year because I wouldn't have received the training I need, that you said I need. But if you leave UA, Nedzu interjected, what would happen to your position at your radio station? He's trying to find weaknesses in my argument, Midoriya realized. I have a contract with them, he remembered. Leaving UA wouldn't make a difference to that. But you would leave the mentorship of Present Mike. You don't know that I would, retorted Midoriya. My place at the radio station gives me a passageway into his hero agency. The option will always be there. Nedzu hummed thoughtfully as he glanced down at the various letters. These are all fairly low-rate hero courses. Not that they don't produce admirable heroes, but they don't get far. Being more local heroes than someone who could earn themselves a place on the hero ranking. Well, firstly, I don't care about that stuff. Secondly, I have enough of a fan base to get me somewhere despite that. And thirdly, he waved the black envelope at the principal. Not all of them are low rate. He stood up, leaning closer towards Nedzu as he showed him the symbol of the letter, passing it across the desk. This is from Shinszo Academy. I am sure you've heard of it. That I have, Nedzu agreed, examining the envelope sitting in his paws after placing his cup of tea gingerly down beside the scattered letters. That is the school I choose, Midoriya warned. Your rival school. Nedzu's smile grew a little bit wider. Interesting. I will go to Shinszo, and I will tell the world about how little UA did for me, other than Present Mike. I have the media presence, the popularity, the ability to be heard. I can choose to go there and drag your name down with it. The creature was showing his teeth now, his smile stretching as far across his face as it could go. So, this is blackmail. What? And no, of course not, Midoriya exclaimed, jumping back a little. Well, it is blackmail but not blackmail. That's a bit extreme, and no. Tell me your proposition, Midoriya, Nedzu insisted, placing the Shinszo letter down on top of the little mountain of envelopes before him. He faltered, before saying, let me and Shinszo into the hero course, be by next semester at the latest. Both of us, or else I will leave. And UA will regret turning its back on us. Silence fell between them for a moment. Even Siren was quiet. Actually, Midoriya had no idea where Siren was so. that didn't really matter. Nezu clapped his paws together, positively beaming at him. Wonderful. Midoriya blinked at him. Absolutely wonderful. He repeated. I know very few humans with the confidence to threaten me like that. And with such a well-thought-out argument in mind too. Midoriya was a little too stunned to reply, so Shinszo took his place. So, what will you do? Well, it appears my decision has been made for me. If you can undertake a situation as stressful as this and find you are not only still able to talk but have the ability to propose such a daring agreement, then you are more than ready to take on the pressures of the hero course. Midoriya felt like he was about to pass out, but he wasn't about to make that problem known. Of course, the issue still stands that the two of you are far behind the other hero course students. So, this is my proposition. You might be aware that, in the week after next, for the first time, first-year students will be taking internships under heroes who have reached out to us. What you do not know is that I have had certain heroes approaching me to ask if Canary is available for them. However, we simply cannot agree to such matters. You are not in the hero course yet, the paperwork isn't in place, and then comes the slight matter of insurance and governmental permissions and caretaking. No, we cannot allow you two to take part in an internship like the others will, Nezu explained. He had gotten up off his chair again, and was standing on his desk, retrieving Midoriya's copious amounts of letters to pile them neatly in front of him. But, with the hero students away on internships, our lovely members of staff don't have their lessons to teach. I have been looking into it, and have come to the satisfying conclusion that, by alternating through UA teachers, both of you can have a week of study under their supervision in a very similar method to the rest of the hero course. Wait, what? That way, they will be able to review your abilities, and perhaps begin to refine them. If you can agree with me that transferring next semester will be a benefit to us all, especially considering the paperwork and issues surrounding what course materials you need to know, we can make the transfer official then. As long as our teachers each agree that you both are as capable as I believe you can be, after the week is over. Midoriya shakily accepted the stack of envelopes from Nezu, and gently put them back into his bag, along with the Shinszo letter, almost squishing Siren in the process, who had reappeared in the backpack at some point during the meeting. By staying in general studies for the rest of this semester though, you will be slightly ahead of your hero course peers. That will give you the chance to catch up on the hero topics you fall behind on. Especially since you are fluent in English, Midoriya, and your grades show that you are not so bad yourself, Shinszo. Perhaps you are picking up some skills from Midoriya already. Wait, hold on, Shinszo interjected, shuffling forwards in his chair. What are we doing again? I will need to confirm and organize a few things first. But I should have a timetable organized. At the very latest, by the end of next week, Nezu grinned. He was now sitting back in his tall chair, his beady eyes glinting at him in amusement as he gazed upon their confused expressions. Our UA heroes will assess your abilities during the internship week, and then you must pass your exams at the end of the semester for your current General Studies department. You can then join our hero course students in their summer camp in order to make an acquaintance with them, only to officially join this coming semester. They stared at him, mouths agape. Well, he said, cocking his head to one side. Are we in agreement? In a bit of a daze, Midoriya and Shinszo followed a singing Siren down to the lunch hall. Shinszo was so shocked that, for the first time, Midoriya had to order food for him. It was hard to read the expression on Lunch Rush's face when Midoriya spoke, but he was pretty sure it was a smile. After paying, the two of them were waved down by Uraraka across the hall. The table was big enough for the six of them. Right in the corner of the hall, not far from where Shinszo and Midoriya used to sit alone at the beginning of the term. But, somehow, it was the first time all six had been truly together. So, you were busy. Gyro pushed as soon as they sat down. What happened? Was it a meeting with Principal Nezu? Guessed Uraraka. Did it go well? Ida asked. Will you be transferred into Class 1A? Questioned Todoroki. Shinszo didn't even notice Siren almost crash-landing into his food as he slowly turned to Midoriya. Care to explain? Midoriya spluttered into laughter. What just happened? Shinszo wondered aloud, starting to laugh nervously alongside Midoriya. What the heck did you just do? Don't leave us hanging. Uraraka protested. She dropped her chopsticks, leaning across the table as if getting closer to them might somehow convince them to tell her what happened quicker. Shinszo pointed at Midoriya accusingly. I think this bastard just blackmailed the principal. What? They all cried at once. And no, Midoriya laughed uncontrollably. Shinszo, that's not what happened. Then what did? You were there, and I'm as clueless as anyone. Todoroki raised his hand leisurely. I'm confused. You're always confused, Gyro interjected. I think, Midoriya breathed, staring at each of his friends in turn with a bewildered smile across his face. I think we just got onto the hero course. This is the beginning of your chat with Mina Ashido. Mina Ashido changed her name to Alien Queen. Izuku Midoriya, thank you. Alien Queen changed her name to Canary. Alien Queen, excuse me. Alien Queen, and you decide to just ignore this little detail whilst I ramble on about Canary during dance class and you just sit idly by. Alien Queen, good job in the sports festival by the way, you totally killed it. Alien Queen, or should I say, Alien Queen, rocked it. Alien Queen, please don't send Siren to murder me. Alien Queen, that bird is terrifying. Alien Queen changed her name to Pinky. Pinky, hey, you not coming to dance class today? Pinky, I guess I'll just have to see you tomorrow then. The others are so totally dying to talk to you. Pinky, where are you? Pinky, answer me. Pinky, I see you over there. Pinky, I see you, check your phone, don't you ignore me. Pinky, okay, what are you doing? Pinky, I saw you in purple go into the support labs. Pinky, Ochako won't tell me anything, DX. Pinky, I rung up the radio station but I didn't get through. Pinky, sad violin music. Pinky, hey wait, didn't you once say you could play the violin? Pinky, oh my god, that would be so cool in dance. Pinky, you better not be ghosting me. Pinky, if you don't turn up to dance today you're in so much trouble, mister. Pinky, fine, don't then. Pinky changed your name to Rude. Pinky, last chance to turn up to dance before I delete your number. Pinky, I'm kidding. Pinky, I would never do that. Rude, I quote am so sorry. Pinky, you better be. Pinky, I had to fight autocorrect to get that anger capitalism. Pinky, that's not the right word to use there, is it? Pinky, anyway, that's how angry I am. Rude, I swear I didn't ignore you on purpose. Pinky, I'm standing in dance waiting for you so you better show up. Rude, I will, I promise. Rude, I just had to fix the notifications on my phone so it would stop attacking me all day and I must have messed yours up somehow. Rude, please believe me. Pinky, fine. Pinky changed your name to Canary. Pinky, you have 5 minutes to turn up to dance before I change your name to something worse. Canary, I quote am running. Pinky, you better. Midoriya actually did run. Siren thought that was funny though, because it meant she could fly faster beside him. The last week had been extremely busy for Midoriya, and Shinszo too. In between lessons, they had hurried over to the support class in a desperate bid to put together the support items they wanted and needed for their hero costumes. Fortunately, neither of them required anything all too flashy for the costumes themselves, and so less work had to be put into it for now. The whole idea of making a hero costume still felt surreal to Midoriya. They hadn't submitted official hero names yet or anything. Apparently they couldn't do that until they were enrolled officially in the hero course. But it didn't matter to Midoriya, he would be Canary no matter what. His whole body felt lighter as he thought about what tomorrow would bring. Him and Shinszo had been given their schedule for the week ahead only a couple of days ago. But Midoriya couldn't help but read it over and over again. On Monday, the two of them would be at UA, under the supervision of the teachers of UA whenever they had the time. Midoriya knew it was bound to be difficult, probably consisting of a full-day workout, testing the limits of both of their quirks before dragging their sorry bodies home. But that didn't make him feel any less excited. They'd spend the next 5 days under the tutelage of one teacher per day, with the exception of Present Mike, who had them on both Tuesday and Thursday. But that was probably because it made it easier for Midoriya to head straight to the radio station in the evening, considering he was already there. When Azora heard the news, she became rather excited over the prospect of having Canary in for more hours, or even slotting Shinszo into the official Canary's hour if he felt like it. Shinszo, however, was more looking forward to Wednesday, which was Eraserhead's day. He kept denying he'd become a fan, but Midoriya knew better. With all the thoughts of the coming week buzzing through his mind, Midoriya reached the outside of the dance studio in seemingly no time at all. Panting, he came to a halt, tightening his grip on his guitar's case. He would have taken his violin if he'd seen Mina's messages earlier. But he'd only noticed them once he was about halfway to the dance studio, scrolling absent-mindedly through his phone. Don't cause too much of a fuss, Siren, Midoriya warned. Then, after catching his breath, he pulled open the door and hurried inside. He could hear the distant sound of the scuffing of shoes against the dance floor, a cheerful chattering voice that could only belong to Mina, or perhaps Megumi. She was just as talkative. One of the light bulbs was broken. Its flickering light filled the corridor as Midoriya walked hesitantly towards the door that led to the room where his dance class was held. He wasn't so sure why he felt so nervous as he clutched the door handle and let it cautiously creak open. But he could feel his heart thumping frantically, threatening to burst free of the prison that was his ribcage. His hands were shaking as he pushed the door open a little further, his eyes settling on the people he was so used to spending his weekends with. Perhaps he was frightened of what they'd think of him, how they'd react to being kept in the dark. That was one of the reasons why he'd put off going back to dance after the sports festival. They didn't see him at first. He tiptoed in and hurried to his usual seat in the corner of the room, beside Mrs. Kita. Then Mina spotted him. "Canary," she cried. Midoriya winced as the rest of the class immediately stopped what they were doing to stare at him. He opened his mouth to say hi, or something, but all he got was an unsatisfying squeak. He flushed red and ended up just waving feebly. I told you he hadn't given up on us, Mina exclaimed happily, jumping up and down gleefully, before catching a glimpse of the little green bird and jumping back a little in legitimate fear. And you brought your bird. Great, Siren chirped at her innocently from Midoriya's shoulder, as if she hadn't attacked her on live television during Mina's match against Kota. How lovely to see you again. Izuku, Mrs. Kita sighed, her hand resting over her stomach as she grinned at him. She couldn't have been far from having her baby now. She looked about ready to burst. I'm assuming you've recovered after the sports festival now. Midoriya smiled and nodded, both hands clutching the handle of his instruments case in front of him. After punching rocks in Kaken's direction during the final, he developed cuts and bruises all over his knuckles. In the heat of the moment, the pain barely registered in him. But it had been over a week now. Barely any indication of the injury remained. Speaking of which, that was something else Midoriya had recently added to his hero costume, a sort of mouth guard. There had been a killer bruise on his jaw after Bakugo had punched him there. It was the only injury that Recovery Girl really healed for him, considering how tired he was. I heard you're singing, Megumi exclaimed, waving her arms about in excitement. On the radio and in the sports festival. Oh my god, you were so cool. How come you've never told us any of this before? Midoriya backed up a little, tensing as he held his guitar closer to his chest. He tried to explain that he simply couldn't, but, well, he couldn't even do it then. It was so frustrating. He didn't feel in control. His throat would close up without a moment's notice sometimes. No matter how much he wanted to speak, sometimes he just couldn't. It was like Nenzu had said, it's harder to speak to people who have, for so long, known you as the kid without a voice. Change was hard. You know, I should have realized it was you, said Kasumi. She glanced at Midoriya in the mirror unsurely as she continued her stretches. I just haven't heard your voice in such a long time. I sort of forgot what it sounded like. What she said, added Yuudo, pointing his thumb at her after a moment's hesitation. Midoriya didn't trust himself to reply without cracking all over the place or stuttering so much that they could barely understand. He gave into the silence, put his guitar on the floor, and signed to his dance teacher so she could translate. She faltered a little before explaining, my voice is unreliable. I'm sorry, but I don't seem to be able to speak to you today. Megumi seemed a little lost. What's that supposed to mean? You have selective muteness, do you not? Recalled Mika as she did her hair up into a tight bun. Midoriya nodded, focusing his gaze on Siren, who was now perched on top of his guitar case, staring back at him with as worried an expression as a bird could convey. We understand that it might take a while for you to overcome those barriers, Mika continued, glaring at Megumi as a warning that she was unintentionally being a little rude. Megumi wavered. Oh, right, yeah, of course, I'm sorry. Midoriya gave them a nervous smile as he let his shoulders relax a little, hoping they would understand. Are you going to dance with us today? Mina questioned, changing the subject, to Midoriya's relief. You need to show me how you used those awesome moves against the guys in the festival. Midoriya blinked at her for a moment, before quickly undoing his guitar case and holding up the slightly scorched instrument for them all to see. Oh, yay, Megumi exclaimed, bouncing on her toes. It's been too long since we last had you play for us. He sat down on the bench, fingers brushing across the burnt patches of the wood of his instrument before he began tuning it as quietly as he could. Usually, at this point, his dance mates would get back to their stretching, waiting for Midoriya to finish up. But this time, they were far more transfixed on him than anything else, as if they were trying to match Canary with the quiet, little Izuku they had known for so long. His guitar was quite out of tune. He hadn't had the time to use it for a while. Eventually, Kasumi looked away from Midoriya, and the little bird perched on the end of his guitar and turned back to her teacher, bringing the entire class back to reality along with her. Mrs. Kita, she started, clearing her throat. At school, we've been looking at incorporating quirks into our dances. What do you think about mine? Midoriya knew about Kasumi's quirk too. Probably more, but he didn't mention it. They'd talked about it long ago, and Midoriya remembers quirk details well. In fact, now he thinks about it. All these facts and figures that stick so well in his head might be a hidden aspect of his quirk. That's an interesting thought. In terms of remembering lyrics, that is. Perhaps he retains information so well because his quirk needs him to remember the lines to specific songs. Although, often the lyrics don't come to him until the music begins and he starts singing. But maybe that's because Mrs. Kita had stopped talking, and everyone was staring at him again. What? Fell from his mouth at a very low volume. He hadn't even processed saying it. You were mumbling, Mina grinned. The blackness of her eyes made her grin a little scary. But Midoriya had been exposed to all sorts of scary grins, and Mina's didn't even beat Shinszo's, let alone Aozora's. But that really isn't an important thing to be thinking about at the moment. You're still doing it. She laughed. Midoriya flushed red. He wasn't used to this, the attention, the talking. Mumbling was certainly new. He'd mouthed his thoughts before, even signed them, but not said them out loud. Mrs. Kita cleared her throat to continue her conversation with Kasumi. gratefully pulling at least her gaze away from Midoriya. Try to pull your mist around yourself. It's a delicate phenomenon, so move as such. Perhaps you could follow Mika's lead. She has a style which fits that well. Kasumi smiled thinly. She never liked following in someone else's footsteps. May I use my quirk here? She questioned after a moment's thought. Their dance teacher grinned widely and nodded. She'd never been too strict on those kind of rules. Go on, Izuku. You can start playing whenever you like. Midoriya blinked and refocused on the fact that he was supposed to be playing his guitar. But what to play? Something useful for Kasumi. She was the only one who was wholeheartedly serious in dance. Africa, Toto. Mina gasped loudly when he started playing it. Oh my god. Is this the Rains in Africa one? I can never get the lyrics. English is so darn difficult in music sometimes. Yes, I love this song. Megumi squealed, clapping as she hurried to the edge of the dance floor. She pulled Mina along with her, leaving Mika to dance with Yuuto in the middle and for Kasumi to watch irritably from behind, forming a veil of mist around her as she began to move. The song was meaningful for Kasumi. Yes, Midoriya was getting rather good at finding adequate meanings within music. However, tempo was still something he had to work on. It was an issue he came across in the sports festival too, specifically in Todoroki's fight. The song he chose there was just a little too slow. He found himself moving as slow as the music did. Whether that was a legitimate side effect of his quirk, or just a habit he'd picked up from dance, he didn't know for sure. That was the biggest problem he had with sleeping songs. Nearly all of them were too slow and mellow, or took long to reach the chorus, and thus the power. This song, however, was a little too fast and upbeat for the style that Kasumi wanted. She didn't seem to mind though. Perhaps Midoriya was just overthinking things, as per usual. He felt himself humming the tune of the song alongside his guitar playing. Mrs. Kita smiled fondly at him before turning back to her dancers. The lyrics were right there, on the tip of his tongue. The moonlit wings reflect the stars that guide me towards salvation. Mina and Megumi were having a whale of a time, giggling and trying to trip each other over in time to the beat. Mika, like always, simply slipped into the music effortlessly, coordinating her movements with Yuuto extraordinarily well despite his lack of self-confidence. Then there was Kasumi, who certainly took the spotlight. She had some control over her mist as it curled around her like fabric, silks defying the laws of gravity. Thinking of which, what if he brought someone like Uraraka to dance class? Or Gyro or Shinszo? Oh my god, Ida would be hilarious. Todoroki would have no idea what he was doing. He often didn't. A smile stretched across his face at the thought as he reached the chorus of the song, the tune still falling subconsciously from his lips. Although, if he dragged them to dance, they'd be here with Mina. Not that Mina wasn't nice. Midoriya didn't feel as close to her as he did with the others. Midoriya was happy to spend time with her occasionally. He certainly wouldn't deny the fact that she was his friend. But she was just a little too loud and energetic. Didn't really think about what she was saying before she let it out of her mouth. I bless the rains down in Africa. Speaking of that exact problem, Mina and Megumi had stopped trying to trip each other over, mainly because they were focusing too much on the fact that Midoriya was singing, and Siren was too, but he hadn't realized it yet. He was too lost in thought, strumming the chords through muscle memory more than a conscious attempt. He learnt this song in guitar lessons ages ago. It was probably why it came to mind so easily. Mina cried out in surprise as she tripped over her own shoelace and Megumi burst into laughter. She managed to catch herself though, falling into one of her favorite breakdancing moves which most certainly didn't match the song. But it wasn't as though she seemed to care much. Kasumi rolled her eyes at them, drawing back in some of the mist that she'd lost to the air in a brief lapse of concentration. The whole room was rather humid now because of it, but no one seemed to pay much attention to the problem. Even though the mirrors had started to fog up, and a layer of Kasumi's water vapor had collected on the ceiling like clouds. Before the next verse started, Midoriya's guitar played faded, slowing to a halt. The dancers each turned and frowned at him in confusion. "Are you all right, Izuku?" questioned Mika. A droplet of water fell onto her nose. She jumped back in surprise and looked up. That wasn't Kasumi's mist. They were clouds, real, gray storm clouds, shifting and churning above them. Siren tweeted at him, not realizing anything was wrong at all. But everyone else did. "Kasumi, is that your quirk?" Yuuto breathed. Midoriya shrank back, clutching the fret of his guitar nervously as he watched the occasional, weirdly warm raindrop fall from the ceiling. Oh my god, what would have happened if I kept going until the second chorus? Midoriya's mind screamed. He could have flooded the place. What if he'd sung something else? What if he hadn't considered what power it would give, only for it to be far worse than a bit of water? It was then when a profound realization washed over Midoriya, something which hung heavy in his heart even when he walked home. Not long later at the end of the lesson, there were some songs he could never sing. "I can't believe we actually managed to get here," Shinszo whispered as he gazed down at his hero costume, and the support item they'd spent all of last week designing with Hatsum. He had a hero costume. Midoriya beamed at him, stroking Siren gingerly. Shinszo tucked his feather necklace under the padded, purple and black top of his hero costume. Did I ever say thank you? Midoriya blinked. You didn't have to. No, I really do, he responded. All I ever did for you was talk to you. And you just got me a ticket onto one of the best hero courses in the country. Well, no one else talked to me, Midoriya pouted, clearly confused by Shinszo's words. And if you hadn't talked to me, I wouldn't have been able to talk to anyone else, and I never would have found my quirk, and I never would have been here anyway. I suppose it was a joint effort. Shinszo was still pretty convinced he didn't do much to help, but he knew he wouldn't be able to convince Midoriya otherwise. Come on then, he insisted. The teachers are waiting for us outside. The smile returned to Midoriya's expression in full force as he leapt off the bench he was perched on, tossing Siren into the air in the process, and practically skipped out of the changing room behind Shinszo. They had been instructed to get changed into the hero costumes the two of them had been designing all last week, and then make their way out to a green to the side of the main school. Shinszo wasn't sure what emotion to feel when he saw Present Mike and Eraserhead standing there, waiting for them, so he opted for suppressing all of them instead. Why, Present Mike yelled at the top of his lungs, scaring a number of birds away from the trees a short distance away. Siren didn't seem bothered. Neither did Midoriya, who usually flinched at the slightest raise in volume. Shinszo supposed he'd grown used to Present Mike's outbursts. We're really at the starting line now. And look at those hero costumes. Volume. Eraserhead groaned to his fellow hero as Shinszo and Midoriya came to a halt before them. I'm gonna be real sad when you two leave my class, Present Mike admitted. I'm just happy you'll still be in my English lessons. He shot Midoriya a look. You better be in my English lessons. Midoriya just grinned sheepishly and shrugged. He had just about as much of an idea of what was going on as Shinszo did. They won't necessarily be moving yet, Eraserhead snapped. Midoriya's smile didn't waver. From all the stories that he and Shinszo had heard from their class one of friends, they knew Eraserhead was strict, expected the best, but was also well known for his logical ruses. However, it was sometimes hard to tell the difference between his sincerity and just a lie to get them more motivated. Best to treat all threats as far from empty as to avoid the worst possibility. Today is about assessing your baseline skills. Shinszo's favorite hero, Eraserhead continued. Both of you have powerful quirks, but there will be times where you won't be able to use them. We're going to do a basic fitness test. He tossed a softball at Midoriya. Shinszo caught it before it could hit him in the face. I did the same thing with my hero course students, except they were allowed to use their quirks. The only reason why you won't be using yours is because Shinszo's has no physical usage here. And Midoriya, I've been told yours has a limit. As Shinszo tossed the softball between his hands, Midoriya nodded, blushing. We want to focus on testing your quirks later, Present Mike announced eagerly. No need to tire you out at the start of the day. But I don't expect you to be slacking off, Eraserhead snapped. I expelled the student who came last in these tests. If you don't beat his score, you have no business being here either. Shinszo wasn't fazed by the threat. Instead, he felt as determined as ever, and Midoriya seemed to be too. Eraserhead grinned. On a scale of angry Midoriya to Azora, it was high up there on the creepy factor. Shinszo grinned back. It'll help you get used to your hero costumes too, Eraserhead added after a moment's thought. He was about to turn when he faltered, glanced back, and added, They're good, by the way, simple and practical. Midoriya snorted at Shinszo as soon as their teachers turned away again. What? He hissed back. Nothing, Midoriya whispered, hurrying ahead of Shinszo. Shinszo hesitated, glancing at the softball in his hand for a moment. He smiled, but then he remembered. Earlier that day, Midoriya had mentioned thinking about quitting dance. He was back to his happy, smiling self now, but all morning so far, he'd seemed really bothered by something. Are you coming, kid? Shinszo almost jumped. Wrenched out of his thoughts by the call, he rushed forwards, ready to toss the ball as far as he possibly could. He would worry about Midoriya later. Right now, both of them needed to focus on one thing, and one thing only. Impressing Eraserhead. Someone's a little distracted. Midnight grinned at Midoriya, who had just pulled himself back up off the floor with shaking arms. They'd been sparring, for lack of a better word, since lunch. That was when Shinszo disappeared, as he was dragged off unceremoniously by Mr. Aizawa, who had him tangled up in his capture weapon. His face when Eraserhead complimented the simplicity of Shinszo's costume was priceless. Present Mike was pretty ecstatic when he saw Midoriya's costume too, but he didn't count. He wore his leather jacket, the one with the green wings on the back, mainly because he'd gotten way too attached. Shinszo swore that Midoriya almost cried when they sent it away to be modified slightly by an official design company. All they did was improve its fire resistance, durability, even giving it waterproofing. But that didn't stop Midoriya being absolutely relieved when it was returned in one piece. He could zip it up if he wanted, but often found he overheated, especially with all his dancing around. Underneath was a green top, sort of the same color as his hair and the wings. It was kind of padded, like Shinszo's was, except his was purple and black. Midoriya strongly suspected both of them were developed by the same person, considering how similar they were. Other than that, he had a new and improved version of his headphones and MP3 player device thing. It was wireless this time, which saved a bit of trouble, and also a lot easier to use. Oh, and his mouth guard. By some magic that Midoriya had yet to fully understand, the entire thing was retractable and could disappear into a more compact version secured around his neck. Mr. Power Loader had said it made the guard a little weaker, but the modification was important because having such a chunky support item dangling around your neck alongside the headphones when he wasn't using them was bound to become a bit of a problem over time. Apparently, he expected Midoriya to want to change it all later on, but Midoriya had yet to find a fault with it. Earth to Canary. Midnight sighed. "Are you okay?" Sorry," Midoriya muttered in reply, pulling a particularly long strand of hair away from his eyes. I was just thinking." Midnight put her hands on her hips, narrowing her eyes at him. "About what, exactly?" "Something more important than me." I am sorry," Midoriya stuttered panically. "It's just..." He fiddled nervously with his headphones as his mind wandered away from his hero costume and back to the incident on Sunday. "I was at dance yesterday, and Midnight actually squealed, jumping up and down a little. Midoriya stared at her, dumbfounded. "I keep forgetting that you dance. It's so darn cute." He flushed furiously and kicked at the ground. "Why yeah. Well, on Sundays, I often play an instrument rather than actually dance." Midoriya ignored Midnight's excitement over that this time. "And I ended up playing this song. But then, well, I made it rain inside." Midnight had stopped acting so over-enthusiastic. A concerned look spread over her face as she walked a little closer to him. It was fine. I stopped before anything really bad happened. But it made me think, what if I'd been singing something with a power that... what if I hurt someone?" Midnight gave him a meek smile, patting him tentatively on the head. "Many people with powerful quirks face problems like that," she explained. "You worry about making a mistake, activating it unintentionally. I used to worry a lot about sending not just the villain, but civilians unconscious too with my quirk." No, Midoriya sighed, stepping away from her. Well, yeah, that's a problem too. But I mean, there are songs out there, a lot of songs, that I can never ever sing." Silence fell between them for a moment, as they each followed their own train of thought. Midnight had taken over in Midoriya's training from a string of other teachers earlier that morning. He'd seen Mr. Aizawa, of course, and he and Shinszo somehow survived his endless physical tests. Then present Mike, who forced them to do vocal exercises. But what Midoriya was currently flashing back to was his earlier training with Cementos. They'd been testing his quirk's more destructive capabilities against the hero's constructive power. With everything that Midoriya could do to cement, what could he do to people? Midnight began. Midoriya narrowed his eyes at her when a worryingly wide smile stretched across her face. "There are an awful lot of songs about love." "No," Midoriya said immediately. No. "Yes," she shrieked. "Oh, you are too perfect. There's no way I'm letting Mike keep you all to himself. There's no way that I am ever singing a love song. Oh, I can't wait until Friday. You and your friend are stuck with me then." Midoriya silently prayed Friday could somehow be skipped altogether. Looking back, only one thought crossed Midoriya's mind. Careful what you wish for. Midoriya quit dance. It took a lot of convincing for his mum to even give him the telephone so he could ring Mrs. Kita, informing her that he wouldn't be coming back. However, a check on the dance class' small social media account informed Midoriya that Mrs. Kita would be stopping her dance lessons anyway, considering she was expecting in a few weeks' time. That meant the whole ordeal was sorted for him. There was no way he'd keep going if there was an unfamiliar teacher there, someone who likely didn't know sign and would know Midoriya as Canary and not Izuku. Maybe he'd go back, given some time. He just needed space to get used to his new way of life, so to speak, getting comfortable with his fame and his quirk and, most importantly, his talking. With the thought hanging heavy in his mind, Midoriya hopped on the train to reach the radio station that morning, rather than going to UA. It was only when he gave up his seat to a frazzled-looking mother and her child that he looked across the train and spotted Shinszo's head of indigo hair. With only one stop left, Midoriya decided against pushing his way through the crowd of people to reach his friend, and instead just hurried along vaguely behind him when the train stopped, rushing up escalators and weaving his way through the steady stream of people to finally catch up with him. Together, they walked to the front entrance of the hero agency for once, since it wasn't Canary's hour, nor was there any particularly famous guests in the building. The persisting mob of press that often hovered outside the building had dissipated. They were immediately greeted by Azora. "What's up, hero fledglings?" she yelled, and with a swift kick, she sent the boxes that held their hero costumes skidding across the polished floor towards them. There was someone else standing next to her that Midoriya didn't recognize, clearly a hero, judging from his costume. Be careful with those, he told Aozora in a hushed voice. They're hero costumes, Aozora protested, counted as durability testing. The hero sighed, rubbing his temples in exasperation. This, Aozora exclaimed suddenly, dramatically pointing at the white and gray-haired man beside her, is Static. I do the radio stuff, Static does the super-secret hero stuff. And then you that no present Mike does, like, the main hero stuff. Static opened his mouth to say something, but Aozora threw her arms open excitably, unknowingly cutting him off. Static and I used to be co-workers in our emergency line call center, until he got his proper hero license. That is, but, hey, Canary knows all about our hero agency, but Raven doesn't. Midoriya wasn't at all discouraged by the fact that he would have to sit through an explanation of how things worked around here for a third time. So, when Aozora told the two of them to run off and get changed into their hero costumes, he practically skipped the entire way, a warm, buzzing feeling rising in his chest as the matter dawned over him that, for the first time, Canary was becoming more than just a radio star. Shinszo could see himself working here. He could visualize graduating UA and becoming a sidekick for Present Mike, alongside Midori. Oh God, if someone told him that he'd be considering this in the future, he'd brainwash them to throw themselves into the nearest fountain. Of course, Present Mike's hero agency didn't seem to work in the same way as most others. Present Mike was the main hero, the head of the operation, and the main presence in the public eye. He went out on patrols, had a few sidekicks that did the same, alongside having their own, slightly less popular radio sections across the day. However, the real focus of the hero agency relied heavily on the radio station. By ensuring its popularity, those who listened to the radio would have a specific number drilled into their minds, a sort of emergency contact for people to call if they need a hero for a more delicate situation. Anything from mental health problems to serious, domestic abuse cases. They don't always send out a response team, sometimes just relying on those in the call center to give those on the other side someone to talk to. Overall, the agency had two main response teams, Present Mike's, and an underground team called White Noise, working closely with the police and a host of other independent heroes from time to time in a well-managed network that Shinszo had yet to properly get his head around. But now, sitting alone in a quiet office, a cold, sinking feeling came over him as he realized something that perhaps should have been obvious from the start. He and Midoriya would become very different heroes indeed. Shinszo fiddled with his feather necklace as he mulled over the thought. Would they grow apart because of it? As Midoriya waltzed out into the spotlight of action-based heroism and Shinszo slipped into the darkness that underground heroes shrouded themselves in, would he have to drop his Raven persona in favor of something more secretive, unknown to the general public and the threats he may come to face? Your head is filled with fog. Shinszo didn't jump at the sound. Static walked into the room, pacing around him in a menacing manner. You are so used to filling other people's minds with it that you don't realize when your thoughts consume your own, Static accused, sitting down in the chair beside him. Midoriya had been dragged off by Present Mike about half an hour ago now to join him on patrol. Shinszo felt sorry for him. He, however, had been left to Static, someone Shinszo still knew very little about. I don't know what you're talking about, Shinszo responded, tucking the feather back under his top, hiding the necklace's thin chain with his bulky, black and yellow voice changer. He hadn't really had the chance to use it much yet, but was looking forward to putting his only support item to good use. Well, not only. There was still the small matter of what Eraserhead had proposed teaching to him yesterday. What were you thinking about? Static pressed, pulling at his fingerless, black gloves absent-mindedly. Shinszo hesitated before sighing deeply. My quirk means I'm of the most use, unknown to the world, but you wish to be seen. Static assumed. Shinszo shrugged. Not really. I don't care about the fame. I know that Canary doesn't either, but, well, that's the whole problem. You are concerned about being associated with your famous friend, and thus brought out into the light yourself, the hero concluded. He wasn't quite sure how to respond, or why they were having this conversation in the first place. But Shinszo had a feeling that Static was all too used to dealing with other people's troubles. A tricky one, Static admitted. However, let us say, for example, in the future you become rather well known as an underground hero. I have been told of that voice changer of yours, a very useful invention indeed. If you can learn to creep up on people and interject into their conversation, unbeknownst to them, you will still be able to work effectively despite them knowing of your abilities. Learn the correct skills and methods of combat, and you will find yourself useful in all kinds of heroic ambitions. This is true of any hero, with any quirk. Shinszo leant back into his chair. It was a good point. Alternatively, you could come to separate yourself from your hero persona. You have a mask of sorts that hides your face. Perhaps you could change your hair. That's the only other thing I see that really makes you stand out. Another good point, but no one would be touching Shinszo's hair. Siren wouldn't be pleased anyway. It wasn't as much of a literal bird's nest as Midoriya's was, but she had still come to enjoy sitting in it from time to time. Besides, according to Midoriya, Eraserhead would be far more effective at capturing villains if his hair didn't show off when he activated his quirk. But that didn't stop him from growing it out. But let us focus on the present rather than the future, for now, shall we? Shinszo cleared his throat and nodded, sitting upright again. Unfortunately, I cannot show you a great deal of our operations here at White Noise. Many of the situations we come to face are very fragile. We can't risk anyone other than professionals meddling with them, Static explained. In the meantime, we can. He suddenly put his hand up, as if to stop Shinszo was saying anything as he put his other hand to his ear. There was an earpiece concealed there, Shinszo quickly noticed. He sat in silence for a moment, listening intently to whoever was on the other side. Understood, was all he mumbled in response. He leapt to his feet, about to rush towards the door when he hesitated, and looked back at Shinszo. Are you coming? Shinszo had no idea what was going on, but if it meant what he thought it did, then he was all in. He stood up so quickly that the chair was almost sent toppling over. He ran behind Static, fastening his persona cords over the bottom half of his face. Only then did he let himself grin. Static didn't go for the elevator, and instead used his key card to access the stairs, which he jumped down more than 2 at a time. The problem is with our emergency number, Static called back as he continued to run. They had been on the 4th floor, so at least they didn't have too far to go, is that sometimes people call us instead of the police when they need help a little more urgently. He ran out through the front door to the agency, with Shinszo sprinting along behind him as they charged through the streets. Especially kids, when they listen to the radio often and register our contact as someone to call instead of the normal 119. People darted out of the way as they came hurtling past. Shinszo couldn't help but think about how much easier this could have been if they'd taken to the rooftops. Eraserhead's scarf really would be a good thing to come to master. They hadn't gone far when Static came to a screeching halt, holding his hand up to his ear again. After a moment, he turned back to Shinszo to explain. One of my team managed to contact some other local heroes who were on patrol nearby. It's a hostage situation, attacking a local business just off the high street. We're not sure what provoked it, but there's a young kid in there, which makes the matter all the more serious. Shinszo nodded once more as Static turned and started running once more, seemingly unsure of the direction he was heading in as he constantly checked with his operator, taking sharp corners and doubling back more than once. Hey, Static. Static finally stopped before a rather muscular hero and his similarly dressed sidekick. Just outside the back of a dental practitioner's, of all things, Death Arms. Static nodded at the hero, mind reaffirming the details of the situation. He turned around, glancing down at a second sidekick huddled up against the wall, with her, wait, Gyro. Well, earphone jack? The gruff man questioned. She faltered for a moment before replying, unplugging herself from the wall. From what I can hear, there are 3 villains, 2 holding hostages on this side of the building, and a third shouting at someone on from across the hall. She did a double take as she saw Shinszo there beside Static. Of course, she'd never seen his hero costume before, only heard vague details of what he'd planned on it looking like. Right, if we take on the villains here, Static, can you take down the third? Death Arms questioned. Static nodded. Which is the best way in? He questioned Gyro. She replied, glancing back to the building. I think there was a window from the other side. Death Arms nodded with an approving smile on his face. And your intern. Static looked back to Shinszo. Will come with me, he declared. Give us 20 seconds to locate the window. Good. Earphone jack, can you check how many hostages are present? Death Arms continued as Shinszo hesitantly followed Static around the corner. Right. Gyro was right about the window. It was open only slightly, so the heated argument whoever was inside was having could be heard clearly. Just think about what you're doing. A man shouted. No, it is you which should be having second thoughts, retorted a rather distort-sounding woman. Static peered carefully through the window, glancing for only a second before turning back to Shinszo and using sign language. He quickly explained, I will use my quirk on her and climb through the window. Follow me and take the child away. Shinszo nodded surely, trying to hide the bubble of frenzied emotions rising in his chest. Static turned to look inside once more, but then, what was that? The woman's voice wobbled. Then she laughed. Is someone there? I saw you outside the window. Static didn't seem too fearful, but Shinszo was quick to assume he was hiding it. Come out where I can see you, she demanded. When Shinszo heard the distant whimper of the hostage, he raised his hand to his persona cords, fiddling with the mechanism as quickly as he could. Hey, no wait, please, the man exclaimed. Now Shinszo had his voice. Static opened the window further as he marched into view, before raising his hands slowly above his head. Don't come an inch closer, the villain cried. Shinszo took a deep breath and, with a voice that wasn't his own, said, Darling, please, can you calm down? Don't you darling me. There was a moment's silence before Static flung himself through the window, urging Shinszo to follow. His eyes settled upon the scene for the first time. A red-haired woman stood, blank-faced near the window. The kid had clearly fallen from her grasp and had now scurried to the other side of the dental chair, whilst the dentist himself stood in absolute shock, now far from him. "Everything's going to be okay," Static told the two of them in such a convincing tone that even Shinszo felt calmer, as the tearful dentist started spluttering his thanks. Static turned back to Shinszo. "How long does that last?" Shinszo started, turning off his device again, indefinitely unless. There was a crash and a bang from the other side of the wall, probably where Death Arms and his sidekick were, and from the shelves above the villain's head, a framed photo came tumbling down, landing on her feet. She yelped in pain, breaking free from her trance, and immediately lunged towards Shinszo, who stood, defenseless, right beside her, about to grasp his face with glowing hot hands when she shrieked a second time, falling to the floor and clutching her own head in clear agony, unfazed by her own quirk. Static's hand was outstretched towards her. There was a moment of further screaming, until silence fell over them once more and the woman lay unconscious at his feet. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.